hose on it. It should now.
Yep.
I
Hey.
think we have audio now.
Huzzah.
It should have been set from before, but maybe because
It's fine.
I got unplugged, it defaulted back.
All right, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. I'm the only one excited for the hot sauce.
Like I said,
For you.
I'm kind of excited.
I'm
Yeah.
curious. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a few minutes, but I'm curious because my whole life I thought I didn't like spicy food, and now I have reason to believe I don't know what my threshold is
Sure.
because I thought I was sensitive, but I have reason to believe that I'm stronger or I have a higher tolerance than I thought I did.
I'm gonna give you in between these.
You think I can get that that
Yeah.
far? You mean?
Yeah.
What is this? I can't tell what the top one is, but it's cute. I like the pink and blue.
What is it?
Of Butterflies and Books, it was asking which...
It's a
Oh!
little, it's a little Lego. Look at the.
Yeah, I think the top one as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, of Butterflies and Books, you should make the top one.
Oh my god.
Actually, this is non-homophobic chicken. This is from Publix. This is from the grocery store, not Chick-fil-A. Also, this is not even half of how much we got.
No.
The rest of it's out there.
I mean, I do eat the crap out of Chick-fil-A, but
You didn't have to admit that live
we
on
don't.
camera.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Of Butterflies and Books, I don't know which one it is, but it's not the Bulbasaur and it's not the Charizard.
No, it's like blue and pink.
I couldn't read the name. Oh, yes, Suicune. That's kind of what it looks like. Suicune. I think. Yeah, that one's the cutest.
It's the only one in the box.
Oh, the other ones are bags.
Yeah. So whatever one is in the box. What's in the box?
Oh, yeah, she's pretty.
Oh, see, you got there.
So, we do have the Lego Barad-Dûr. We got started on it, and we're probably not going to finish it today.
No.
But this is...
But we are planning to do a little bit more regular lives through the summer.
At least once a
It's
month.
Sam and Frodo on the mountaintop. So cute.
I'm trying to...
Yes, Clara, we are huge Lord of the Rings fans. We did this last year with the Rivendell set, and that live is still on the YouTube. Can we get rid of this? I can't watch myself do this after the fact. So yeah, it's still in the live tab. If you are following us, you can go watch it if you want. I think it's like 4 hours long.
I'm already hot.
Yeah. Well, let's get some hot sauce going.
She just wants to go right in, so...
Well, I want to get the buffalo over with because I think buffalo tastes like ass.
I think it tastes like bile.
Yeah.
That's the problem I have with it, but...
I think it tastes like buffalo sauce.
Are we going right in, or...
Do you want to build a little bit?
Yeah,
we've got
I want to
like
build a little
We've got
bit.
like 11 people.
Okay, I want to build a
so-
little bit. We need... Actually, I will just go ahead and try the buffalo, and then I'll build a little bit.
Okay.
We can taper it out a little bit.
All right. All right, so we're not doing this exactly how Hot Ones does because I like these people with me more than that guy likes
Jennifer
the people
Lawrence
on his show.
I'm just gonna...
Yeah. So we're gonna put in a little cup and we're gonna do a little dip.
Okay. I'm so
You want
nervous.
me to get you a chicken? This one shouldn't be very spicy. It should just be buffalo sauce.
It's just buffalo sauce.
Yeah.
I hate that I've kind of come around a little bit on buffalo sauce. It depends.
No.
It goes with my...
It tastes like I'm throwing up.
Uh-huh.
I hate it.
Can I try?
Yeah. Also, my husband doesn't want to be on camera, but he wants to taste the sauce, so he's right there.
Something tells me he's tasted the sauce.
What a thing to say.
Don't know what you mean by that. I won't respond.
That's not my favorite buffalo sauce.
No.
be good for like buffalo chicken pizza.
I could see that.
The thing with okay, so my story was that I never really liked Mexican food, and I never liked spicy stuff. And then there was one time I was working on a job, and Chipotle catered, and I was like, well, then I'll have the steak burrito, and I loved it, and so I was like, okay. And so anytime I go to Chipotle, I would get the steak burrito. And one time I was there, and the guy asked me, he was like, have you ever had it before? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, okay. He was like, I just warn people sometimes because the steak is the spiciest that we have.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, it doesn't faze me at all.
Yeah.
And so then after that, I started getting, at your suggestion, started getting the spicy chicken
Oh, at Chick-fil-A.
from Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is good.
It's a game changer.
And then I started putting red pepper flakes on pizza.
Yeah.
And that was good. And so little by little, then I started eating Singapore May Fun, and that's spicy. So it's like little by little I started incorporating spicy stuff. But buffalo for me, I've had it enough times that I've kind of acquired a taste for it.
I
like
remember
it
when you were like shame eating those subs, those Wawa
It
subs.
happened twice. I went to Wawa and got a buffalo chicken cheesesteak.
Yeah.
But it was also specifically because I wanted blue cheese, and I don't like blue cheese either. But something about cutting the buffalo and the blue cheese brought out the best of both.
Are you already affected by the buffalo?
It seems like it.
That's got a teeny bit of
A little
kick.
bit, yeah. I feel it, but it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
It's just like a little.
Well, I love spicy food. I've always loved spicy food. The first Indian food I ever had was vindaloo, and I was like obsessed. I was like, that's the best thing ever. I don't order it because Will has a sensitive stomach, and Rachel doesn't love spicy food either.
I don't
want to eat. I don't want to be the only one eating vindaloo.
I'm a little worried about my stomach. I haven't eaten anything
Well,
today.
that's why we have milkshakes. So we have ranch, we have milkshakes, and also I bought a turkey sub ring wheel.
You did buy a sandwich
also
wheel
from Publix. So,
but we only have 2 bathrooms, so I
think I'll be okay.
I am nervous because they say the hard part is the next day.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Although one time when we went to go see Carly Rae Jepsen at Disney Springs, we went to a place that had like tapas, and I had a taco, and I think it was just jalapenos. Because I eat jalapenos all the time, yeah. It was so spicy. It took me out. It took me a half hour to recover. Do you not remember that?
Only vaguely.
Like, we were in line waiting to get into the venue by the time I could start talking again. So I am curious to find out if I have a reaction like that, and at what point it will be.
Well, okay, so this one here is the one that is supposedly the worst. But these two are technically spicier on the Scoville scale. But this is the one that all the celebrities have the hardest time with.
Okay.
Like, this is the one that made Lupita Nyong'o cry.
Yeah, and for me, when it comes to spicy, this is like the one place where my caucasity shows. I'm just a big baby when it comes to spicy,
So okay, when we lived in St. Thomas.
Here, give me bag 7.
Bag 7?
Yeah, let's get cracking.
you're like, ooh!
I have clicky feet. We've had this thing since like June 5th. And to say the least, I have clicky fingers.
You like were sorting them and then you stopped and I don't know where anything is. You said 7?
Yeah.
7.
7. Okay.
Is there just one?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I lived in St. Thomas for a while when I was young, and my dad found this habanero hot sauce, and it was called Miss V's, and I bought him a case once, and I mean he went through it in less than 6 months. He loved it. He liked putting it on the fettuccine that my mom would make. It was good.
Well, you like that truffle hot sauce.
Yeah, that's not super spicy though. It's just flavorful.
And that's the thing. I like flavor, so I like to season stuff. But I am just
you like the flavor of spicy, but you don't like the heat.
Yes, because like the ranch waters that we get, I really like the spicy one because I like the way it feels.
Kind of tingles.
So I don't mind if there's like a tingling, but it's just like when it's just causing full pain. I don't want that.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, because like Ryan would want to be like, I want it to hurt, and I'm like, literally, why?
No, I want it to
fucking
taste
problems.
like something.
He really did. I like the way you said that.
Okay, wow. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think everybody's favorite Teen Wolf character is Styles. So,
Can confirm.
and Lydia.
Well, so questions like that are hard. Did you say what's your favorite Teen Wolf character?
Yeah.
Questions like that are hard because it's like there's qualifiers and quantifiers to each one. Because it's like Styles is the best character.
Mhm.
I love Scott. Like I actually
true. You
love
do love
Scott
Scott.
as a character. But I feel like I have to say Lydia is my favorite character. She's the type of character that I'm usually the most drawn to.
Sure.
But then there's like, are we talking about like my actual favorite character? Because it's Victoria Argent.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like if you could scan my brain while I'm watching it, anytime she's on screen, I'm dying 1,000 gay deaths.
Yeah, sure.
Like
For
I
sure.
think she's so
For sure.
amazing.
I get that.
Yeah. And then there's like characters that
Gingy, no ma'am. Back it up. I know you smell chicken. Get out of here.
because it's like Erica and Boyd.
Yeah.
I love them conceptually.
It's the
I
potential
think,
of Erica
yeah,
and Boyd.
I think what's on the show is only scratching the surface.
Mhm.
And so it's like with them I do a lot of heavy lifting, you know, fan fiction wise. And
Yeah.
I really wish we got more with them. And again, it's like I would never say that this is my favorite character, but it's like I kind of love how much they bring Kate back. Like I think it's
Yeah.
funny. So
Yeah.
that's my long answer.
Is it weird to have fried chicken for breakfast? Not if it's on a biscuit.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Or waffles.
Or waffles, yeah. Is the Lord of the Rings The War of the Rohirrim the video game? Because if so, yes, I am pretty excited. But if it's something different, I'm not sure I know about it.
Well, there's an anime coming out that I was going. The War of what?
War of the Rohirrim?
I think that's the anime.
Oh, sure.
I don't have a.
Get out of here. No. Go. Go. Go.
Back it up, sis.
Can
She just
Will
wants
call her?
chicken.
You can't have
Hey,
the
babe, if
Timken.
you're still watching, can you get the dog?
You can't have the Timken. I'm so sorry. Can't have it.
I don't have much of a threshold for anime. Like I don't. It's never been my thing. But I was going to give it a shot.
Look at her.
I know. I see her. She's ridiculous.
Go get Dad.
Go get Dad.
Look at Daddy.
She is all the way in here. Like, hard in here.
Ginger, come here.
She's fourth chair.
She wants the chicken.
Come on.
Gingy, no chickies.
Go get Daddy.
Ginger, hey, come
Come on.
here. Don't make me animal abuse on screen. Come on. No. Out. Ginger, out of here. Scoot.
Oh, tail top.
She's fine.
You're such a rat. You don't need to be back there.
Can you just push the gate closed?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and then we've got, let's
You
see.
haven't done the second chicken yet, right?
No. Where do we want the channel to go in the next 5 years? Any goals? You randomly found us watching the Jungle Cruise review. I feel like we have never heard that before.
When?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was like
Recently?
or when it came out, but I love that.
We actually need to do more. Just like talk about a movie.
Yeah.
Like 30-minute
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not sure. We don't really have like hard goals. We'd love to just keep growing. We've been really lucky to just have like steady growth.
Okay, so I've said this a handful of times, but my goal in life has always been to have a production company. I have a handful of ideas, let's say about 10 of different ideas that I've wanted to bring to life via book, movie, TV, you know, some kind of adaptation. And because of financial limitations, I'm starting with books. So we do, if anybody's new or does not know the spiel, we do have a book that we wrote called Fairytale. It's right here.
Oh yeah. It's
And
moved.
I am in the process of working on the second book, which is not a sequel, but it's sort of like a spiritual successor. I'm trying to not go too deep into any of these things because I'm trying to answer the where do we want to go with the channel. Basically, I want to work on my ideas and I would love to adapt them into limited series or movies or whatnot. and the channel is sort of how it's what we're able to do and how we're able to like talk about and reach an audience and find like
It's how we're able to suck you into our nonsense.
I mean, that makes it sound.
No, that's what it is. You're here now. You can't get away.
But no, but we do love pop culture. We do like talking about music and movies and TV and all of that. And so it's sort of like I think we're a little bit trying to build a brand, or like a little bit trying to because I mean, I've studied the greats, but it's like Jim Henson got started by working at his local TV station, and that's just not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know how to follow in the footsteps of other creatives. So the only thing that I thought, and the only thing, and really it's Kristen, I mean, this was all her ideas, that she's like, she was like, we've got talent, we've got, you know, but it's like, how do we find a way to like, to grow it? Like, how do we find a way to
well, I
like,
was just
create?
like, I thought we needed something to do regularly. We needed something to like keep the conversation going. And so that's what this is. That being said, we are almost definitely not covering the new season of The Boys.
I'm watching it. Did somebody ask?
Yeah.
What was the question?
Will you be watching and reviewing the new season of The Boys?
I'm watching it. I have mixed feelings about it, to say the least.
I'm not currently watching it.
I'm not. My thoughts are not in line with a lot of the BS talking points, but I'm not loving it. I feel like I'm asking, like I'm only begging more questions.
Well, and as you all have learned, I'm a hard quitter, and I hard quit last season, so I will not be watching this season.
Oh, of Butterflies and Books. Sorry to start off with a loaded question, but I've been watching a couple video essays on what's going on in the state of Hollywood, why so many movies are flopping, etc. Would you just want us to riff on that? What are our thoughts, and how do you think it can be fixed? You need to stop letting the CEOs have any creative decisions.
Yeah. Corporations need to stop being creative.
No, I mean, it sounds easy, it sounds simplistic, and it's easy to be like, they've lost the art, but
they have.
The business side has taken over, and they're trying to engineer returns on their investments.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's just not how it works. And especially when you consider, you know, a company like Disney, where it's like so much of what makes Disney special was hard-earned fan loyalty.
Yeah.
And it's so many Disney properties that are beloved weren't immediately successful.
Yeah.
And I mean, they talk about how, I mean, Pinocchio was a huge financial risk and loss, and Sleeping Beauty almost bankrupted the studio. And there's so many, I mean, even like the resurgence of Hocus Pocus. Hocus Pocus was a commercial and critical failure when it came out, and it only found its feet and only found its value as a brand, as an IP, over time.
I don't know. I was an OG fan, saw it in the movie theater and everything.
But
been there since Jump Street.
But ever since, like, movies, when they used to come out, you know, they used to, and it's not so much that I'm exactly saying that this is how it has to work or this is how it needs to work, but a movie used to come out and it used to grow. It used to get buzz. It used to play in a certain amount of theaters, and the whole concept of a blockbuster was earned. But somewhere around the 2000s, they started just decreeing movies blockbusters, and we were expected to just show up. And if a movie doesn't make 2/3 of its budget on opening weekend, it's a wash. It's a financial failure. And that mentality is too wide and too prevalent. We need to start, they need to realize that they need the artists, and they need to start taking risks. And like, people don't understand what investment is.
Yeah.
Because it's the same with politics and all that, and I'm not going down a political,
yeah.
But it's like people keep treating, I guess because of the go-go 80s and the way economics worked in the 80s, it's like people keep trying to secure the most amount of money as fast as possible.
Greed.
Yeah. And it's like, if you're going to make a piece of art, if you're going to tell a story, you're going to hire someone, trust them to do it, cross your fingers and hope for the best. And again, because it's like one of our favorite movies, Showgirls, it's another one that was a critical commercial failure, and only over time has it gained its cult following. Have people realized what it was or what they found it to be, and 20 years after its release, now I guess going on 30 years after its release, it's one of MGM's top 20 most financially successful movies of all time.
Yeah.
But that only happened
because they let it keep going.
That happened in spite of the studios, not because of the studios.
And that's basically the crux of the problem, is that they're trying to continue to make, like,
they're trying to engineer
record profits every year, and you can't have record profits you're gonna have to take a loss sometimes.
Well, it's entropy. It's like an economy based on endless growth is unsustainable, and it just and another thing, and I think that this is how we're in the situation that we're in now, is the industry on a very fundamental level did not understand streaming.
Yeah,
they didn't understand what it was. They didn't understand the pros or cons of it. And Hollywood broke itself. I watched it happening in real time.
Yeah.
And as much as it sucks now to be in a bit of a wasteland because of it, there is an element of schadenfreude where it's like, I mean, you did this to yourself.
Oh no, my chickens come home to roost.
Yeah.
And I think
I keep saying that.
Well, I think a lot of it comes from because Netflix was out of the gate, and because Netflix was sort of the first and a pioneer. Again, it was being appraised and assessed as a tech company and not an entertainment company. So in Wall Street, they were treating it like it was tech, and that was overinflating all of its value and its assets and its worth. And so that's why everyone was trying to become the next Netflix. And then when the bubble burst, we realized that no, it's not going to be printing endless money.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a finite audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's also only so many Stranger Things that you can make, like not everything is going to be a juggernaut. And that's like the thing. And we talk about it all the time, that we just like miss movies that cost like $40 million. Like that would be
just like a normal movie.
Yeah.
Just like
I don't need something that like $300 million. Get out of here. And then it's not even good. My husband and I watched both Rebel Moon movies, and they were dog shit. Just so bad. And they cost so much money.
I feel like I only half answered that. I'm not a good multitasker, and I'm currently trying to do 3 things.
No, it's good. Okay, let's see. Who are we rooting for on All Stars 9? I like Nina and Angeria. Nina is my bitch. I love her.
She loves Nina. Nina's not winning that shit.
I know she's not winning. That doesn't mean I can't root for her. I just love her sensibility, like the way that like it really sealed it with the paper doll dress.
Yeah.
At her season's finale. But I love Angeria, and I think she's got a shot.
So,
I'm gonna eat this. This is the one I'm the most excited for. It's the shishito pepper one.
Okay, let's go.
How much you want, Rachel?
Like a dunk. Oh God. Okay.
No, it's like barely. It's like weird texture, so it doesn't like stick.
That's good.
Oh, I would go back for more
Yeah.
on that one.
Oh yeah. Here go, babe.
Will is like alms for the poor. So
oh yeah, All Stars.
I think Gottmik is a pioneer. I think that she has kind of transcended drag.
Less spicy than this one.
Yeah, a little, yeah. We'll see if it builds.
I think Plastique is probably the most beautiful queen we've ever seen. However, I think for my money, that's a little bit of a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Because she sets such a precedent and such a high standard that there's a part of me where I'm sort of like, oh, Plastique looks beautiful again. What else is new?
Kidding.
It's like the whole like body queen, like how they give queens that just rely on their bodies, like a ton of shit.
I'm unfamiliar with Roxy's season 5 and All Stars 2. I know of her and I've been watching this, I have actually been enjoying her a lot. I like Roxy. I like Chanel. I'm bummed that Chanel's getting kind of the shit into the stick.
Yeah, she's not gonna win. She doesn't have any beautiful benefactress badges.
And I just like, I don't know. I'm a bit more. I'm like, show some respect, you know. And Vanjie is as entertaining as always, and actually
pulled back a little.
I think this is my favorite Vanjie I've seen yet, and I think her looks are all really great. But again, it's like I don't think she's gonna win. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I want that one again.
You want this one again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Yes, we for sure have heard that Gal Gadot is not going to be Wonder Woman anymore. James Gunn is retooling everything, so like almost nobody's coming back. What are your thoughts on the current state of television? Having to wait 2 years between seasons for just 6 to 8 episodes. I hate it.
It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable, and I also
they need to start factoring that into pre-pro.
They
need to start planning.
Totally, completely agree. There are some things going right now that couldn't have been helped because of the strikes.
Mm-hmm.
However,
and the pandemic.
However, that does need to be, if you are like trying to tell a story and like you have the amount of seasons that
and this goes back to
you should do that. That should be like your people don't sign 5-year contracts anymore like they used to.
I don't think that we need to go all the way back to the studio system.
No, but like
I
the
think
90s
we need to take,
were okay.
I think we need to take things. I think we need to take things that work and factor them in. And this goes back to what's the problem with the current state of Hollywood today. Is it's like, again, I understand that it's a business. I'm not naive. But they need to have a game plan. And if you're going to commit to something, then you actually have to commit to something. I think it's insane, given what all that goes into making these shows, the amount of money, the amount of talent, the amount of skill, to put a show together with the intention of being like an ongoing, like a 5-season show.
Yeah.
But then we have to wait until people have watched season 1 to see if it picks up, like to see if anybody's even going to watch it before they'll commit to finishing the story. And it's like it would be like, I don't know, I'm just so frustrated because it would be
you really picked a hot button topic of butterflies and books.
No, it would be like planning a 5-course meal where each additional course is contingent upon the previous or the next one.
Sure.
And you're having to do it in real time, where it's like, I'm not hungry anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I mean, I kind of liked what I ate, but that's only because of the promise of what was to come.
And it's also because it was what was available.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing.
And so it's,
there's some things that are like worth the payoff, where like, I'm willing to let some things be what they are, but like, I don't think there's any reason why 5 seasons of Stranger Things needed to take 10 years. It just doesn't work for me.
And you can't, and especially this last season, and again, I know the writer's strike happened, but it's just like the 1-2 punch of a pandemic and writer's strike, but it's just, you cannot be surprised by the notion that you would have to finish this thing that you started.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I don't think, and that's the thing where I'm like,
says me,
I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but still, like, it's still very frustrating. So, yeah, we're not, and then there was one, how do we feel about Scream 7 without Melissa, Jenna, or Sydney being, or...
Well, Nev is in it.
Is she for sure?
She was, last I heard.
Oh, well, it says not the main character. I think it's shitty that they fired Melissa. I think it's great that Jenna quit in support, and I think they should put some respect on Nev Campbell's name. Let's see. Thank you for your work. You're welcome. If you could rewrite any character arc from either film, television, or literature, who would it be and why? I agree about Tess from Roswell and Bellamy Blake from the 100, so I like both of those. Tess from Roswell is Emily Draven.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I'm bad at things like this in the moment.
We were just watching season 4 of Teen Wolf an hour ago, so that's where my brain goes. Rewrite a character's arc.
Yeah, like if it didn't work the way you thought it should.
Yeah, I mean, I love doing this, but this is the part that I that I don't love because I'm like, I know that there's a million good answers to that, but I have a hard time coming up with something off the top of my head.
I mean, someone who died probably. If I thought their death wasn't warranted.
I'm trying to think back because we've used the term character assassination a few times. So I'm trying to think.
There's a good one. I mean, if we're gonna start telling the truth.
Brad Evans is dangerously close, and I can't. He's
to what? To her bullshit?
Well, he's in season 7.
Oh.
And he's like at the point where he's like, people keep warning me. Like he was like, I got such a flood telling me to stop after I finished season 6 that he was like, I contemplated it and I'm scared. And he's like, I can't see how it's going to be that bad.
Once you're that far, it's only 15 episodes left. Just do it.
Well, yeah, but it's just I can't wait because he's still
13. Maybe.
He's still drinking the Kool-Aid. Like he still is buying what they're selling, and it's gonna get so bad.
Terry Lawrence, we have not really been going to the movies very much because
it's a bad experience.
It's bad every time. Even the last 2 times we went to the art house theater because we saw Poor Things and something before that Wes Anderson movie.
Yeah.
It's dirty. It's expensive.
Yeah.
The stuff doesn't work. Like the audio, the screens aren't good. The audio isn't good. People don't know how to behave.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of these like old man yells at clouds, but like young
I'm willing to be.
Young people don't understand that
even the old people, nobody knows how to act in public anymore.
Yeah.
Like theater etiquette is just not a thing.
It's awful, and it sucks too because the theater we used to go to a lot they like revamped the whole area. It's really nice now, and I'm just like, I can't really get it up because like I was saying, even at our like fancy theater, the last 2 times we went, we were sat by like the one guy when we saw the Wes Anderson movie was laughing like it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen, and it was not even the funniest Wes Anderson movie I've ever seen. And then when we saw Poor Things, there were 2 girls next to us that clearly just were like, we're doing an outing. We're going to have a day out, and went to go see this movie probably just because they like Emma Stone, and they were flummoxed.
Yeah.
It was nothing but nervous laughter and like awkward behavior. And I was like, act like you've been somewhere before.
Also, didn't they not tip? Didn't they do something weird with their
I think
bill?
they didn't tip enough.
Yeah.
Because that's a theater where they serve food during the movie, so it's like it's good. It's a
different
lot.
experience.
Yeah. Let's see.
I feel like we're being really like complainy in this one.
People are asking us questions about things that are complaining. What are our favorite Lord of the Rings characters and quotes? Oh my gosh.
Beautiful and terrible as the dawn.
My husband likes Share the Load because he's a boy and he was 15 when this movie came out.
I like girl characters. That's just my.
Yeah.
I'm gay, and
What?
so yeah.
What?
Bitchy blonde girl characters. Shocking.
I love Arwen. I finally came around on Eowyn. I used to hate her.
No, we all did.
But Miranda Otto really impressed me with her work on Sabrina.
I turned a corner with Miranda Otto.
And I was always just butthurt because the role was originally supposed to go to Uma Thurman, and I loved Uma.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it was the right move for her to make Kill Bill.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But Galadriel, I think, is my favorite. I love a goddess type, a beautiful, powerful, benevolent figure that's maybe on the razor's edge of insanity. I loved Anne Hathaway in Alice in Wonderland, where she's like, where they're like, you couldn't even imagine what it's like.
Keira Knightley as the Sugar Plum Fairy. what if I with a straight face was like Denethor? He's my favorite.
Who's Denethor?
The one that like sloppily eats the tomato while he makes Pippin sing.
Well, if you want to know the not obvious answer, and it's one of the reasons why we have this set, my kind of favorite Lord of the Rings character is the Mouth of Sauron.
Cunt.
He is so funny. Yeah. I love bitchy, queer-coded middle management of an evil
enterprise. For sure.
I'm so bummed that I don't have the doll of him because it had swappable mouths.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I actually, if we're talking like a character you wouldn't expect, I love Haldir the elf.
You do love
I
Haldir.
love him. When he dies in the Two Towers,
It bums her out.
I get sad every
time. He's, in case anybody cares or is interested, he is in Spartacus, the Stars show, and he is very naked. There is lots of
his whole
peens.
dick. Yeah.
We need to bring Peep Watch back.
Yeah, Peep Watch. There's like 11 in the room right here. But if we're being serious, I actually, in my old age, have really, really come around on Boromir. I love Boromir, like, so much. Sean Bean.
Yeah. Yeah, really?
Yeah. I love him so much.
Why?
Because he is... Flawed. He is almost corrupted, but in the end, he does what's right, and he protects the little ones. It's beautiful.
Lord of the Rings is nice. I don't really have a...
Do you?
Nice.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't have an attachment.
I also Samwise is fantastic. Just talk about a ride or die.
Well, and I love Gandalf. Gandalf the White, especially. Again, with the queer coded. I just think he's so...
a blonde bitch. Gratian, you're not really late. We've been going for maybe half an hour, but you're not. We're gonna be here for more than one more half hour. Let's see.
What an entrance, babe.
Cook of Castamar. I don't know what that is. Yes, Alicia, the bear does seem to have a very quick turnaround. You are correct.
It's also a smaller show.
It is
and
smaller,
again,
but...
I do love the big bombastic spectacle, but I also
If
want
it
it
any more bombastic, I would be dead.
It's very stressful.
So stressful. I would have died.
Also, I think you can't hear Rachel, and it's because she doesn't have her own mic. But
I will project. Thanks for letting me know.
Well,
I forgot. Did we ever have?
Some voices are hard to hear.
Did we ever have a third?
I don't know if there's a way to
mic
hook
for
it
this?
in for the
We
live
should.
stream.
Do you want to try the third?
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's possible for the live stream to do it. Okay, I didn't name these ones. This one was a buffalo. It looks like maybe a Hot Ones exclusive buffalo sauce. And this is Angry Goat Pepper Company blistered shishito and garlic hot sauce.
I don't care for any of those words.
Shishito peppers are great. And this is called Piscaya. And I'm not going to read the ingredients because I feel like Rachel won't eat it if I do.
Is there fucking fruit in it?
No.
Is there a banana in it?
There's no banana in it. I would tell you if it was a banana.
What kind of fruit is in it?
Passion fruit.
Oh. I'm doing it for the vine.
And if we're still talking about Lord of the Rings characters, I will never forget where I was the first time I saw Orlando Bloom as Legolas.
For sure, yeah. All right. Ooh,
That's not terrible.
I like that.
Trying to get a decent amount.
Well, you got it.
Am I gonna regret it?
Are you shaking them at all? Or...
Yeah, I shook all of them when I opened them, and then I have shook them all again before I poured.
That's good.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
As far as spiciness in my mouth, first was ginger. No.
Yeah, the first one has had the most
kick.
spice.
That's just a good flavor.
Mm-hmm.
The passion fruit is like.
I'll dig it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. All right. I'm sorry. What'd he say?
He's just walking away down the hall, and I can just hear, "You're the sweetest dog on the earth, and I know you just want to be with us, but you're in the way."
Okay. Haven't seen House of the Dragon yet. Kind of want to wait to binge it. What do we think so far?
I am enjoying it. Will just made a big fart noise.
Will made a fart noise.
He's kidding.
He's not. No, he's not enjoying it.
He said he was just kidding.
He is not enjoying House of the Dragon.
Okay, I'm enjoying it. I could use a little bit more.
I didn't want to dip for you. I could use a little more of some stuff, a little less of others.
I feel I can, even though I don't know the source material, I can feel it being like it feels like the source material is more of a burden. Like I can feel it not making organic decisions.
Sure. Yeah.
In a way that, and I don't know if it's just because I'm older, because I remember finding Game of Thrones riveting as I was watching it in a way that now when I look at it, I'm like, well, that is very
I agree.
standard.
Yeah.
But I am enjoying it. The production values are great. The actors are doing a fantastic job elevating what I would call medium material. And
we've kind of had this conversation before. I don't think the material is medium. I think the writing is medium.
That's a good.
The material could be fantastic. Okay, let's see.
My biggest issue is without really spoilers, but my biggest issue is the Kristen Cole conundrum.
Oh my god.
And it's like
what a bitch. What a fucking bitch.
They're just like they're not making him interesting or even like it. I don't want to like him. I understand he's a villain, but it's like they're not even making him compelling. Like
he's
they're
not even like Joffrey.
They're not even allowing him to make sense of or justify his own.
That's the thing. I loved hating Joffrey. I like Kristen Cole his motivations are so boring. Yeah. One girl didn't want to give up the kingdom to go sell cinnamon and oranges and Pentos with you, and now you hate her forever? I mean, it checks out, but it's so boring.
It doesn't mean you want to watch it.
So boring. And it sucks because the guy who plays him is so good looking.
Yeah. He had to go private on social media because people are stupid and wouldn't stop.
Don't bully celebrities in real life. That's you can talk shit about the character all you want. Do not bully the real life man. That's horrible. Yeah.
But that goes with the whole theater etiquette thing where people just don't know what reality is anymore.
Yeah. We gotta Will, you're gay? Yay.
Was that sarcastic?
I can't tell. There's a rainbow and a little flower. So it seems nice.
I'm wearing a shirt that says yes, Car.
Maybe it doesn't translate on camera, and it just looks like you're actually wearing a NASCAR shirt.
It's official.
No,
I mean, I bought it from the NASCAR website. I will reward rainbow capitalism if it's at least going to be clever.
If it's funny, yeah. Okay, I don't know if I have time right now to get into how I feel about Tessa's character on Roswell at the moment. I really liked the idea of her, but also that show came out when I was pretty young, and so I was just very here for the Liz and Max of it all, and so for me, she was just like an obstacle to their relationship, and that frustrated me just because I was there for the romance of it all, so I would have to probably watch it again and think harder on that to be more useful. No, we have still not watched Dead Boy Detectives.
I want to really bad, and this is actually maybe I'll ask.
Well, she says I loved it, but not holding out hope for it being greenlit for season 2. So that's the thing
I've
for
heard
me.
mixed things.
I'm like, I don't know,
because it's part of the with the death and Gwendolyn Christie.
The Sandman.
Sandman. It's part of the Sandman universe. And that's one of the places where I'm like, I understand that Netflix is ruthless, and it's actually one of the reasons why they're on my shit list, is because they didn't used to be. But I'm like, of all the massive, big properties, like of all the big swings you could make, this is one that I think is worth it. I even if it's not giving you immediate return on investment.
Well, we're going on 2 years now between Sandman as well, so it's like.
But I'm saying it's like Netflix is going to be throwing money in a hole regardless, so at least throw it in a hole that's making a product that's worth existing and also can keep and grow an audience. Like, people can discover Sandman for years to come and keep investing in it and like pick a project and fucking finish it. Like, just commit to it. And that's what Netflix used to do, and that's why I was initially loyal to them.
Yes.
And then they went not bloodthirsty, but it was like a cutthroat. It was like a bloodbath. And I'm just like, just finish what you start, or I mean, give it the college try.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite quotes because I actually find it very relatable. But it's that thing from The Simpsons with Ned's parents. They're like beatniks, and when he was a child, they had a hard time getting him to like behave. And they say to the doctor, they're like, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas.
Yeah.
And that's become one of our things that we quote a lot. And I just think it's so valid. I think there's so many executives that are like, I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. And it's like, because I can't even get started on Disney.
No, let's not.
Yeah.
But it is criminal what is happening in Disney upper management. Like, to the point, like, what they have done to Epcot, I'm at a, like, capital punishment place. Like, someone's head belongs...
Needs to roll.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Are we gonna watch Agatha All Along?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Or
That one I'm watching.
Mistress of Evil or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't 100% know if we'll cover it, but we'll for sure watch it.
I mean, I would say it's on my... It's on my plans too.
Yeah.
But what do we know when we're getting it?
No.
Apparently, Marvel's going to Comic-Con this year. Because remember they've like sat out the last couple years, and because Disney was trying to create their own Comic-Con because remember D24 and all that bullshit.
September 18th.
And I've heard whispers that we could actually get stuff to be excited about from Comic-Con this year, and it would be
believe it when I see it.
it would be nice if that were the case. Would that were true?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. 3 favorite Disney animated villains of Butterflies and Books is Yzma, Ursula, and Maleficent. I think
that's so good.
I think yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
I think change approved.
Well, I think Ursula. The layers in Ursula.
Yeah.
Are so good and so obvious. Yzma, I mean, that's just... I mean, I know she's a villain. I have a hard time quantifying her as a villain.
She's just amazing.
I'm trying to think, because there's got to be...
I like Mother Gothel.
Mother Gothel is very nuanced.
Mm-hmm.
She would have confused me as a child.
Yeah.
Because we just watched it recently.
If bad, why fabulous?
Well, but she uses polite language.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, she'll say something mean, but then she'll be like, I'm just kidding, you know I love you. And it's like, I would just be more susceptible, or I'd be like, if she can't be evil because she says nice things.
Sure.
And she's funny, and...
Welcome to having a narcissistic mother. Because that's how they get you. It's very confusing.
And yeah, I find Tangled is one of my favorites. And like I said, we just rewatched it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I like how mature it is. It's the first one that's rated PG, and it is not just mindless entertainment. It's not babysitter fodder. It's actually very...
What are some characters you believe deserved more material or series regular status from the jump? Ones that come to mind are Lauren from Angel and Fen from The Magicians.
I actually would argue, I think Fen got...
She got a lot.
She got a lot. I'm surprised how much she got.
I could have used more. I definitely agree with Lauren from Angel. I also agree with Tara from Buffy. The fact that she was not added to the cast until her final episode is bullshit.
I can't. I don't understand that. Actually, if you want to keep the Magicians thing, I kind of love Marina.
Yeah, Marina.
I think she ended up being a very fascinating character. Can you hand me my water?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, because I know that there's...
This was a minute ago now, but what Will just said about hearing Husband Will's voice down the hall reminded me of your coverage of that movie, which the title is escaping me, but he yelled something.
Enemy.
It was Enemy, and he was talking about the snakes.
Well,
we were talking about the snakes, and then he screamed from down the... That was in our old house, too.
Yeah, it was Prisoners.
Was it Prisoners?
We did the Jake Gyllenhaal episode.
Yes, that's right.
Who was that?
Of Butterflies and Books.
Oh.
Yeah.
You went back. I was going to say, that was like years ago.
No, I meant a minute ago, like, on the chat, not, like...
Yeah, she went back in the archives.
I think she's been here the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's the scene when Jake Gyllenhaal is at David Dasmalchian's house.
Yeah.
And he's like opening the things, and we keep thinking there's going to be a body.
Yeah.
But then there's snakes in it.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it, and we had been talking for long enough that we had kind of forgotten.
Yeah.
And we just hear Will from down the hall go, yeah, that was fucked up. And it scared us so bad. And you were just like...
To death.
You were like, yeah, do I ever wonder if... Because remember in that movie, David Dasmalchian goes into their house and like steals stuff, and they never find out. And I'm like, have you ever thought about that? Like, you ever wondered, has someone ever been in your house and you never knew about it?
Why would a man be there?
I don't want some man in my house.
Have we got a chance to check out X-Men 97 yet? No.
No, I want to. Is it good?
I've only heard good things about it.
Been, like, losing
Is
their
it
absolute shit.
for adults? Like,
It's
okay.
It's for us.
To watch the 97 cartoon.
I didn't watch it canonically. I watched it when it was on, so it's like I don't really remember plots from the 97 one. Do I need to, or can you go in blind?
You're fine. I'm sure you're fine. I did watch some of the new Roswell show. I liked a lot of it. I didn't think Michael Trevino was very well cast, but...
Was he on the, Vampire Diaries?
Yeah, he was
the werewolf.
Tyler.
Okay, yeah.
But other than that, I did like it quite a lot. I also don't love the guy that cast as Max, who was also on the Vampire Diaries. He was on the originals. He was the werewolf on the originals. And
I just remember Janine from So You Think You Can Dance was on it.
Doppelganger.
Janine was fantastic.
She was?
I loved Janine on the show. And I loved, it took me a minute to come around to the Michael character, the Michael actor, I guess. I'm just like, was like, this is not the same as the one that I loved when I was 15. So it took me a minute, and I didn't love a lot of it at first, but a lot of it grew on me. And especially once they decided Michael was bisexual and he and Alex were in love, and Alex was Caleb from, Pretty Little Liars.
Do we need to watch Roswell?
I mean,
How long did
I ended up really like 5 seasons, 4 or 5 seasons, something like that. So I did end up really liking a lot of it, and then it was one of those things where I just like fell off in between seasons and never finished it. But I did like it. Let's see. Books, comics, or major IP that you would like to see get adapted for the big and small screen. There is a book called The Night Circus, and I would give a leg away.
She wants me to I'm gonna read it.
It's like one of the best books I've read in the last 10 years.
I forget, is it a narrative? Okay.
Yeah. And then also there is a series called A Great and Terrible Beauty.
You love that.
That I read when I was like in my early 20s, and I was full-time obsessed with it, and I think it would make an excellent movie series. It's a trilogy, and when I was reading it, Harry Potter was still like filming and coming out, and I thought Bonnie Wright would have been a really, really good as the main girl. She's much too old now because she's supposed to be like 16. But yeah, I would love those two for sure.
If the landscape for entertainment was different, I would be like, yay, ACOTAR and Throne of Glass and all of that, but now I don't want them to touch it because they'll ruin it.
Yeah.
And
I'm already worried we're not going to get all 8 seasons of Bridgerton.
Yeah.
Normally I would agree with you with that. I doubt we're going to get 8 seasons of it,
well,
but
it is
fucking
multitasking.
Yeah. That's what I think they're going to do because it's such a juggernaut.
Not really though, because that is not Francesca's book.
I know, but this is... We were supposed to get just pollen.
Well,
we were supposed to get pollen, and we didn't get only pollen.
All right, I'm trying this Los Calientes barbacoa sauce.
Ooh, is that smoky?
It is.
I can smell it.
Ooh. Ooh, hell yeah. You want me to dip it for you?
Yes, please.
I like that a lot. Your mom's here.
Is she?
Yeah.
Everybody say hi to my mom.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Teresa. I don't care for
Oh.
that. No.
No? Oh, I liked it.
Nope.
I like it a lot.
Too much smoke.
It tastes like I'm licking a grill. Like a...
Okay. Oh, we are, Terry Lawrence, we are going to be starting to do some videos and Patreon exclusive things specifically about Mythos. I don't know if we want to necessarily get hard into it right now.
What's the question?
Can we hear about it?
I
And
can get
also,
into
there
it.
is currently no pre-order. Nothing's actually, like, written.
I can get into it a little bit.
They hated it. I like it. It's smoky.
Ugh. It's like still.
No.
I mean, it's spicy for me. It's more smoky is the offender for me.
Spice?
Mm-hmm.
It's not super spicy. I
No,
like
Put
it.
it straight on my tongue like a moron. I like it.
Me too.
That's why you're married.
Well, I like spicier stuff than he does.
Yeah, that's like I don't think it's like too spicy or anything, but
Like the
of those
spice
first
of it.
4, it's only the second one that's been
Spicy.
How does Stefan say it?
Well,
Like, New York's new hottest club is
Spicy.
yeah, no.
I'm the only one that's
It's funny.
It's so funny. I just watched it the other day.
Really?
Yeah, I have a handful of them like in my folder for this because it gets referenced so often, and I just was like, oh, I have Stefan in there. It's because I was grabbing chicken chonk.
Oh.
I
didn't
think
have it
this
on.
one's gonna fuck us up. It's Filipino.
I will say the spices
Oh, Stefan.
hit the back of my throat, like the back of my tongue. I can feel tingling, but that's it.
It's
So
tingling, but I like it.
We're laughing.
Oh, you're just still laughing?
Yeah.
No.
That's,
I just wanted to say something, and I was like, it's inappropriate. It's not even
Were you just gonna make a blowjob joke?
I
yeah.
was just gonna be like, stop putting the whole thing in your mouth. Then. It's just not what's happening.
No.
I know what's happening. It's just a joke. I would have said the same thing to you.
I know.
I would have said it out loud.
Yeah,
I know you would have.
No, I was right there with you, but I mean, just teed it up.
Do what?
ooh, that's really strong ranch.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like it? I got it from Publix. It like came with.
That's just really strong ranch.
It's like buttermilk ranch.
So
Films are rated for age appropriateness. Are these ratings effective? And do you believe the rating system is unfair? They are not effective. It is not fair.
Yep.
It is widely critical and more damaging to any kind of queer film or female forward film. It's that's not fair, and they don't work.
well, and also, again, I guess I'm conflicted because
I am not conflicted.
you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm conflicted because I am very angry with Disney at the moment for reasons other than what jackasses like, because Disney has taken on like a synonymous with like woke, get woke, go broke, and all that bullshit, and that's not my issue with Disney. My issue is that like they have so neutered cinema with this, and I'm not anti-Disney and I'm not anti-superhero film,
But it's
but
kind of
everything.
puritanical.
Yeah, it's like we have this watered down PG-13 bullshit where it's the same to bring Rebel Moon up again. The difference between the PG-13 and the R-rated cut is the digital blood. They just render in blood for an R-rated cut.
Well, we're not 100% sure yet because it hasn't come out. But
and so it
Stab myself with a
bobby pin.
fucking bobby pin.
and so it just really it annoys me because we're gonna get this Deadpool movie and they're gonna say fuck. They'll say fuck a handful of times, but that's gonna be it.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pretend like that's somehow
like I don't think he's getting pegged in this
provocative
one
or risque.
again.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. And like I just keep falling back on that whole when Eternals. I mean, they were I don't know how many 28 movies into the MCU before there was a single sex scene.
And it wasn't even very good.
Nope.
And all I can remember is being like, imagine the person who has to explain to a Marvel fan what sex is.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, and even though I do love Marvel and I do prefer the MCU, it's like Wonder Woman is actually a sexy movie.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's not in a way that is inappropriate or alienating to younger people.
Yeah.
And I just like the sexlessness of Hollywood at this point is annoying to me.
I agree.
I did want to say, going back to Mythos though, what was actually the question? He said
Talk about it.
Yeah. Can we hear about your new book you're writing, Mythos? What is it about? When can we order it?
Okay.
Not for quite a
No,
while.
we're not ordered for quite a while. I am still unsure of what specifically the format is. I'm working on the story right now. So the way that I work is I use the program Scrivener, and I write all of my ideas down, and I break them up in between scenes. And so at the moment, I'm just starting, and so it's more of a series of notes, sort of separated by what I think the chapters or scenes will be. I think it is going to end up being a book because, again, we don't have the money to film it, but it is even more visual than Fairytale. And if anyone actually has any experience with Fairytale, Fairytale was very visual. They are not related at all, other than in vibes. My MO for Fairytale was that I took most of the Fairytale stories that you know, and I sort of mashed them together. It's a mashup, remix, reimagining. And so it's like I try to follow the traditional character arcs, but try and find ways to reinterpret it. Not necessarily for a modern audience, because I think there's a lot of times where people modernize things. Like I know there's a version of Cinderella called Cinder where she's a robot, and that's not exactly what I mean, but it's
There's
like
a whole series of them.
I think a lot of folklore and fairy tales and legends and myths, there's sort of an arbitrary quality to it, because storytelling back in the day, 1,000 years ago, was plot-based in a way that storytelling to a modern audience is character-based. We like to understand characters' motivations, and we like to relate to them. And so that's more what I try to do, is I try to take these plots of these crazy things that happened and find ways to turn them into character-based plots. So it's like, I don't think it's going to surprise anybody that Aphrodite is one of the leads and
a blonde bitch,
one of the main characters of Mythos. But it's because I don't think that there's been very many good portrayals of Aphrodite in media. Certainly film and television. Art,
not very
sure.
nuanced.
Well, they're all almost always male fantasy,
They're
like from the
sex
male
kittens,
from a male perspective, because I watched all the cutscenes of God of War, and it's like
the video game.
Yeah. And I do have kind of a thesis statement for Mythos, because Fairytale was very coming of age. It was sort of my way of coping with the fantasies I had as a child, and then having to grow up, and how do I reconcile what my worldview was versus what I'm coming to find it being. And so that's sort of an underlying theme of Fairytale, where Mythos is more gonna be more of a patriarchy thing. It's going to be dealing with taking down the patriarchy. I mean, that's kind of it. But I do imagine it being. I don't think it's going to be modern. I think it's going to be very. It's not going to be in a specific time period. Like it's not going to be in the year like 400 BC. It's going to exist in
like outside of
a world outside of time and space, and it's going to have classical antiquity vibes, but I am not limiting they're gonna wear corsets even though those didn't exist, and it's like it's gonna have more in common with a perfume commercial or a fashion show than it will with Clash of the Titans or Hercules,
God willing.
So but I like the notion of examining human emotions and human interactions with not humans. Like the gods are going to have very human conflicts, but they're going to be gods. And so it's like, it's going to be a reality where Aphrodite and Hephaestus can have an actual couples like fight, and it's going to be more like X-Men than it's going to be, you know, and because that is a scene that takes place in it, is they get into this huge fight and then they have makeup sex, and they literally have makeup sex in like a vat of lava, and it's like very striking. And so and I'm keeping a lot of the roadmaps from classical mythology. So it's like a lot of the plot is going to be familiar to you, but I'm approaching it from a more modern or a more postmodern angle. And there was something I was holding on to. And the first 2/3 are going to of the story are going to be very traditional. It's going to be the stuff you would expect. It's going to be, Trojan War, Hercules, Perseus and Andromeda, Medusa and all that. But the third act is going to be almost entirely original ideas, because Greek mythology kind of never ends. Like, there's no Ragnarok, to my understanding, that takes place with Greek mythology. It just sort of, the Roman Empire came, and then Christianity, and then it just sort of fell off.
Went away.
So I'm actually...
Like the Druids.
I'm actually trying to create an ending. Yeah. And so I do know how it ends, and I'm actually very happy and excited, and I'm having a hard time not just saying how it ends, but...
Don't give it away now.
It's good. It's good, is what I'll say.
We are undecided if we're going to continue with Dawson's Creek. If we do, it'll probably be me and Will. But we'll have to see. We're right now trying to get through a pretty big chunk of Teen Wolf, and I think we're going to do season 3 of True Blood. Yeah. And Once Upon a Time has been on our list since we started doing this. Mm-hmm. So those, I think, are going to be at the top of the list for now. You have watched some Bates Motel, right?
No, I wanted to.
Yeah, we both know that we would like it, and also Hannibal, though I feel like they were out at the same time. I would do
Hannibal
first.
But the problem I have with the shows is that it's just... More recent shows are better because you're not dealing with, like, the 22 episode seasons.
I don't think either of them did.
Yeah, and so those are a little bit easier, but it's hard to take on a show and have to commit to, like, 70 hour-long episodes of a show. And people don't like when you just talk about the first season and then move on to another show. So we do juggle between what we think people want, what we know they want, and then what we want to do. Yeah. And it's not a perfect dance.
No, but I mean, it's largely more fun for us when we're doing what we want to do. So,
because sometimes we can't get it up if we're not interested.
Correct. Yeah.
Saw you shaking the bottle.
Yep.
Trying to watch Cars and keep an eye on you so you don't have to text me every single time.
I can text you every time.
I know, I don't want to be a nuisance though.
Okay, this is Filipino. It's called Diablo Power Jab.
Oh boy.
A punchy mix of Italian, Jamaican, round, and Asian teardrop peppers with powerful aromatics like ginger and garlic. I maybe shouldn't keep reading the description. No, that's the first one I've done. Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to do it first?
I'm gonna eat it regardless.
Ooh. I like the ginger. Let's see a quick little. Oh my god. I like that one.
Spicy.
Yes.
It's spicy.
It is spicy. The ginger, though.
It is spicy.
I like it.
I don't like the ginger.
No? Mm-mm. Oh my god, I love
it. 1-2 down the line called Ginger and Goat. So this one.
Do you not like the salad dressing at, like, Kobe?
That's why I don't like it, is because I want it to taste like that.
Oh.
Okay, that one's spicy.
Yeah. We're halfway.
It took me a minute.
That's half.
Uh-huh.
I was like, well, maybe I'll have another one.
That one is spicy.
Yeah, we're definitely doing more True Blood. season 3. We're gonna probably film it
like next week.
this summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially, we're gonna film it next week. Too spicy? Your milkshake's in the freezer.
Getting there. Building.
It is building.
Good though.
It is spicy.
I like it.
It does
I want to
taste
put so many of these on shrimp.
Mmm.
This would be good on shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking this one, and then also maybe it was this one. Yeah, the fruity one on shrimps.
Oh yeah.
Did I answer the mythos question?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not ramble, but that's what I do. So.
Oh, you're good.
Can you ranch me?
I can ranch you.
That one was spicy, but so far nothing's hurting.
No, it's because they're all nice and flavorful. Well, like I said, this is the one I've come to find come to understand is the worst one. We'll see.
Just made it worse somehow.
Butterflies in the Book says, Kristen, not to add another thing onto your plate, so to speak, but I know you're a big fan of cooking. I have a feeling a lot of your fans would love cooking videos here and there. Hint, hint. We have discussed it.
We would like to do that. We're just not sure.
Yeah.
And we have yet to hit a stretch of time
Where I have time to do that.
Well, it's so much. It's because we don't really have a format. It's like we have, in order to do that, we would have to actually like plan like a girls' night where we discuss like realistically how would we do it.
Yeah.
Would the camera be in here? Would the camera be
It
in
would
there?
have to be
like,
out there.
What specifically is the story being told? Like what specifically is the point? Because you guys have talked about that with makeup, where you've talked about like, because Rachel is trying to become more involved with her own art and like her own personal art. And we tried to come up with like, are there ways we can incorporate a topic or a theme or a pop culture show or movie or something where we can do like a makeover episode or something like, because she has spicy eye makeup.
It's probably hard to see, but I got like sparkles underneath here. So. And I did the yellow blush underneath the orange blush.
Oh, I see it now, yeah.
I love yellow.
Because I would love to try more things, but it's hard to not, when we find ourselves with free time, it's hard to not do the stuff that we already know how to do and already know how it works.
Well, I filmed this, so I have to edit it, so it'll be up on my Instagram probably tomorrow.
We are working more. I finally have taught myself how to make shorts. That was a real hurdle of mine. So we are going to start posting more shorts and reels and TikToks and stuff. And I think we've been discussing it, but I think we are going to start implementing the concept of the monthly sit down episodes.
Well, and we're going to try to do this once a month for the rest of summer. Not necessarily the hot ones, but like the Legos and the
I don't know. I'm enjoying it. I was so afraid of it, and it's not phasing me at all.
No,
so
it's not bad.
Butterflies and Books. I did want to tell you. I remembered a while ago. I think you asked about music, about playlists, and I couldn't remember. I had to stop looking at comments. It was getting too difficult for me to like parse what was important and what wasn't, and like all that stuff. And so if we're not responding sometimes, I apologize. It's not because we don't care. It's just that I don't have the bandwidth to do everything. I have to focus on stuff. But I didn't want to say music is one of my favorite things, and I have playlists. I have a playlist for Fairytale. It's largely the music I was listening to while I was writing it, but a lot of it is music. Like if Fairytale were in a place where it were being produced as a show or a movie, I would give them and be like, use this. Like either verbatim use this or use it to mine as a foundation. And so it's the kind of thing that, as far as I know, you can share playlists. I'm not entirely sure.
You can make them public, and then people can search for them.
But if you're interested in that, I can see if I can find a way to send you links or stuff. Because I'm also working. I'm just starting on a Mythos playlist, and it wasn't an intentional decision of mine, but it's organically having a lot of more classic music, like more 60s, 70s, 80s. The John Lennon and Yoko Ono song "Beautiful Boy" for the montage of Zeus taking lovers.
Oh boy!
Specifically Ganymede,
Yikes.
because that's what's gonna end up being the breaking point for Hera, is Ganymede.
Yeah.
And I imagine, and again, I don't think there's a chance in hell that I'd be able to pull this off. But my inspiration was Jacob Elordi, especially that magazine, that photo shoot he did with the white corset and like the jewelry, and he's on the statue, and I mean that is cupbearer of the gods if you ask me. So yeah, I wanted to say that there are those, and I can see if I can figure out a way to send them to you if you were interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just make them public and then like put it somewhere.
A link,
post it somewhere. Between Dawson's Creek and My So-Called Life, I think Dawson's Creek is better just by virtue of having more seasons. That's not to say I don't think My So-Called Life is fantastic, but I don't think it got enough life.
Did you watch? I thought you hadn't seen it.
No, I watched it years ago. Okay, I will check out this Cook of Castamar show. I can't promise you when, but if it's about food and stuff, I'll watch it for sure.
Is it narrative or reality?
It seems like a narrative. I think they said it's Spanish. And I do love to cook. I do love to eat. So yes. What genre would you consider Yellow Jackets?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I've just binge watched it. I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? It seems supernatural, but then it seems realistic.
It's
like gentle,
thriller.
psychological
thriller. Yeah. It flirts with supernature, but I don't think they've yet to actually pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite things about it, and I don't know if I think they should or which way.
Yeah.
Like I almost feel like I'll be disappointed if they ever
if it goes officially supernatural
or not.
Or
like
both.
I don't want an explanation either way. I think that's what I want.
Just needs to be open-ended.
I love the threat of magic. Oh, that's so much fun.
Yeah. We do have many ways of cooking fettuccine alfredo.
Who asked that?
Butterflies and books.
I've got like 10.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
She said, "Don't you have like 20?" And it was
yeah.
like, there's a lot. Yeah. Have we been watching season 2 of Interview with the Vampire? We actually have not started catching up with it yet.
I started to answer a question. Somebody asked, Dead Boy Detectives. So the issue I have with that is
that was so long ago. Now.
Yeah.
I never answered it. There's a handful of shows that I am that I want to watch, but I know that they would have been good to cover for the show, so I just back burner them. And so it's the kind of thing that I don't know if I should just bite the bullet and just watch it, or if I should be, because I swear to God, like there are some times like at least twice a week where I'll be like, I ought to just film a reaction to Interview with the Vampire.
Season 1 for sure.
Yeah. And I just haven't done it, but I want to. So I guess that's my question is shows like that. Would you be interested in that? Like, would you be, and it's the kind of thing that we would have to put it on the Patreon because for copyright issues.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, we absolutely would like to and want to and are trying to make money doing this, but it's not exactly about that for us. It's just that in order to get away with putting a full episode of something, it has to have comment. Like there's certain things it has to check, and so it's like if I were to watch,
we don't want to get a copyright block.
Strike or block or like any of that stuff. So it's like, if I were to get a wild hair and like next week be like, you know what, I'm gonna film some reactions on my own and watch Dead Boy Detectives or Interview with a Vampire and put it on the Patreon, is that something you guys would even be interested in just conceptually? And that's a question for you guys.
But we would like to start watching it. We just have not actually started yet. At this point, I feel like we're halfway through the season. I'd rather just wait till it's over and binge it.
I'm just so intrigued. I keep seeing the commercials, and I forgot that it was Grey Worm. And again, I'm watching Brad Evans watch Game of Thrones, and I forgot how much I liked Grey Worm.
Yeah.
And so I want to see him do
very good
do something else.
Very, very good.
And it looks glossy in all the ways that I love.
It's beautiful. The production values are good. The guy who plays Lestat, his name is Sam Reed. He is so fucking hot.
I should just
He is
watch
a smoke show. And also, I will say, the Claudia in season 1 is not the same Claudia in season 2. Bailey Bass left.
I was gonna say, didn't we like her?
We did. We liked her a lot, but she left. But I have seen some stuff from season 2, and I think the new Claudia is also quite good. Yeah. Bailey Bass was just like the three of them had such good chemistry.
What was she on? Avatar.
Yeah. She was great, but like for what?
But no, I was gonna say,
Okay, Cook of Casmar is a fictional narrative. Netflix audio translation for Spanish. The voice actors are great. Okay, does it also just have subtitles? Because dubbed
We
stuff
prefer
really
subtitles.
freaks me out. I'm happy to read subtitles. So, I mean, I'll maybe check it out either way, but I would...
Subtitles are not a barrier for us.
I would prefer subtitles. Oh, Interview with the Vampire is greenlit for season 3, according to Creation.
Okay.
Dope. Yeah.
Because I just sent you a meme where it was like, being a vampire is less about the blood sucking and more about the gay theatrics.
Oh my god, totally. Well, so season 2 is a lot of like the vampire theater.
I was gonna say, isn't it?
Europe,
yeah.
Paris, I think, right? Isn't that
Italy.
Right? Is it Italy? I thought
it was Italy in the movie. I thought
Paris.
Paris feels
whatever.
more right.
Thank you, Terry Lawrence. We're proud of us as well for being so close to 10,000 subscribers. We would love that.
Thank you. Yeah.
I remember when you were on your website talking into the void about fairy tales. You have been there since episode 1.
Who?
Terry Lawrence.
Oh my god.
Thank you. That
literally was the first episode.
Truly episode 1 of the podcast.
Holy
and
moly.
That was, what, 7 years ago now?
When I didn't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah. And we weren't even on camera.
The camera part came easier than I thought it would.
Yeah.
It actually, and I don't know if this would be helpful to you guys at all. I think I might have even said it before. But if there's something in your life that you're afraid of, just do it.
Yeah.
I was so afraid of being on camera. It was a part of myself that I did not think I was strong enough to confront, and it was one of the best things I ever did. Mm-hmm. It is a little bit, uncomfortable getting used to.
Well, we've also, I think it helped that, although this feels like inviting trouble, we've gotten shockingly few comments about our physical appearance.
Those don't bother me though. Like that doesn't.
No, but I do feel like that's what a lot of people are like scared about, and we haven't experienced a ton of that.
But yeah, it doing this has been the best thing I've ever done.
No, yeah, it's super fun. I have a great time. Entertainment Lover says, "How long should a movie be? How long is too long?" I love a tight 90 minutes.
She really does. This goes back to the whole medium budget, medium movie thing. I've got no problem with a long... Sorry. I've got no problem with a long movie. I love a long movie. But it started feeling like it needed... It started feeling like every movie had to be $250 million. It had to be, PG-13
minimum.
It had to be, and it.
I'm happy to watch a long movie if I feel like the narrative
what it can
requires
sustain.
it.
Like Dune is long, but it doesn't feel long while you're watching Dune. Oppenheimer I felt every single minute of that movie.
3 hours. Ooh. And similarly with like the last 4 Martin Scorsese movies. Yeah. I can't with that.
Yeah, those I can't.
Especially, so I think it also is, like, I think it's a little bit dependent on genre, where, like, I think it's great when, like, horror movies and comedies are, like...
short.
90 minutes. Mm-hmm. Perfect. I think dramas are allowed to be a little bit longer. I'm here for, like, a 2.5 hour movie. When you start creeping up on 3, and it is the dourest drama that you can imagine, I can't be fucked. Also, like, how can Martin Scorsese be fucked? He's so old.
Right.
How do you have so much time to make this movie? He's been working on it for, like, 5 years. And for so long, we only had that one stupid picture. The only thing I like about that movie is we got Lily Gladstone.
That's it. The only thing about it.
That's it.
No, I actively tell people not to watch
That's one of my favorite moments. It would be good for a TikTok. Because I forget, I think Palm Royale or Feud or something, and you're like, oh, we watched Killers of the Flower Moon, and you just go,
yeah.
And just with your whole chest, you said,
it was not good.
No, I like mass texted people, and I was like, don't do it.
Like, I also just like don't, except for Lily Gladstone, I just don't think it felt like Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro were phoning it in completely.
Yeah, it just was this the whole time. And
that's a jerk off motion. It was kind of a weird.
That and just dead women, indigenous women. We killed one character 3 or 4 times, and I didn't need to see it. I didn't, and it's just like, oh, but we're showing the brutalization of the indigenous people. I'm like, I fucking know.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Literally open any website to tell you about missing indigenous women. I don't need to see it happen. from every different angle.
Yeah, every potentiality. Good to know that there's lots of gay sex in the Cook of Castamar. I'm more excited than ever.
It's such a well, it's a flamboyant title.
Well, so okay, they said
like it feels.
It's a fictional narrative. Takes an episode or two to warm up. Louis XIV. It's like Louis XIV times. So lots of corsets, and then lots of gay sex, lots of flesh and sex. Lots of people looking out windows waiting for people they love who may have been killed on horseback type of thing.
And you said it's foreign, so they'll actually give us sex.
You couldn't be checking more of my boxes. Hi, booty. Favorite Twilight soundtrack?
Eclipse. I saw it and I was like, I'm ready for it. Oh, yeah.
I don't know that I could fully distinguish. I was going to just say the first one.
Yeah, I really only know the first one.
Eclipse is like, there's more of like my synthy sad lesbian shit that I fucking love so much because that's got Likey Lee.
Oh,
it's a possibility.
Sure.
That and then
is that not the one that plays during her like sadness montage?
Yeah,
that's the second one.
That's New Moon. Yeah. You're absolutely correct.
Okay.
All of them.
No. Oh shit. Maybe.
Maybe it's
I
New
think
Moon?
they're tied. I think New Moon and Eclipse are tied for my favorite album.
They're all great.
Yeah.
That talk about a movie series that doesn't deserve its soundtracks.
I'm just blessedly we didn't get all Muse all the time because that's all she
doesn't like Muse
so much.
No, I don't because
I love Muse.
I like them. No, I like some of their stuff. I don't like all of it. But all Stephanie Meyer had on her website, it was just all Muse songs.
I quoted Muse earlier in this stream when I said an economy based on endless growth is unsustainable.
Well, and I also saw them live, and they were not very entertaining live.
Okay.
Kind of boring.
Literally, one of my favorite things I've ever seen is that like Domino's meme where the littlest Domino says like the attacks of 9/11 and the biggest one says like something about Twilight. And I love that kind of shit because it's like, well, this is why Gerard Way wrote, you know, whatchamacallit, and then this, and then Stephanie Meyer has a dream, and like it's so fucking funny. One of Butterflies of Books' favorite podcasts of ours is still the coverage of Haunting of Hill House. Thank you.
Ooh.
We loved doing that.
I've been meaning to, maybe I'll try and do it for Halloween this year. I've been meaning to edit our podcast episode with visuals because we did film a reaction watching it with Rachel.
Lightning shot out of my feet at one point.
I've watched the footage. It's before we had a proper setup,
is
so
it the
we
jump
are
scare?
Yeah, we are just in the living room, just like I'm sitting on the floor with a blanket. But I was gonna try and just pull visuals, like clips from the show, and kind of put together like a multimedia presentation.
Oh, sorry, I'm still stuck on Eclipse. We have that My Love song by Sia during the almost sex scene that we didn't get. So good.
Martin Scorsese is a fallen one to me. Agreed.
What does that mean?
He used to be good, now he's not.
Ooh, that smells.
So Entertainment Lover is Eclipse as well. That Robert Pattinson song, Let Me Sign All Day. All right. This is called Marshall's Whiskey Smoked Goat. It also says Hoat sauce.
Hoat sauce.
Which I find
like it.
very silly. All right. I'm going to let you do this one because they're getting much hotter at this point.
I want to taste it.
Okay.
Oh, it's very vinegary.
Very vinegary? Okay.
It smells vinegary. Okay, I made a mistake.
It says dedicating maker. Oh, it's a lady. Sarah Marshall's dedication to making the most of each ingredient shows in this expertly crafted sauce, featuring fine ingredients like whiskey, white balsamic, and
your eyes are
syrup, plus smoked ghost pepper, which should be kicking in right about now.
Oh yeah.
Is it super hot?
I feel like Bo when we scratch his butt now, he's just going.
So I don't put it right on my tongue. Okay.
It is very vinegary.
I like the vinegar. Okay. It's hot. I'm not upset.
Ooh.
It's good.
I like the vinegar.
Maybe on like a pulled pork sandwich.
Oh yeah.
I like the vinegar.
Just a little bit on a pulled pork sandwich.
I might get another bite of that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm not feeling the heat yet.
No, it'll come.
It'll get
but
you.
I can. There's like an aura in my mouth.
An aura.
It's coming.
No, I dig that quite a lot actually.
I also didn't know about that.
Oh, the cat's in here. I just kicked him.
Nothing's alright.
My bad. It is very vinegary, but I do.
I like the vinegar. Ooh.
No, that on pulled pork or burnt tips
It'd be so good.
Yeah, the previous one was hotter to me. Maybe I just overdid it on the previous one.
And this
It's
one is
definitely
hotter
spicy.
for me.
It's like coating
Well, it is also
more
like
back here.
legally it's hotter.
It's getting spicier.
It builds a little.
Uh-huh.
I dig it though.
Yeah.
And I like that a lady made it. What?
Sandry.
Fuck you. Miss Sandry.
My tongue is tingling.
Yeah.
And the back of my throat's tingling a little bit.
So the ginger one is next. Ginger goat.
I did mess that up.
Ooh, yeah. The more I swallow, the more it hits me right in the back of the throat.
Whew.
Ghost pepper brave. Yes. So, what else do we got? We've got to have something else to like. Yeah, none of the rest of them on the little card say what pepper it is, but.
There was one time, this was years ago, I was drunk, and we had to pull over on the side of the road so I could throw up, and so I was trying to make myself stop, so I was making that noise, and a car full of people, and I told all of the people in the car that they were not allowed to talk, because I needed to focus, so I was literally on the side of the highway going,
Okay, Butterflies and Books. I don't think we will argue about the Cloverfield movies. Did we argue a lot about the Cloverfield movies?
I like the Cloverfield movies.
Yeah. So are we gonna have y'all are we going to have y'all argue over the Cloverfield movies again if you're redoing the podcast episodes? Well, we're not redoing them, but if you might release some with visual aids, but I don't remember us having like a big problem with that. What are some videos we're excited to post on the channel or Patreon? Well, we're going to try to start doing the monthly things on Patreon. I am excited to keep going with Teen Wolf just because I don't want to get asked about it anymore. Although we have not gotten another comment since we released that video.
I'm enjoying doing season 4 of Teen Wolf, but I'm curious to see how it will be received because the format change. Because we're analyzing it versus reacting to it.
Well, we are reacting to it. It's just on the Patreon.
Yeah. But also, I'm curious if the fans will, because I think season 4 is medium, and so I don't know if the fans will like that we're being more critical of it. I mean, I don't think we're being mean or unfair. But
also, Butterflies and Books says that they're sending their positive Pisces energy to you because you're not having a good time with the
sister sign, because I'm a Virgo. Love to see it.
Also, your mom wants some of this.
Okay.
The whiskey goat, right, Teresa? The one we just had? The one that's good on pork? And Gratian is making pulled pork and mac and cheese for dinner right now.
Hey.
Super jealous.
Yummy.
This is our dinner, but as mentioned, we also have a sandwich wheel.
But I was going to say things that I'm excited about. I'm doing a bad job with this.
He can't do two things at once.
I can't.
Kitty cat is still right by
We're going to start doing more reactions for the Patreon.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about that conceptually. Although we filmed our 2 reactions to the Mummy movies, and I'm a little nervous. Well, the first one we had fun with, but the second one was more of us just sort of watching it.
Yeah. It's not as good.
I don't know what I'm doing. There's like a balance, finding the right thing to react to.
Yeah, I agree. I've never seen any of the Final Destination movies, so we're gonna do that as well.
That I'm excited
soonish,
for.
Yeah. Oh, it was the ending we couldn't agree about a character based on their MySpace.
Yeah, because you're wrong.
I think
she's dead. No, you think she's dead.
I think she's dead.
alive.
No,
she's alive.
Fucking dead.
She's alive.
She's dead.
She is not. She logged into her MySpace the day after the event.
And J.J. Abrams is famously really good at character continuity. Let's see. What are our thoughts on the Harry Potter series that is moving forward at HBO Max, especially with everything that happened with She Who Will Not Be Named? Even leaving aside how repugnant she is as a human person, I think it's too soon to do it again.
Agreed.
It's back to the whole, like, what's wrong with Hollywood thing, because, like, just because you know it's going to make money doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Yep.
So, I'm anti. And I also just, like, I feel so bad for the kids that are going to get cast because I just know that they're going to get bullied, just like the little boy who played Anakin, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we've already established how normal people are.
Yeah.
We think that, like, the concept is that we've talked about, I think we actually end up talking about this almost every live, but we think it's a good concept. We think it's a good concept to revisit it and do it maybe more book accurate, but we don't think now's the time.
No, like,
and
yeah.
this is
It
the...
needs another, like, 10 or 15 years, to be honest.
Like, Daniel Radcliffe is, like, barely in his 30s.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, that does not need to be happening right now.
No, and, I mean, every weekend you turn on Bravo or E or Freeform, and one of them is doing a marathon.
Yeah.
So.
But even in addition to that, I don't want, it's never going to stop. She's already got enough money to fund anti-trans rhetoric for many generations, but I don't want her to have any more influence with this.
Yeah.
So, no.
He's just sticking her.
I know, I see her. She's being very pathetic.
Sandy.
She's just a little Velcro dog.
Okay.
You are not causing chaos in the chat by bringing up the Cloverfield thing in which I am clearly right and Will is clearly wrong.
Do a poll.
Okay, you guys let us
Do it
know.
right now.
Do you think that character from Cloverfield that went down in a flaming hunk of helicopter is still alive, or do you think she's dead? Oh, yes, Gratian, I am also still pissed about the forced outing of Kit Connor. Because the fans thought he was queerbaiting by being on, we were just talking about Heartstopper. Christ, yeah.
I tell you what, though, I feel weird saying this because he is so he's so wee, and I am.
I'll say
so
it.
He's an adult. He's so
fucking
good
hot.
looking. Yeah.
Like it, I can't.
I love his little face.
He's so hot.
Because he was young Elton John in the Elton John movie. He's cute.
The good one? That was not Bohemian Rhapsody?
Well, that's Queen, but yeah.
Yeah.
The one that actually had a gay sex scene.
Okay, I fixed it.
Yay! Should we do the next one?
Yes, we should.
Okay.
Oh, the kitty wants out now.
Ginger goat.
Animals! My God!
Why do we put up with them?
Every time you say this, the ginger goat,
Yeah.
it makes me think of that Simpsons bit. This is going to be too hard to explain. So I'm not going to.
Okay.
Fresh mountain goat. That's what I think
Is that a
every
thing?
time. Yeah. They're like, they're trying to win a contest to be the, like, Duff beer spokesperson. And so they're asking them trivia. And so Duff Man...
Is it gingery again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Duff Man is like, Duff beer is brewed with mountain hops and fresh mountain, and the dumb one just goes, goat.
Not worth it.
No. I'm having a hard time today, guys.
Okay, so that's not bad, but I can feel it building.
It's just ginger.
Well.
Oh.
She coming?
Well, she starts and she stops.
Sizzling into the 7th spot with a blend of super hot chilies, Tropic Star will light up your taste buds with a heaping dash of tart mango, citrusy lemongrass, and the subtle sweetness of star anise.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's the brand, I think.
Oh.
Ginger goat is the brand. Tropic Star is the flavor. It's like less spicy.
Yeah.
I feel like
I don't know. The back of my throat's a little bit spicy.
Well,
You're just gonna have more.
maybe. I feel like celebrities might be wusses.
Well, they're doused in it, aren't they? But they're still only taking a little bit.
Yeah, it's like a tossed wing, which I mean, we're not doing that, but I don't think I'm taking like baby like swipes of it.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe if it was, we're probably having about a third the amount of sauce that they would have.
I mean, maybe, but the amount of sauce I feel like doesn't make a difference with the spice level in your mouth.
Also, it's like it is tossed in it, but it's not like dripping.
It's not dripping with sauce. Yeah.
Dipping it in it is definitely a bigger.
I feel like
Yeah.
it's got to be.
That lemongrass is nice.
I like that
I
one.
like it quite a lot.
Yeah,
I'm going back in.
I'd have to eat it slow.
Yeah.
Because it is like definitely building, especially.
I
in,
want to
like,
put
the
this one
middle
on
of the
shrimp
back
too.
of my tongue.
Don't try mystery flavor. It's white chocolate.
It's nasty, and then she just keeps eating it.
Yeah, I like that one.
Me too. Yeah.
I need bag ape.
Bag ape?
What did you call me?
I'm not the Pope. I'm not sure we are going to do Degrassi.
That feels like a lot.
It feels like such an undertaking.
That feels like a lot. Okay, that one's a little spicy.
I can feel it in my throat, but it's still not terrible. Apparently, though, the next one we do is apparently the worst, so we'll see. Are there any movies that the critics have tried to convince you was bad, but it's not that bad? And then it's Entertainment Lover says it's Van Helsing, Power Rangers 2017, and Catwoman, unironically. The only one I agree with you on is Power Rangers 2017.
Well, you haven't watched Van Helsing. We're going to watch it for Halloween this year.
I've seen enough of it. I am going to watch it.
It's not a good movie. The problem with it is that, especially having just watched okay, that one was a little hot. It's hitting me.
It's good, though.
It really didn't. I got it.
I also had two, but
no, I had two as well. I think it's great. I am like shocked at that. I thought I was even gonna be more affected than I am.
You know what? Celebrities aren't really eating.
I was gonna say the same thing.
All they're having is celery juice and like cauliflower.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
You know.
My tongue burns. So we just watched The Mummy. My issue is I think Stephen Sommers is like a George Lucas type, where I think he's like got good ideas and like a good broad, large vision. But I think as a writer and a director, he's not very good.
He can't be doing the day-to-day. It's so
and
bad.
especially watching the second Mummy, there's a lot of very phoned in performances from people that I know are good in other things.
Yeah. And
so I don't think he's a good director. And it's like, but so it's like Van Helsing is like to the gills with interesting ideas.
Yeah.
Because even just, I'm firmly on the record with saying that Gabriella Pascucci is my favorite costume designer, and she did the bride's dresses, and those are three of my favorite dresses in cinema, but they're very strange. Like, it's very odd to have the brides of Dracula in these, like,
slinky,
pastel gauzy, embroidered, like...
Yeah. Okay,
Whew, that one's still hot.
Deep question. Top 3 Britney Spears songs. I'm gonna say anything off Circus. No, sorry.
I mean, Circus
is great. That's not what I meant. Anything off Blackout. Anything off Blackout.
Me Against the Music is one of my favorites.
Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I love that, but that's interesting.
Anything off Blackout. Stronger, because I love the video.
Oh, yeah.
And Don't Let Me Be the Last to Know. I am such a slut for Don't Let Me Be the Last to Know.
Stronger is so, because that's another one of those where it's like I wouldn't know how to say my top 3 favorite, because I'm like, top 3 favorite what? Like top 3 favorite singles, top 3 favorite deep cuts, top 3 favorite songs she's actually written on, top 3 like there's just so many
hard. And there's so
variables.
Many songs.
And then my third one is Drive Me Crazy.
Drive Me Crazy slaps as well.
I don't like Drive Me Crazy. I've never liked Drive Me Crazy.
No, that green.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I think she's never, and I'm gonna say this with my whole chest, and I can already feel you telling me it's Slave for You. I don't think she's ever looked better than in the Stronger video.
Oh no, I agree.
Okay.
No,
But in the next season of Southern Charm, Olivia is wearing a green top that is very reminiscent of that, except it's slinkier.
Okay.
And she looks so hot.
Okay.
So,
so Butterflies and Books says sometimes circus and give me more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solid choices.
I really like Heaven on Earth.
Heaven on Earth is good, yeah.
It's also long. It's
Yeah.
like 5 minutes long, and I love that. I like when she goes into that kind of like dreamy Europop stuff, because one of my favorites, like gets me going, is If I'm Dancing off of Glory. And Glory, I really like If I'm Dancing. I love Man on the Moon. We
are a pro Britney Spears household. So
yeah.
We like most of it.
It's something like Slave for You. I like the song a lot. I love the video, but it's like, it's more so kind of that era. It's more so like what she was doing at that time. And yeah, I'm trying to think. As far as like actual deep cuts or unreleased, Before the Goodbye was always one of my favorites.
Because I always feel like Don't Let Me Be the Last to Know is such a deep cut.
It is.
Like,
it wasn't even on her greatest hits album.
I feel like it's nobody's favorite song, but I love it. And I love the video. I love it. So good. All right, I've got one that's going to make Rachel angry. What are your thoughts on the Practical Magic sequel?
No.
I don't want it. No one asked for it. Keep it to your fucking self. It's just a money grab. We were talking about greed earlier. Yeah. That is greed. We don't need it. It's perfect the way it is.
Well, the worst part is I'm usually... If I genuinely believed that a creator came up with an idea for a Practical Magic sequel, then I would be for it. But I've fallen for that too many times. We've had too many remakes and too many sequels.
I am through putting on my fucking clown makeup. Mm-hmm. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm furious.
I'm just like,
because there was another one too.
So that's
the
one.
way I felt about Hocus Pocus too.
No, but like another current one. They're doing Freaky Friday. No.
Oh yeah.
No.
Why?
No, thank you.
Why? There's nothing else to say.
Because
we're just gonna do it again.
All we're gonna have to do is like, what now? Lindsay Lohan is having a baby, or now Lindsay Lohan's character has like a teenage daughter, and it's gonna be the same fucking thing. No, I'm not interested. No, thank you.
No, we don't need a new story for a new generation. Yeah. We just show the new generation the old stuff.
Just watch the one that exists.
It's good.
It's the angriest that David Fincher has ever made me as a director, when he made the girl with the dragon tattoo, because I was like, this is not necessary. Sweden, where the book is set and was written by a Swedish man, has already done it perfectly. All three of them, all at once. And they didn't change the goddamn ending either. So, I hate it. It's not necessary.
It would be one thing if it was like 2000 or 2001 and Practical Magic 2 came out, because then it would feel like it's a continuation of a story. The author or someone else who had something else to say, we did it. But
it's almost 30 years later.
Well, and so that's what I will say is I believe there's a reality where it could be good, and if that ends up being the case, I will be the first to admit it.
So 100%.
But what I am saying is that I have heard this, I've fallen for this before, and it very rarely works out the way that they say it will.
I'm always a naysayer.
That's how I feel
for stuff like this, and I am very aware about that about myself. And so, if I'm wrong, I would love to be wrong, but I very rarely am I wrong in this instance, and it just reeks of being false.
Because again, I mean,
of a money grab.
I will say that like Nicole Kidman and Sandra Bullock are two actresses who are still very much on top of their game.
I agree.
Yes,
so if it were going to happen, I think this is one of the ones that could. But I'm gonna wait and see before I
suppose I'm glad that they're not trying to just do a remake.
Yeah.
But still.
Why is Faith Hill? Is this Kiss in that? Mm-hmm. Okay. I was like, why am I singing Faith Hill? Cinderella said to Snow White.
Yes, please, and Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter are also living rent-free in our minds. Did you release the one, right? The reaction to Please, Please, Please?
Yes.
Yeah. So
that one, is, if you haven't seen, is on our...
You can watch me see it for the first time.
She loved it.
It was great. What were my thoughts on the Mummy movies? I wrote a paper about how good the romance between Rick and Evie is handled. And will we watch the third one? I might insist on the third one. Just to, I'm kind of a completionist. I liked them. I liked the first one much better.
I
liked them both.
I got hung up on the fact that, and this happens a lot, I think, with like 90s movies and stuff. But I got hung up on the fact that multiple times in the first movie, a supernatural event that would change your understanding of the world happens, and then we just cut to the next day, and they're just like they're just not even acknowledging or
they're
reacting.
Just like eating breakfast and having coffee,
and they're not even like crazy, right? Like that's the one thing that I have the hard time with those types of movies is I'm like, I'm sorry, but you just witnessed. Which one is this?
The worst one.
It looks
the bad one.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm worried that a lot of stuff like stuck in the top of it, and so that's why I'm like trying to shake it so hard.
Maybe that's why it's not spicy. Is because we're
I've shaken all of them. This one is like weirdly thick. This has been the one that's like it keeps feeling like it's getting stuck in the top.
I keep getting whiffs of it. And it's making me afraid.
Try to get a little bit more, so it's like mixed more maybe. Because I also feel like we're not going to want to eat this on anything. I don't feel like it's going to go great with shrimp. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. This is the one I'm.
Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another.
This one I'm the most nervous about.
Should we do it together?
Here,
okay,
yeah,
sure,
let's do it together.
You went for it.
I could smell it as I was pulling away. That's so much!
Girl, you did it.
I made you one.
No thanks.
Here, hold on.
If I do this, it's going to like graze the fucking chicken. Guess we'll see how the eating reaction is.
All right, here we go. This one's called Da Bomb. Okay. The reason it's called Evolution is because they made it with no extracts. It's all natural peppers, which is not always the case.
All right, cheers.
More like tears.
Tastes good. It's good.
It's definitely hot. No, that was chicken hitting the back of my throat, not sauce.
Mine's good.
It's spicy.
Oh, no.
There it is. It's definitely spicy.
Oh, it's in the back. Oh no. Oh no. Is there a cat under me? Okay.
Right here. Oh, I thought you did that piece in.
No, my God. No.
I hate this.
I feel like
Do we want to just rip through the last two?
I feel like Lorraine from Mad TV.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I got the warm spits.
Doesn't smell as hellish as I thought.
I'm crying a little.
My mouth, my lips, it starts drooling on me.
I have the hiccups.
You can put that one away. I'm not having two of that one.
Whew. Whew. It's getting worse.
Oh, it just like flew.
Whew.
Went to go swallow it and it slapped. Oh no! I hate this.
Right.
I don't even really. It's like it's coming. It's coming on my tongue. The worst. It was like starting right here. I could feel like this getting. Sweaty. Oh yeah, it's coming.
I'm not. I'm not voluntarily doing this.
We almost just had a spit take.
Okay. Well, the next one is like 5 times as spicy as that.
But it doesn't taste like it.
Apparently not. But legally, it is almost 5 times as spicy.
I would eat it again. I would eat it again.
The bomb?
Uh-huh.
You're a freak.
No, this is the last one that was fun.
Oh my god.
This is too much. The noise isn't here yet.
Maybe not. It's still.
Okay.
Making noise makes it feel better.
Grayson says the only defense for the Practical Magic sequel is that it is a book. There is a second book.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Does the movie follow the first one?
I guess, yes.
Ooh.
I feel like I should be spitting into a bucket. I don't want to swallow.
Ooh.
This is hilarious.
Ooh.
It's hot, but I'm like
it's hot. I'm mostly over it.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Are you tapping out?
No.
You're gonna do them all?
Yeah.
You're like, I got this far?
We already done.
Yeah.
All of the reactions are like, he's always like, now you're just numb. So the next ones aren't so bad.
Is that the thing? That's what he's like, even though it's hotter?
Whew.
Are we just ripping?
I just want to be finished. I'd like to clear this away and also have maybe a sandwich. I'm a little scared. Did my face redden or was it the two of them? I can't see myself. Am I red? Not really? No.
Will got red.
Well, they can't see Will.
No.
Don't get...
What?
You did it again.
No, I didn't.
You dunked so hard.
You definitely dunked so hard it picked up the thing for a second.
Yeah, that's not...
It kind of tastes like plastic. I don't really like the flavor of that.
It tastes like a pool float.
Yeah!
It was such a Britney broski. That's not something...
I don't get, certainly not yet, I don't get 5 times as spicy.
No, it kind of like, over here, it kind of like punched a little...
It like tastes the way that like those strawberry shortcake dolls smelled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is my husband randomly grabbing food. He doesn't like to be on camera.
I didn't like put myself together. My hair's a mess, and I'm wearing a shirt that you can read.
What's your Nostromo shirt? Yeah. Like that, to me, the spice level on that is basically nothing.
No.
But the flavor is bad. Yeah. I don't care for the flavor on that at all. All right. Let's just do the last one. It's not, but it's not very good, right?
No, not bad.
I actually feel like it's nullifying the bomb spice.
Yeah.
Ugh, I don't care for how this one looks.
Just like sludge.
Kind of.
It's like seriously, the amount of like sweat I can feel like just right here is crazy.
It looks like that burrito that Rex is eating in Desperate Housewives.
That's just like sloppy
loose
bean and
shit
cheese
burrito.
Oh, isn't this the one that they do the double dab? Like they
This is the last dab.
Because all of the ones that are on the plate are tossed. So you're not you're already dabbing. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not into the taste of the previous one.
I don't really like the taste of this one either. Pepper X, now officially the world's hottest chili. It is hot.
No. No.
just don't like the flavors.
Ooh, I might throw up.
Well, excuse yourself. Yeah.
No.
It's hot.
No, the first 8 were flavors
Huh.
were good.
No.
My tongue hurts.
There it is.
My tongue hurts.
Yep.
My tongue hurts. My tongue hurts.
Woo! That one made me cry.
No, it's still happening. It's so hot.
I feel like we are the hubris of man right now.
There's like a spot on my tongue, like the size of like a coin.
It's
And underneath now too.
it's the sides and then up here.
Woo! Yeah. Okay, that one was definitely the hottest for sure.
I feel like I need to go spit.
You can go spit.
I'm gonna go spit.
Go spit.
I don't want to keep it in my
Go,
body.
go spit, girl.
All right. Well, we did it.
Oh my god.
I'm so proud. Everyone did everyone.
I didn't.
Water makes it worse.
I'm not even putting water in my mouth.
We're okay. We might need a minute.
The feed just goes dead.
That was the last you ever saw them.
That one was hot.
Is yours still frozen? Give me a hit. Our milkshakes are well melted, so. We just made Gratian snort macaroni through his nose.
Oh.
You're welcome.
My lips hurt.
Oh god.
This definitely provides like brief relief, but it persists.
I tell you what though, we didn't bitch out.
We did not bitch out.
So.
Woo!
Yeah.
Are my lips bleeding?
No. They are red, but you're not bleeding. Yeah. I should have waited to make the milkshakes till we were closer to the end.
Holy shit.
Because, like, I feel like I just, like, was not feeling, like, a lot from, like, the first 6.
Yeah. These were just enjoyable.
Yeah, these all had really excellent flavor.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, I am glad that we did that. It was fun for me.
Yeah.
Not so much for Will.
Just that last one. That's the only one that's even come close to that Cinco where the fucking jalapeno blew up in the...
It was a habanero.
Oh.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Jalapeno.
Yeah, jalapeno.
Oh my god.
The air hurts.
Uh-huh.
I liked it. I'm glad we did that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was fun. It's a couple of good ones.
I want to put all of these ones on shrimp, except for this one, which I want to put on a barbecue sandwich. And I don't want anything to do with the buffalo.
I just want to take a can of Coke, like a cold one, and just go,
We
and
got
just,
some.
Like, wrap my mouth around the can.
You're welcome to it.
Put that on your Tinder profile.
Yeah.
Am I drooling?
I don't think so.
Woo.
I don't know if we do. I'm sure we have yogurt. We have, like, Greek yogurt. It's fading for me.
It's fading.
Yeah.
Might just go get like a scoop of the ice cream and just eat the ice cream.
I don't think we're going to start doing mukbang videos, but this is probably as close as you'll get.
Oh, Jesus.
Gracia's very proud of us. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I didn't think I was going to do it all. So I guess I do have a pretty decent tolerance.
Yeah.
Oh.
I liked most of them. Oh, I don't have any of the ingredients for a mango lassi, Teresa, or I would. That's why I made milkshakes, but they melted. It doesn't hurt though. Oh, you're done, but yeah. The creaminess.
Oh no! Oh, there was something left over, and it just went right. Oh no!
There's more ice cream if you just want ice cream.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. Oh no!
All right. I'm very proud of us.
Next time we're gonna do ayahuasca.
No. First of all, it's disrespectful to not do it there. I can see how my belly might feel bad later. We'll see. Maybe I'll have some dry toast for breakfast. All right. I think I'm gonna adios these dirty dishes. Are you good for now, or do you want to keep the ranch?
I wish we had a plate to put these on.
I can get a plate.
It's not for you, it's for me.
Here, wait. Just want to clean up the table a little.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can also take these. Oh yeah, do you want to grab that? I wish we had a little, like, the feed will return shortly. Make an image. Oop, shit. No, good.
My lips hurt really bad.
You're fine. Yeah, you gotta wait. Will you hand me the last three?
Whew.
Are we still on?
We'll be back in a second. Hold on.
No chicken for these.
Yeah, we're gonna pause for a second. How do we do that?
Pull up OBS.
Uh-huh. We'll be right back, guys.
And then over on the far left where it says waiting. Just a little bit farther. Yeah, right below scene. Yep, right there. And then you can change that text. Where it says soon. Like just right click or control click. And then properties at the bottom. And then just change the text in the box. BRB dying of burned mouth. Mine's getting better. The worst of it right now is actually the top of my mouth, my palate.
I'm like mostly back to normal.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Holly said that A Quiet Place was the best of all three.
Yeah, I watched a little review of it, and he was like, it delivered on exactly what it said it was going to deliver on in a good way. Hot lips.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to try them all. It's still not like my preferred way of having food.
No, I mean...
If I was eating them faster, it would have filled up more.
Yeah.
But...
No, I like...
Blowing through those last three of the hottest ones was... No, obviously it wasn't great, but it wasn't the worst thing on earth.
Will you hand me the chapstick that's in the tape?
Ginger!
She's just standing right there with her stupid little face poked over the threshold.
Hey, stop being a baby.
Oh, it was better. Now it still burns.
Hey, babe. Yeah. Can you check the mail for me?
Ugh, I can still smell it. Ugh.
Sure, I've got a bottle on the door. Okay. Yeah. Do you want a glass or do you want one of my, Either way is fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm okay.
Okay. Everyone's very worried.
Why are they worried?
Butterflies in the book said, "Will you good?" And I said, "We're just taking a little breather. BRB." Gratian said, "We're real ones for this." Someone said we need a fainting couch.
Okay. Our mics are
still
yeah.
on.
I was gonna say our mics are still on, aren't they?
Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. Now that we're not torturing ourselves, I got the next 2 bags.
Okay.
For you. Yeah, you can go back whenever you want. Just
I was waiting for Rachel, but
again. She's gonna have to feed the cat in 15 minutes, so.
Whew, okay, I'm feeling better.
Now, I'm gonna have to get up again in 15 minutes anyway.
We're back and better than ever.
I feel good. I'm surprised. I didn't think I was going to be able to do all of it. But
I was gonna do it no matter how much it hurt.
Mostly same for me as well. My ribs hurt though.
From like
currently
hiccuping or whatever.
Well, I wasn't hiccuping. I was laughing.
I was hiccuping. And that surprised me.
Ooh, now that Riverdale has ended, do you guys have a strong I think that's a typo. Do we have things you liked about the show and things you wish were done a little better? It was fun watching the last season with you two. I think I wish that somewhere in the middle they had more of an idea of where they were going.
Yeah.
But I do just think they stuck the landing absolutely beautifully, so that if I ever do decide to go back and watch the show in its entirety again, I'll know that I'm looking forward to something amazing.
I think that's probably going to go down in the books for me as one of my favorite last seasons and series finales, because I find it somewhat remarkable how the show was able to have it all.
Yeah.
They were able to do everything that they set out to do. And yeah, there were things that didn't work, but there's just something considering that they launched the show as like an edgy postmodern noir
Twin
Peaks.
Yeah.
To end it with such a straightforward interpretation of the source material.
Yeah.
It's almost like they did the reverse of what a show would normally do.
Sure. Yeah.
Usually shows, start where you think they're going to and then get weirder. And I mean, it definitely did get weirder. And there are things that because I still feel like the trash bind killer.
Well, TBK is a real killer.
Yeah.
It was the trash bag killer on Riverdale.
BTK.
That's Billy
Yes.
the Kid.
No.
Fine. Okay. One of the killers, I feel like at least one, if not two separate killers, were just dismissed on the show in a way that I was like, "Are we done with them?" And you were like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I had no memory of it." So that
you're
kind of
So BTK is the real one and that's from Kansas because it was happening when Will's mom was at Kansas State.
Because it was bind, torture, kill.
Yeah, but TBK is the trash bag killer from Riverdale. And that's not real.
But no, I think history is going to be kind to it. I think that a lot of people, especially young people who thought the show was for them or meant to be for them,
We're wrong.
and didn't understand what it was, took it seriously and thought it was trying to be serious and not.
At no point is Riverdale actually cringe. It's like every choice was made deliberately.
Yeah.
Yes, Reggie should have been. I don't. What's Truvant? What is that? Was that part of it? I don't
know what that means.
Do you mean they should have been a part of the polycule at the end with the Veronica, Betty, Archie, and Jughead? It's not technically a full polycule because Archie and Jughead never did anything. They were just like trading girlfriends. That doesn't count. I want 2 boyfriends. I want my boyfriends to be boyfriends.
What is that from?
It was just like a sound on TikTok. But it's true. About like so many TV shows. Yeah. Okay, yes. Then I could get behind that with Reggie being a part of that. That was Gratian who suggested that. I don't know what she's...
I was going to say, it'd be sweet if that...
She just won't settle when we're in here and she can't get to us. I guess I sort of don't mind if she comes in now that the chicken's gone.
Yeah, she can come in now if she'll stop.
If you guys want to see a Gingy snoot.
Gingy snoot.
You gotta behave. Come on.
Such a baby. Baby. Nobody dropped chicken on the floor.
You guys were making all these noises and I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it was just us eating chicken.
Give us a thumb down.
Why do we have a thumbs down? Is it because I'm calling the... I bet it was your mom. Because I'm calling the dog a baby. She is a baby.
I know we can do thumbs up or thumbs down on live.
Yeah, there's like a little emoji thing. Holly says, my man did good.
Oh, yeah?
In A Quiet Place, yeah.
Does the cat make it?
I don't know. I can ask her.
Should ask her. Because it's very upsetting to watch Lupita run with this cat hanging with its head out of the tote bag.
So I got on an algorithm this morning of, like, them doing press. Joseph Quinn and her doing press. And I couldn't... He made a couple of comments about the cat and like filming with the cat, and I couldn't decide if they were pro or con filming with the cat.
Okay.
So like that cat might have been a menace.
I was gonna say
set.
cats can be difficult.
The cat lives.
Okay.
Well, don't spoil it on
Oh no!
camera.
Sorry.
Is someone really like wanting to not be spoiled on whether or not an animal survives?
There's probably a couple
Don't
tense
talk about a
moments
movie
with
that
it,
just came out.
I actually didn't even know it was out yet. Cindy, what you doing? Oh boy. Do you have a favorite director? I love Danny Boyle. Gosh. Greta Gerwig.
Yes.
Yeah. Also very good.
I don't think I've seen anything else of the Daniels, but what they did.
Hello?
Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I have not watched the Lupita Hot Ones yet. I saw parts of it, like when she starts crying. Apparently, she says she talks about the cat on the Hot Ones.
I didn't watch the beginning part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I like a lot of directors. I do, despite what I said earlier about the girl with the dragon tattoo, I do really like David Fincher a lot.
I really like Sofia Coppola.
Yes, also yes. Where did she go? Oh, right here. Oh my goodness. Look at the snoot. Hi, Snoot.
I'm trying to think who else.
I mean, in recent years it's fallen off, but I like a lot of the early Tarantino stuff.
She had paused.
Oh.
And didn't know it, so she was like, "Are you guys coming back?"
Oh.
I have liked every single thing Mike Flanagan's done.
Yes, that's a good one. Really good one.
And there's a handful
The cat's name is Frodo.
There's a handful of directors, like music video directors, that I like Floria Sigmundi is one of my favorites. And she's done some of my favorite episodes of television, and she did do a movie, speaking of Mike Flanagan. She did the film version of the Turning of the Screw.
Oh, the one with Finn Wolfhard, yeah.
It was not very good.
That's too bad.
And especially watching it after I watched Bly Manor. But I would like to see more from her or people of that ilk.
Sure, yeah. Well, Tarsem as well, because The Fall is one of our very favorite movies.
The Fall is my second favorite movie of all time.
Yeah. Entertainment Lover says, since we suggested The Magicians and it has become one of their favorite shows, are there any other shows we'd like to recommend? I mean, so many. Are you watching Yellow Jackets? Because you could catch up on Yellow Jackets before season 3 comes out.
You've got plenty of time.
They just started filming like 2 weeks ago. As we just talked about, all of the Mike Flanagan TV shows are great.
They are intense.
They are intense. They're very intense. If you haven't watched them yet.
And he will kill an animal. However, we've always found it to be thematically justified.
Yeah, it's relevant.
The
and
story earns
yeah.
it. But I've only seen that scene of Midnight Mass once. I have not watched it again.
The dog scene? Yeah.
I still haven't seen it.
It's tough.
I'm trying to think.
Ooh. I guess all of us, but I suspect this is more focused at me. If I had control over the direction of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, what would I do with it? I thought you'd never ask. I would... Spoilers for the end of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I would pick up after the finale, and then I would make almost like an anthology series where every season I went to a different Slayer. I would not just remake Buffy, because I don't think that's necessary. And if I had my way completely, Sarah Michelle Gellar would pop in for...
I was going to say, I just want to see a grizzled...
and finale.
I want to see a grizzled Buffy with a also road-worn Dawn show up and do... Because Dawn feels like she could learn a lot in the interim.
In the comics, Dawn's keenness comes into play. Like, it starts kind of like... manifesting things. She turns into a giant.
I was gonna say, isn't she a centaur at one point?
Yeah, there's like a lot of in season 8. There's like a lot of weird stuff. They like throw a lot at the, but then she starts disappearing at one point. Because they like get rid of like, I feel like they like get rid of supernatural, like all supernatural entities or something. It's interesting. But that is what I would do. Is I would not remake it. I would do a continuation. I don't think it needs a reboot, and I don't think it needs a remake. I think it needs a continuation.
I'm still thinking about Entertainment Lover was who asked about shows, because that's a good question, and I wish I had something, because I have kind of my like preloaded brilliant but canceled spiel ready to go. Something that I bring up frequently, because I really enjoyed it, but there's not a market for it, is I really liked the 3rd season of Channel Zero. I really liked Butcher's Block with Holland Roden, and I would love to watch it and or cover it, but I just don't know in what reality that would be worth doing, because I know for a fact Rachel won't watch it. You would.
I would. Yeah.
But it's like it's not well known enough to warrant devoting that much time to, and I don't even know. It might be one of those that's on Shudder, or like it might be one of those that actually is easy to find. Yeah. But it was very interesting. I really enjoyed it. It had some fantastic performances.
It was like cannibal adjacent, right?
Yes. Because Krisha, I think that's her name. Mm-hmm. She was really good in it. She was really interesting in it. Yeah. And I'm trying to think, because there's got to be something else that I'm trying to think of something that
I really like this most recent season of Upload.
Oh yeah. Did you finish Upload?
Rachel watched season 3 of Upload.
It's over, right?
I don't know.
I don't think that it didn't finish like it was finished.
We watched the new season's coming soon, I think. That show Shrinking last year with Jason Segel and Harrison Ford. That was really good. Like, really, really excellent. And Kristen Miller, she's so funny in it. If you guys are talking about crossovers for Buffy, then yes. If I could control the way that Buffy happened when it was on, yes, the crossovers would be better. Between Buffy and Angel, they'd be way better.
Would there be ones?
There would be ones.
That was always my issue.
In case you want to hear me talk about this ad nauseum with our friend Trevor, and you don't know yet, we have a podcast called Another Buffy Podcast. There is a link on our website. You can also find it just anywhere that you listen to podcasts, and we talk about that a lot ever since we got into
Angel.
The Angel part of it as well. Every time there is a crossover, which there are no more at this point because Buffy switched networks at the time, we talked about it quite a lot because it's very frustrating to both of us where and when and how they do the crossovers, because there seems to be no rhyme or reason for it, and it's like as if the people who wrote Angel never watched the TV show Buffy, because every time she's on Angel, the characterization is bad and wrong. So yeah. Oh, thank you, of Butterflies and Books. You love our podcast. I love our podcast too. It's very fun. It's very fun to record. I love listening to it because we're so far ahead of where we are that like by the time the episode comes out, I've completely forgotten what I've said. So it's like fun for me. It's like I'm going back in time.
I'm on the Once More with Feeling episode.
Oh, nice.
No.
Oh, you are like and then I was like, wait a minute, we haven't released that yet. So yes, Will is a guest on Once More with Feeling. That'll be out next year. Or maybe the end of this year. I don't know how far ahead we are now. And then we have a friend who runs a Spike and Buffy fanfic archive, and she's been on a handful of episodes. She's going to be on the third one in like 4 weeks. Yeah. So right now we're releasing season 5 of Buffy, season 2 of Angel, if you want to catch up.
The most recent Buffy episode was the one that Holly was on. The second time.
Yes.
Her favorite episode. Her second favorite episode.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the most recent Buffy. The Angel was the one called Dead End. Yeah. That just came out on Tuesday. Okay, Gratian, I see you. But one of those characters had to die.
What?
He said not kill off Anya or Tara or a third character that I'm not sure Will knows that they die.
Oh, okay.
That one makes me the most angry.
Yes, yeah, that one.
Just because of the treatment of it.
100%. I think Tara had to die.
I would argue, based on what I know, I would argue the same, and also because I think I'm not an expert on the lore in the way that you are, but what I understand about her being like an innocent, yeah. I think that's a valuable trope. That's a valuable archetype, and you sort of on shows that can do so much with magic and where death can be so trivial, I think you need
stakes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people have to die.
Also, I like that she was used as a vessel at the end, for like a conduit for the messages that needed to come across. I thought that was really nice, and I think that's perfect for her because she was more pure.
Well, what are you talking about?
Well, because now I'm second guessing myself.
Yeah,
she's not specifically because Amber Benson was like, because they were gonna do it in season 7 when it was the first. It was instead of Cassie speaking to Willow, it was going to be Tara, but Amber Benson was like, absolutely not. She would never be corrupted in that way. Mm-hmm. She doesn't ever.
Did she not come back?
No, never.
And that's the point I was making.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never mind.
But I mean, she throughout the show, she is kind of a conduit and a messenger because she's always like in the dreams and stuff.
That's more so what like when she's speaking for the first Slayer.
Yes. Yeah.
She is the inspiration behind one of the characters in Fairytale.
Which one?
Carmine.
Oh, sure. Yes, the episode where Christian Kane leaves Angel is the one that we just released on Tuesday. So the next one, let's see. This coming Tuesday's episode will be So if Holly was on for intervention, it's going to be Tough Love, the one where Tara gets brain sucked. Oh, gosh, no. We have not yet gotten a chance to watch Pretty Little Liars Summer School.
It's one I'm saving.
It's there.
Going in that pile with...
We know it's there.
Interview with a Vampire.
We want to watch it because we actually ended up having such a time.
So let me ask you guys this. Because it's something that we spend a lot of time discussing and debating because I love having the reactions. Is that the kind of thing that you want a reaction for? Or would you rather us just sort of watch it on our own and then talk about it once it's over?
Yeah. Because, I mean, we're cool to do whatever.
I'll do either.
Yeah.
And it feels like a reaction-y show because that's my other issue, and that's what I meant with the Mummy Returns is because I know for a fact that, like, we just mostly watch it, where it's like Pretty Little Liars, that's a show that we reacted to. Yeah. Like, that show was absurd.
The way I groaned when she gave her baby to Arya and Ezra on the finale. But yeah, I'm happy. Again, though, it's like the editing the reactions is the problem.
Well,
Filming them is not a problem.
Yeah, I would just do it the unedited for the Patreon because.
So yeah, I mean, then I'm fine to do it how we're doing Teen Wolf, like how we do most of the shows. Creation loves reactions.
Is it over or is it still airing?
That I don't know.
And is that something you want? Because that's one of the ones that I would fast track. Like, maybe wait till it's done and then do it?
Well, it started in May, so I feel like it must be done. Yeah, 8 episodes. The last one aired last Thursday.
Okay.
So it's over, looks like. I feel like I would have to rewatch season 1, because I hardly remember anything that happened.
I remember so much of it, actually.
I remember it was like their moms were shitty, so they were killing the girls, which is like, for me, I was like, that's so contrary to like the original A, because that was like, you were shitty, so I'm gonna kill you. Not like the sins of the mother.
This is like hard to see on even in person. It's a little hard because it's just all black.
It's cool,
but
though.
it's stunning.
Yeah.
It is so striking.
Yeah. I think we probably would collect more physical media, except for nobody releases it anymore. That's Entertainment Lover asking if we collect physical media.
I do.
It does depend on the movie or TV show. For me, for sure. I haven't bought a DVD in years.
Yeah, if something's important to me, I buy it.
Yeah.
I still need to buy Barbie. I haven't done that yet.
Oh, wow.
Also, I don't want to say anything too with too many implications, but we sing the Yo Ho song a lot in this house. So, no, we're not buying physical media. Oh, I didn't realize Interview with the Vampire was over. Was it a short season as well? I feel like it just started. It does have a season 3. Okay, the last one is tomorrow. Episode 8 of Interview with the Vampires tomorrow. Okay, that's helpful. Kristen, I can still hear the way you screamed when Will suggested Arya and Ezra may make a return on the show. I can't. I mean, I love Lucy Hale. I would be fine with that, but I don't want to see them together. I don't want Ezra. No, thank you. Butterflies the Books is cool. The solo review reaction to the new PLL season, whatever we have the time or interest in doing. And again, we should really watch X-Men 97. It had no business being so good, and you really need to have watched the original series.
You do?
Oh, wait, no. He just deleted it. I prefer a character-driven story. Do you prefer character or plot? Character, I think.
Typically, yeah. But it can go.
I mean, it sort of depends. Yeah. I mean, I like there to be a plot, but I don't know. I was talking about this the other day because I think it's really fun how the different ways that people like absorb media, because when I watch movies, I am very much there for the acting. So that's kind of why I like a character driven, because I think that an actor can make a character or a story interesting even if the like writing isn't necessarily there.
What we were just talking.
We were.
Why were we just talking about that?
Well, because we were talking
about. Is it
about
House of the Dragon?
Well, sort of, but we were
well, because
talking
we were talking about
about
Alicent, and
music
I was like,
yesterday too.
I think Olivia elevates the material.
Oh yeah.
Because I think Alicent is pretty thinly written, considering that she's meant to be half of a.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Gratian says you don't have to have watched the original series of X-Men 97. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I think Rachel and I both also agree that we wish Outlander had been a little more interesting the last few seasons. The first few are like so good, but also Rachel had such a hard time with she quit. She like didn't finish the most recent book. It's got the best title too.
Yep.
What's the title?
Go tell the bees that I am gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just even in the books when they get to America, it's just not exciting anymore. And I do I feel bad saying that? I don't know. But it just is not.
America is mediocre in general.
American history was always my least favorite history in school and everything. And I really wanted to keep going because I love this series, but it just was like she was talking about the minutia of building a home for like chapter upon chapter, and I'm like, I can't do this.
It's like,
and it's like this thick
it's
too,
so long.
teeny tiny type, and I just can't do it.
Sean's not here, is he? I was gonna say you guys should go off on your reality TV.
Oh my god, we can get into
you guys have
been. So I want to keep talking about Outlander for a second, because me asked if the Outlander books are worth it.
Oh,
I think a lot of them are. Like the first 6.
Yeah.
I want to say like the first 6 Outlander books are worth it, and then like that's where I kind of like trailed off. So like where the show is now is beyond where I quit reading the books, because I like also I like spent so long in between reading some of them that I like felt like I had to go back and start over again at the beginning, and I just like couldn't do it. So but yeah, I think they're worth it for the most part.
They're really good. For a long time, those were like my like feed me books, and so I had a hard time when I was done with the series because I loved those characters so much. But I couldn't even get it up in this most recent one, and it just wasn't worth it. I don't know.
Yeah, I generally agree. And I would also love a Lord John series now as well, because I love the actor and I love the character, and I always want to know what he's up to in the meantime. Fell out of watching Outlander around, I believe, season 6. Should I get back into it? I mean, I think, season 7 was just so much sexual assault.
Yeah.
Just like one after another, and like brutally assaulting Claire, which I hate. But the first half of season 8 was good, or was that season 7?
I don't know.
But the first half of whatever season is happening now,
I think that's season 8.
was pretty good.
We're gonna have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of it, and then the second half doesn't even come back until November.
Yeah, that was a writer strike issue.
What happened with the Nevers? Is that still on?
No, it got canceled.
No, it got canceled.
It got their season 2 or the second half of season 1 or whatever they were calling it, and then it got canceled. And that was a victim of Joss Whedon's
I'm bummed
idiocy.
I really liked it.
So then, actually, I have a question. So we should finish Teen Wolf this season 4 this week tomorrow. Yeah. And then we're gonna do True Blood season 3.
Yeah.
And then I want to start Once Upon a Time this summer. So in between True Blood season 3 and Once Upon a Time,
Pretty Little Liars.
What do they want us to do? Pretty Little Liars?
Well, because I will rewatch Interview with the Vampire if you want.
I'll watch the first. I'm thinking about watching the first season myself because I just want to see if that's something I can do.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say that because the other ones that we've talked about were Queen Charlotte.
That feels fallish.
Do you think that feels
like
a
fall?
Okay. And or Dead Boy Detectives.
Maybe that.
Ask. What do you guys think?
I can hear you. Oh my god, totally. Gratian said, who hasn't been sexually assaulted in that family now? Nobody. They all have.
No, they don't have.
Jemmy, hopefully, although he's with that strange man traveling through time right now. Who fucking knows? So the baby girl, the little baby girl.
That doesn't happen. Jemmy is...
I know it doesn't happen. In the book. Who knows about the TV show?
I would hope that they would not do that.
I agree. I don't think they're going to.
I completely forgot that's what we were, so thanks for that.
Yeah. But they definitely all have, all three of them. Brianna and...
The little yellow ones are so satisfying to look at.
Yeah.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Gratian says Dead Boy Detectives. We can maybe put a poll on the community page, too, so for everybody who's not here with
That's
us.
another thing is I want to start, in spite of what I said about the comments stuff, I do want to start doing more interactive stuff because I know how much people love clicking buttons.
Yeah.
But I just have a hard time thinking of things.
I can
But
just
it's
start doing it.
Just start doing polls.
Okay, sure. I'll do it.
This makes me nervous.
Why? Because it's a flat piece?
Yeah, I shouldn't have a piece this size left over. Ah, that's where it goes.
Entertainment Lover says, when you are developing your book, do you develop the plotting of the story or figuring out who your characters are first? And what's the difference from writing fairy tale to writing mythos? I don't know if we can accurately describe how much we are not actively writing it yet. So, like, I know you're writing down, like, stuff, but, like, there's no prose yet. Is that helpful? Because, like, you are trying to nail down, like, the outline and when things happen in the plot.
So, my process is I tend to... Most of these ideas, I've had some form, some iteration of them my whole life. Like, I've known that I wanted to be in film and TV since I was 6 or 7. And when I was in middle school, I would watch Hercules and Xena. And so I would daydream about what my version of Hercules and or Xena would be. And so that's where the roots of my beliefs and opinions and thoughts about Greek mythology stem back to. But when it comes time, like specifically Fairytale, I remember having the desire to want to create something. And I've told this story before, but I was kind of inspired by the TV show Heroes, where I was like, I had just watched the first season, and I was like, I love an ensemble that has to come together to fight for something, and I want to make that myself. And I work best when I have a base, like I have something to... like a pre-existing idea, because I do have one project that I'm working on. It's called Rest Stop, and it is a unique story. However, it is steeped in folklore and religion, science, and folklore. But going back to Fairytale, I just knew that I could rely on public domain characters and stories as like a basis. And basically is what I do is I just listen to music and my brain just wanders, and it's usually some form of, it's like a trailer or a music video in my head. I'll get a series of like scenes or images, and then from there I just start connecting dots. And so it's like with Fairytale, I knew I wanted a funeral. I knew I was going to have a witch. I knew I was going to have... And the funniest thing is actually one of my first ideas for Fairytale, it was a landslide, and that ended up not making it into the final product. But almost always, if I have a very clear image... It's sort of like a GIF, or sort of, it's usually movement. It's not like a static picture, but I have a visual. And if I have a very clear visual, it's because it belongs somewhere in the story. And it's funny because so then it's like putting together a puzzle, and it's like, I start picking my characters and I start just sort of feeling them out. And it is a little bit like, it's a little bit like when if you ever see like TV shows with mediums or psychics or whatever, when they talk about spirit guides and stuff, like I'll just sort of ask myself, who is this person, and I just wait for what I hear or what I see.
Your higher self.
Butterflies and Books says it sounds more like an outlining / event plotting.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know if that's like the technical term, but I was gonna say, but that's for a lot of when we were writing Fairytale, like most of the chapters, there is some sort of like it's like based around an event, and it's like getting to that event and then the aftermath.
And usually those events are inspired. Like I said, I'll be listening to music and I'll see sort of like an event. And the other thing is I think about things that I like or want to see in the world, or just like again, growing up, I really like Greek mythology, and for obvious reasons, I really resonated with Aphrodite, and I was always annoyed because I feel like and I mean, I understand how, but I feel like Athena always got overrepresented in media and stuff. And also, again, they don't do a very good job. And I never liked Athena when I was growing up because I thought she was annoying. But one of my linchpins was the Medusa story, because ever since I was a child, it always rubbed me the wrong way that Athena punished Medusa that way.
Yeah.
And it's that talking point has come into the mainstream, and I'm a little bit bummed about it because I'm like, oh God, I had that idea when I was 13. But in my mind, I'm like, Athena's a bitch.
Yeah.
And so
she's also like steeped in internalized misogyny.
And so that's where my take started to, ironically, because it was similarly with Fairytale with Snow White, because I started with Snow White because I never liked Disney's Snow White. So I was like, well, then let me create a version of Snow White that I do like. And so I sort of picked a character that I didn't really care about, like Athena, and I started building something around her where I'm like, imagine a female misogynist, like a woman who's made it in the men's club and the boys' club, and the things that she's willing to do and to get her status, and how I thought that was a more interesting take.
There's somebody on TikTok I can show you.
And
is it Pearl?
Yeah.
And so
Pearl sucks.
She does.
I guess I don't know.
I'll show you her.
Oh.
Yeah. She is all of those things, and the men still don't want her. And she's not it. She doesn't know that.
Yeah.
But she's like...
She's such a pick-me, but the men are like, ew, no.
Yeah.
Well, and so without going, into it too much, I've said this before, and I'll probably say it again, but ultimately that's sort of what the crux of mythos ends up being, is the dynamic and the dichotomy between Aphrodite, Athena, and Hera, and how these three women that represent three types of femininity are frequently pitted against each other and positioned against each other. And my Athena is a complex character, and spoilers, she has an arc. I mean, she does a lot of questionable things, and she does come around the other side. I don't think that that's going to shock anybody. But
she is not like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Gratian. No.
She's
that's indefensible.
Yeah. If we're going there, she's more Megyn Kelly than she is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fucking demon.
Yeah. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
So a Butterflies book said, I was asking if that is part of your process, knowing the points and events that you want to happen, and you build around that kind of. Yes. Yeah.
And then it does become a logic game, because once I've established enough rules and enough, like, I'm like, okay, so I've got this, and this. How can I make it work given the stuff that I've already put into motion?
Yeah.
And that's the part that makes it fun. So I hope that answered the question.
Dingy, what are you doing? Just standing under the table. Dingy.
I'm excited for this bag.
Now that I started calling her, she went the other direction. What a brat. Why? Why are you excited for this one?
Because there's more lava.
Oh.
It's all the yellow.
Yay.
Well, remember I said I kept wanting to eat them because they look like candy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. This little face.
My insides hurt.
Really? I feel fine.
No, my insides hurt. Well, I also had a lot of dairy. All at once.
Yeah. We can see her little face. We can see the little face. Gingy's little face is on camera. The little back of her head.
Most beautiful girl in the world.
Did you want to play with any of it?
Sure.
Who's that beautiful girl? You do it so much better.
Could she be any cuter? Entertainment Lover says the office space has changed so much over the past few years. What's been your favorite addition to the office? I think it's about to be this.
This is about to become the new centerpiece.
And then they said they're sad that the Riverdale poster is gone. Kind of same.
It's my favorite.
Your American Girl doll.
Girl doll, yeah.
The book at Pizza Party, if I'm being honest, is my actual favorite.
You got her that.
I
right?
got her that for Christmas. I got her an American Girl doll Pizza Hut bucket. Yeah. I don't know if you can see.
Because I was a book it kid.
I just enjoy sort of designing the stuff. Like I don't have a very specific favorite. Yeah, Rachel. So have you told them the story behind that doll?
I don't think so. Can you guys see?
So
many microphones.
I think you have what I need in your hand.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. I'm so scared.
You're fine. Although do be careful of
I know.
my good luck cricket. My hearth cricket.
Okay. So, I bought this for myself off of eBay last year. And she is, what year is she?
91.
I think, or 92. Does it say?
She's not 1990.
No, 1991. So this was my favorite Barbie that I had. And so growing up, by the time I was 7 years old, I had 72 Barbie dolls. But she was always my favorite because, do you see this green velvet? It's incredible. And she also has green eyes, which is not very common. But my grandmother, who was very crafty and loved to sew, actually made me my own version of this dress. However, I did cut the sleeves off of my Barbie's dress. And so my dress was also sleeveless, but it looked basically like this. And then when I don't know how old I was. It was 9th grade. I had to go on a trip, and so I needed money for the trip, and so my parents were like, have a garage sale, and so I was like, okay, and so they weren't particularly sentimental, and so I ended up selling so many things that I should not have sold. The fact that I still have this American Girl doll is incredible, because you want to talk about some shit, I had some shit.
Just give your kids some money.
Oh, I know. But that they won't learn that way. But so
your life has to be miserable until you die, apparently.
Yeah.
It's the only way to learn.
According to all of our boomer parents.
Not mine.
Not Will's.
Not Will's. But so I thought about her for forever, and so then I'm really doing inner child and inner teenager work, and I have adult money, and so I was like, I wonder if I can find this anywhere. And so I found this on eBay. I paid $26 for her. She has never been taken out of the box. She came from another collector. And the only thing is, like, some of the plastic is a little broken, but this is also from 1991. Oh, yeah, right here. That part's broken a little bit. But
That's okay.
I love her so much. She's so beautiful.
I don't know my favorite thing. My Figment. No, I know. It's my Figment.
He's a Swiftie.
Sure.
She is a Swiftie.
Sure, why not? No, the first time I ever went to Disney World, I was 10. And we went on he's in the
Journey Through Imagination.
but in the golf ball.
No. Spaceship Earth. He's not in Spaceship Earth.
Thought
He
was
might
in
have been
Spaceship
at
Earth.
one point, but no.
Regardless, I was obsessed, and I don't think I bought him at the park. I think I found him at a garage sale, like
Rachel.
elsewhere. But I loved Figment, and I was like so pumped about him. She'll learn.
I don't want her to learn that way. She won't have an eye anymore.
Amen.
She wishes.
Yeah, I just enjoy. I've always like, even when we weren't doing stuff on camera, my shelves would look like this. They have ever since high school because I just like vignettes and tableaus and displaying stuff, and so, and I I love things. Things are my favorite things in the world. I just love toys and treasures and stuff, and so I'm constantly collecting them. And each year I sort of go through and revamp the office, and that's when I bring in a lot of my new stuff. And so
my Fleabag gin bottle, that might be tied for number 1.
That was a humongous pain in the ass too.
Well, I like that because they're both Christmas gifts from us to you.
Yeah.
But weirdly, one of my favorite things in here now is my Angelina Jolie Athena doll from Eternals. And I feel like that's strange because the movie was just okay.
Yeah.
I like
She's
it
cool,
in
though.
concept, and I like her character in concept. But as mentioned earlier when I was talking about mythos, and I am a little bit of a witch when it comes to religion and spirituality and all that. And I've been doing work specifically with Athena for various reasons. And so that all last year was sort of my Athena effigy. I had an altar where that was standing in kind of for Athena. And then behind it is an actual statue of Athena from Cyprus because my aunt lived there and we went and visited and stuff. And
You
that's...
still have your Uzo bottle somewhere too, don't you?
It's not in here right now. It was at one point.
I brought you that back from Greece.
But I just thought it was kind of a striking figure. You don't get a lot of hot toys that are goddesses, that are women with golden blonde armor and hair and all that. And so I like that a lot. That's from Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides. It is Mermaid Tears is the color. Mm-hmm. And I honestly, I just love it. I just love being able to look at it. It helps me feel. I'm a very sensory person, and being able to look at things that I love, it brings me joy.
Okay, Entertainment Lover, we're gonna get to that in 1 second, but of Butterflies and Books wants to say, not to ask for spoilers, but are Hecate, Eris, or Psyche in Mythos? Psyche for sure.
Psyche is.
Yeah.
It's fun. Hecate, I think, is Persephone's in it, and in my version, Hecate is sort of Persephone's lady in waiting. What?
That's brave.
Yeah, we talked about this once before.
That's brave. Don't let her hear you say that. She's one of mine that I work with. You might have to have a conversation with her about that.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
It's fiction.
It's funny you ask about Eris because Eris was in the earliest versions that I had of this, but I had not revisited that. I'm unsure of how much I'm unsure how much of the Trojan War is going to take place in Mythos, because that's one of the things that I'm like, that could be a story of its own.
Yeah.
For instance, like the Odyssey, like the sirens are in Mythos, but none of the other things from the Odyssey are. And one of the only reason why I went ahead and made the decision to let the sirens be in Mythos is because they appear in other stories, because they're also in Jason and the Argonauts. But there's a handful of standalone stories or characters that are not gonna be in Mythos.
So you have something right here. Okay, you got it.
But Psyche is definitely in. I'm deciding whether or not I should say.
Don't
can
get
wait.
specifics.
I'll tell you. My inspiration for her is Ariana Grande. Trust me, it works.
It does work.
Because Aphrodite is supposed to find her tacky, and Cupid becomes enamored of her. And Aphrodite is sort of like, okay, but baby boy, you're gay. And he's like, I don't have labels. Like, he's kind of going through, he keep it in my version's a little bit of a demon twink. And so my inspiration came from that duet that Troye Sivan and Ariana Grande did. And so I think that concept is funny because, again, in the myth, Aphrodite hated Psyche because she was jealous of her, and I didn't want it to be that. I wanted it to be a more nuanced take, and so that's why I went with Aphrodite just thinks that she's tacky and that she's human and very in vogue. It's like, oh, she's just very trendy. That's what you're responding to. You're not actually in love with her. But you never know. Love works in mysterious ways, and maybe they work. Maybe they work together. Who knows?
Okay, then Entertainment Lover was saying, what are your thoughts on the complexity of female characters and feminism? Because it feels like conflicting opinions, considering characters like Tiana and Buffy are considered too feminist, and characters like Mary Jane and Amy are not feminist enough. I'm not sure who you mean by Amy.
From Buffy?
No. Mm-mm. She's hardly a character. I think that's a really interesting question.
I don't think Tiana's too feminist. No. Is that something I said, or are you talking about...
No.
Okay.
The zeitgeist.
I
love Tiana.
Large. No, I know. Nobody's claiming that.
I know, but I'm just saying, Tiana's one of my favorite modern... in my opinion, Tiana is Disney doing it right.
I agree completely.
Well, that's the whole thing with the second wave feminism, how it did too much and it kind of broke things, because it's like that to be feminist means to deny your femininity, that to be feminine is you're being subservient and submissive, where you can do both, where you can be a strong badass bitch, but you can also do it with a bow in your hair and like pretty things and want to have...
And that's a place where Buffy excels.
Right.
Yes.
And so, and that was like the whole thing that I don't get why people don't see it, because that was such a thing for me, because it's like I do exist in a very masculine space within myself, but I am so fucking girly. Mm-hmm. And so it's like I can do both, but people love to have things in boxes, and it's like, well, you can't be girly la 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 and still kick ass and take names.
Oh, Amy from Little Women. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Correct. I think
Amy from Little Women was just a product of, she was a realist.
Okay, but honestly, if we're truth-telling...
Florence Pugh brings something...
I think Amy is the most feminist character.
Yeah.
Well, no, maybe Meg, if we're being... Because Meg's whole thing is like, I want to do what I want to do, just because it's not what you want to do doesn't make it wrong or less worthy. I think that's the point, is that, like, if you are really a feminist, you want all of the women to be able to do the thing that they want to do. It shouldn't matter whether or not it's strong.
Right.
Well, because that's why this is a tried and true conversation. I think we have it almost every live, but it's like that was what won me over with Marvel, was I thought Pepper Potts was such a fascinating female lead in Iron Man, in the first Iron Man, because I enjoyed the fact that she wasn't suddenly secretly like a ninja.
Yeah.
And I like that it had been a minute since we had seen a damsel in distress character. And damsel in distress is one of my favorite tropes. It's only harmful when it's the only version of femininity we see.
Yeah.
And so but I think Pepper Potts is well-rounded. I think she is a very interesting and dynamic character. And again, like I said, I mean, that was a point. That was before I liked Gwyneth Paltrow. If you guys remember, I used to hate Gwyneth Paltrow.
I remember.
I thought she was annoying.
She was.
And her chemistry with Robert Downey Jr., how they played off each other, I think it really set the foundation for what would become the MCU.
Yeah.
And she's not an important character in the sense that she's not fighting the battle, but I still think until
she is.
But no, it's that was something that I was always very passionate about. And I remember talking to a friend of mine. I was telling this friend about Mythos, or about Fairytale, and this friend asked me, and they were like, because I was explaining that it is going to be, you know, more modern. It is going to be subversive and all this stuff. And this friend asked me, they said, does the prince save the princess in the end? Is there the Sleeping Beauty kiss? And I said, yes. And that friend kind of was like, "Pah," like they made a face. And I was like, trust me, it works. Some of these institutions are institutions for a reason, and a female character can be strong without having to wield the sword.
100%.
It's not in my Sleeping Beauty's nature to do that. I'm gonna be right back. Did I answer? Are we answering the questions?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't know we were getting a Tiana series.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Is it animated?
I don't know. Gratian isn't animated? I'm not sure.
I think so.
Did you see the new Superman costume? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's just a grainy set photo.
I didn't like it.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not really here for Superman. I'm not really here for James Gunn's Superman.
I'll be the first to admit it's good if I find it good, but
Yeah.
I'm not really interested or excited, and I just think it looks kind of blocky, and I don't know. I'm not really that into it.
Yeah.
If we're talking Superman, I kind of feel like Tyler Hoechlin's been the best one we've gotten in the last 15 years.
Talk to Trevor about that. He loves it.
And I've only seen like 2 episodes of that show.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Thoughts, critiques. David. Sweat Superman. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, in person, it definitely looks like it's colorful enough. I'm really afraid that... I mean, I guess James Gunn likes colorful stuff. I'm still afraid that he's gonna wash it all out. My kingdom for a colorful superhero movie. I would shit. That's all I want. Is a colorful superhero movie.
There can be joy in superhero
I just
movies.
like X-Men Apocalypse was like bad, but it was colorful.
It looked like an X-Men movie.
And I liked that part of it.
Well, that's why we like the Thor,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm fighting a losing battle.
Will's very frustrated. This is very intricate. I'm sorry if I am not talking enough. The, like, translucent lava pieces are crazy. It's very satisfying. I like it so much. But this is like, I'm really worried I'm gonna miss one.
Is my little shot glass over there?
Nope.
I can't find it.
Blue one?
Yeah.
I don't see it. Did you take it into the kitchen yesterday?
I think Will might have washed it, so he might have put it away.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so fun. What else we got, guys? I feel like this is the like consistency of the viewers has been wavering tonight. Yeah, okay. Are you coming back in, Will?
In a minute.
Yeah. The Entertainment Lover says, I feel like a lot of the casting for these big blockbuster movies have felt very safe to me. I love Pedro Pascal, but Rahul Kohli as Reed Richards would have been refreshing.
Oh my god! My kingdom!
Yeah. Okay, so...
Jesus.
I also love Pedro Pascal. Have done forever. I think he's so great.
He doesn't need to be in everything.
He's in too many things right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he should have been Reed Richards.
I agree with you.
I don't think so at all.
Now I'm gonna want Rahul Kohli.
Well, I don't think that was ever in the cards.
No, I know, but now I want it.
Yeah.
It's now in my brain. And
So-
now I'm gonna want it.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with that specifically is I'm also just like this is the third try we've had at the Fantastic Four since I've been alive.
Maybe we just let it die.
I don't think it needs to die. I think it could stand a little more time before it's done. And I am as excited as I am for Joseph Quinn to have a Marvel movie. I'm still just sort of like, okay, though.
To what end?
That also, to what end, for sure, because also getting a Marvel movie is not, it's not the same boon that it was even 5 years ago.
Well, and I am so excited similarly for Vanessa Kirby to get a Marvel movie. But Emma Frost. I want her to be Emma Frost. I don't care about Sue Storm. I don't care about the Fantastic Four. Like, focus on the X-Men and do it right and do it good.
Yeah. I agree. Oh, Rahul was up for it before Pedro Pascal got it.
Fucking imagine.
That sucks.
I don't think you guys know this. I'm obsessed with him.
She loves him.
It's gross.
Like big
like
time
in
obsessed.
His DM.
He has seen my Insta stories a couple of times because he is obsessed with watches. I'm just gonna sit in his chair.
Yeah.
He is a watch collector, and so a lot of times he'll be like, "Look at my watch," and then I will share it to my story and be like, "Look at this hot man wearing a watch," just because this is just what I want. So he has seen those a couple of times, which I love. But I love that he's happy or whatever with his girlfriend. But I think he would be happier with me.
Okay, no, but his girlfriend is a really cool person.
I know, but in my mind, my Delulu,
because she did the Gamergate stuff.
No, and I love that for her, and she deserves great things.
Yeah. Like Rahul Kohli.
I also deserve great things, and so I should be paid accordingly.
Okay, I hope that there's still... Yeah, okay. I was like, I got too many pieces left over for me to be done with that.
Are you back now? Okay.
I'll be back in a second.
Okay, should we do Reality Corner?
Oh, we could do Reality Corner. You guys want to talk about Bravo? Should we talk about Bravo?
Because now I have officially gotten you indoctrinated into the Bravoverse.
Okay, so it started out with just Vanderpump. Well, I know. So when Erica Jane was going through her whole thing with her husband,
yes.
I caught a handful of episodes with you guys. And then you got me into Vanderpump because Scandival was happening. And I was obsessed. This recent season was full trash, and it is all Sheena and Lala's fault.
Yep.
Well, and production. But then, because I love Paige DeSorbo, we started watching Summer House. Mm-hmm. And so you started me from season 3, because that's when Paige gets there, which I think was the smart choice. I don't think I could have.
You wouldn't have cared, no.
I don't think I would have given a shit about the Workus twins, especially if you were like, they leave after season 2. I would have been like, well, then what's the point of this? So I'm obsessed with that. This whole Lindsay and Carl thing from the season was so amazing. Just like watching a slow motion car wreck. And now we are back to catching up on Southern Charm, which I'm liking less, but this current stuff is fun enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that you're going to like next season.
Okay.
Because there is a I don't know if I want to say scandal, but there is something juicy and dramatic that is throughout the season.
Okay. And
like we don't know what actually happened, a lot of it, and so it's good. I think you're going to like it.
Okay.
And it's not so many of the men screaming and squawking and squabbling because boy howdy,
sick of that.
Now that we've watched kind of like everything, even like the old stuff back to back, it really do be the men on Southern Charm that are just like, blah, 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 just all the time, more than the women, I feel like. The women are the ones that are like, get it together, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. I feel like I'm going to say something. Catherine is very problematic, and I understand that. And I am making no excuses or defenses of her.
No, but she got fucked up.
She got fucked so hard by everybody on the cast except for Craig.
Yep.
And I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's mean, and I think she didn't stand a chance.
Well, so remember how I was talking about the guy on TikTok that like talks about the theme for each of the Bravo shows? Yeah. And I'm fairly certain that Southern Charm is under the misogyny and like patriarchy and all of that thread. And it is very that, where it's like you're kind of watching the results of like really damaging misogyny in real time, where you're watching a bright young thing being destroyed over time.
I agree.
And
completely.
Even like her peers around her, the women, I mean, we're all a product of the same machine.
Yeah.
But like to watch it in real time is crazy. But actually not even real time, because I think when I was watching it in real time, I very much was like, this crazy bitch and blah, blah, blah. And because that was before I really had done the work on my own internalized misogyny.
She's
but
not crazy.
No, like,
but it's not her fault.
No. But watching back, it's just like, man, she didn't stand a chance. Just 21 years old.
Yeah. Getting fucked by like a
52-year-old man.
An old man.
Yeah. And then like even her family blessing it, because I just would like, my family would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I felt gross going out with like a 42-year-old man when I was 26, but I was like, for science, I want to see. And it was the worst date of my life. And after that, and it had an interaction with this man, and it was just the worst. But I did drop a full bomb on him, and it was amazing.
I do love that. I feel like I made a mistake.
This is why I don't do Legos.
Yeah. Ooh. Now, having watched seasons 1 and 2 of Gilmore Girls, are there elements of the show you think aged well, and what has aged poorly with either characters, themes, or classism, etc.? I don't think there's, like, too terribly much classism. Like, Emily and Richard are sort of snooty, but they're not, like, mean about it.
No, I mean, they're not. I mean, there is very much, like, okay, poor sometimes, but I feel like that's more directed at Luke.
Yeah, it's not even that. I wouldn't even say it's that bad. Really.
Yeah, no. Like, there might be an error of that, but even it's more, they're, like, wary of him more than they look down their nose completely.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. For me, it's the mother-daughter relationship that now that we have a more educated understanding of, like...
But that hasn't, like, aged poorly societally.
No.
Yeah.
Just very aware of it now.
All right, well, I mean, it makes me nervous, but everything is, like, stuck together properly, and this is the only place where there's a gap, but there's a gap here on it, so...
I don't know, don't they give you extra pieces in case things, like,
this
get lost?
is a big one.
Oh.
That's what Will always says, is that the big ones are weird to be, like, missing. But it looks like, I mean, from the top, it looks like it's supposed to, like, there's a big hole here. And this is all correct. But I can't tell. Dean is the chaos gremlin of TV. She hates Dean.
With the fire of 1,000 suns.
I assume you've watched all of our stuff, but...
Chaos Demon, I feel like
that's
is
almost
even
giving
too
him,
nice.
Yeah, that's giving him too much credit.
No, he's
just like low-key a dick.
He's just bad.
Okay, so...
I just hate him. I'm just going to think about that for the rest of the night now, just how much I hate him.
Look at that. It's going to be so big.
Yeah.
Okay. Christopher is and always will be the worst. So we haven't quite gotten to the worst of Christopher, but he's not great. All right, so I fear I made a mistake, but I can't tell where.
Oh, no.
Everything looks correct. And I flipped back to look, and I only just stuck it on there, so you could probably take it off if you need to.
Stuck what?
This, I attached it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I also think Lane should have gotten more to do.
Yes.
Yeah. Rachel agrees, too. Oh, yeah, I have wine. This gap is correct, because on the picture that gap goes
I thought
there.
it was going to be this one.
Yeah, it's like the one little yellow piece and then
Yep,
this.
right here.
You found it?
Yep.
Ah!
Once you do this enough times, you really start to get a shorthand for it.
You can figure out where it goes.
I also, it would be insane to have a leftover lava piece.
Why?
They're more, the trans ones are, they're called trans, they're translucent. Every time I say hand me a trans brick, Kristen looks at me like I have two heads. I'm not Terrence Howard.
Is he?
He thinks that elements have sexuality.
So Will told me about that podcast he went on and how nuts it was.
Okay, two.
So it was like all in that little corner. Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Well, fuck me.
That was good.
So there were no leftover pieces in that box.
Nope.
Or bag.
I forget who asked about the boys. Is the person watching the boys still in here?
I don't remember who it was. Maybe. I'm just not interested. I was getting tired of it last season. Entertainment lover, would it help you hate Christopher if I told you that David Sutcliffe is a horrible, horrible man now? He, took a red pill. Yes, the person who asked about the boys. Well, yes. Well, Dean and Christopher are the same, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. You haven't even scratched the surface. The person asked about the boys is here. Ned, I hope that's how you say that. What did you want to say more?
Well, I was going to say, I don't remember the question other than that the topic
are
was...
we planning to watch
Are you watching it? Are you enjoying it? That's not a trick question. I'm curious.
Annette, okay, cool. They just clarified spelling, so I don't know. Ooh, of Butterflies and Books, yes. Rachel, she said it. I wish the creators would have been more consistent as far as Lorelai and Emily repairing their relationship instead of falling back into old patterns of behavior.
Okay.
She's got a lot to say.
She came running.
Sprinting back into the room.
Okay. So, yes, 100%. Because it just made it easy for them to just fall back into the pattern. And it was just like, well, I'm trying or whatever. And there was no follow through on it. And so I feel like I'm giving more grace or I'm doing extra work that's not necessarily on the page. And everyone's mad at me for it because I'm giving her too much whatever. But in my mind, for a mother who is trying to repair things with her daughter and actively trying, there could have been things written that would have been, but I completely lost it at that point.
Sorry.
But no, okay, short answer, I agree. I don't know.
Annette
I'm
says,
not crazy, right? That to be like,
no.
I wish that there was more, and I feel like that she is doing more.
Yeah, so when you reach adulthood and you're watching Gilmore Girls as a grown person, you realize that Emily is actually doing more right than Lorelai.
Yes, because Lorelai...
Is she going in your bedroom?
No,
She's fine.
She thought about it. If she does, I don't care. Because there's attempts being made, and Lorelai's just like, well, I don't know why, because she's just going to do what she always does. And it's like, then why are you even pretending to go through this whole thing if you don't want things to be different? Clearly, your mother wants things to be different, so just try.
But Emily is matching Lorelai's energy is the problem.
100%.
So in that case, it means Lorelai is the problem. Yeah. Correct.
I don't fuck with her.
Annette is watching the first 3 episodes of The Boys, the first 3 episodes, and enjoying it, so.
So I'm not watching it with rapt attention. I am I don't, given the current social political climate, I can't have that on my news and my entertainment. And the problem that I'm having with the show is that I feel like the show is not evolving with this being the case. Like, I think because it was 2019 when it premiered, or 2020.
I think when it was 19.
I think when it premiered, it was sort of
19.
It was sort of defying, or there was something about it that was like, yeah, in a way that now I feel like it's leaning in a little bit too much. And I feel like, and I guess I'm going to ask you, but I feel like the writing has gotten less. Like, I feel like it's serviceable writing.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I'm finding it to be more of a rehash or a retread, and that's not the show, and this isn't the material that I want rehashed, and now is not the time that I want to retread it.
It's sort of
that's the main problem I'm having with it. And I was just curious if any other people, because as with so many things these days, it's been so politicized, and so many of the talking points are not actually addressing the content or the quality of the show. They're just talking about whatever these political talking points are.
Yeah.
I feel like it's chasing its tail.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's a good way to say it, I think. To me, it kind of is like,
because there's still good moments in it. Like, there is still good material, and I am enjoying, as usual, I said, like, I am enjoying the Deeps stuff.
Sure. But again, I feel like that's Chase Crawford. Regardless, what I was going to say is I think that it reminds me of when we watched Don't Look Up, and Will was having, like, such a bad time with it because he was like, I'm not the person that needs this.
Well, meanwhile,
I liked it.
Me and my brother liked Don't Look Up. And yeah, it was a little bit redundant. But
for me, the part of Don't Look Up I liked the most was the dinner scene at the end. And, like, once we got there, I was like, I wish the whole movie had been this. Like, so it's just, for me, The Boys has outstayed its welcome because I don't want to watch a whole season of a TV show waiting for the dinner scene.
I feel insane talking critically about that show, having watched 3 seasons of it. I feel insane to say that I'm finding it masturbatory.
Yeah.
Because that quite literally is par for the course. Like, that happens on the show, but I am finding it masturbatory. I'm like, this is giving me it's feeling like a chore. Is my issue. Are you understanding that? Or
I get it, yeah. She does say it's also starting to seem like things are coming to a head. Eric Kripke intending for 5 seasons from the beginning has helped.
I'm not gonna lie, that's the main reason why I went ahead and am still watching it, is because I did hear that next season, the 5th season, is going to be the last. But
well, they're bringing Jared Padalecki in, and I'm just like, does everybody from Supernatural need to be on this show?
Sure. I like Jared. I don't know. I could go with. I could stand to be.
She can see your point.
I could stand to be a little bit more refreshed by what's happening.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I know Homelander is a psychopath.
We don't need to keep getting evidence of that.
Well, so this I think it was the 3rd episode, but he does this whole thing where he, like, revisits where it's very Stranger Things, like, it's very Vecna, where he revisits the place where he grew up and tortures and kills all the doctors that were mean to him. And I was just groaning and rolling my eyes the whole time until finally, I want to say maybe her name was Beverly, like, a woman came in and was like, enough of this, Homelander, let's go talk. And she pointed out this, like, thing, and it was kind of one of the first times in a minute that I was intrigued or found the show curious, was because she's like, you could have left at any point.
Yeah.
Like, you stayed because you wanted to. And she's like, and I know what we did to you was terrible, but it was something like that I'm like, ooh, see, there's a new shade to this character.
Yeah, but he'll never take that responsibility on board, so, like, there's no growth to be had in Homelander. So then, like, what's the point to keep harping? He's already the strongest.
But that is, I think, also a little bit my point is I think that there is growth to be had in Homelander, in a character like Homelander. But I think the current socio-political climate won't allow there to be. Like,
yeah.
and I think there is still good material in it, but it does feel stale to me.
Yeah, it's actually similarly, it's something I'm having an issue with on the current season of The Bear, which we're not finished with yet. But like, I don't think that Jeremy Allen White's character, he has exhibited zero growth since season 1, and in fact, if anything, he's regressing, or like finding a worse way to be.
And any growth that he had was with Claire. And
Yeah.
then he got freaked out, and then.
Yeah, so that's like very frustrating. So now he's just like being a dick to cope with the fact that he was a dick and he lost his girlfriend and his cousin, like, from being on his side. And so that's where I'm just sort of like, I do get to a point with these shows where I'm like, it's the man pain. I fucking can't. I don't care about your man pain. And if that's the main thrust of the, like, plot of the show, I am not interested.
And I think that's where I've been the most frustrated, because like I said, in season 1, Starlight was my favorite character. I actually loved her.
Mm-hmm.
And she just feels a little bit like a vessel now. Like, she just can't, she can't do anything.
Yeah.
And it's that, I guess they can't have her be more powerful than she is, because then the show could end. You know what I mean? It's like the whole, how they have to knock out Superman at the beginning of every fight so that there's a reason for the fight to happen.
Yes,
But
Going back to the bear really quick, I will be interested to see if we get more from Dee Dee, to see how her alcoholism manifested in Jeremy Allen White.
Yeah.
With the whole thing with Sugar playing that tape of like the 4 personalities of the children of alcoholics.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we get a whole thing about like his OCD and needing control in every facet.
Well, we've only got 3 episodes left this season, so we'll see.
They do a lot of work in 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, I agree.
well, and I mean, I still think like the cast is doing, although I think Anthony Starr is phoning it in.
That sucks too, because he's been the most interesting.
I think he knows, and like we're still getting like A+ work from Colby Menifee, but her character has not evolved.
Yeah.
It's still the same. Like,
that's the problem for me, where it's like you can't keep going to the same well for the same water and then telling me it's Chardonnay.
I
like,
wonder if he is fatigued with this character.
Probably.
And because he's like,
it's not doing anything.
Right, that, and also he's a horrible person, and so I'm sure it plays on an actor when he's having to play a horrible person, that people in real life exhibit these issues, so he's not having to do a lot of research and shit like that.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be really hard.
We've got some more Gilmore Girls stuff if you want to.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Rachel's housing a piece of the sandwich wheel, so.
So yeah, but that was just sort of, I kind of wanted to talk about it, but I also don't want to talk about it. But it's like, I think that, as is often the case when there's, you know, talking points around a show, I think that it's more nuanced than what it's getting.
Yeah. Also, Annette says that the one thing I didn't like this season is a character getting vilified for getting a specific form of healthcare. We all know what it is. I agree. I don't.
And again, it's like it's happening too much in my reality.
Yeah,
I don't need to see it happening on my show. That territory has already been covered on this show.
Yeah. Also, it's like I'm not the one that needs this lesson, and the people who do need the lesson are quitting watching the show because it's woke now.
They figured out.
And so the thing, because like I'll just say it, like there's a Planned Parenthood less than a mile from the house, and every Sunday there's protesters outside.
Yep. And I'm gonna go get gas tomorrow, and every time I drive by, I open my sunroof and flip down the bird the whole way. Every
single Sunday with the graphic pictures and all kinds of shit, which like aren't even real. It's just horrible, and that it's stupid. I don't.
Okay, we can.
I needed to feel like I needed something else in my stomach because my insides hurt.
Okay, Entertainment Lover says, do you think that if people had accepted Jess and he was given the emotional and educational support, that his story would have panned out differently in his life and relationship with Rory? So she doesn't know yet about the full scope of his relationship with Rory, but I mean, the answer for me is absolutely yes.
I mean, so far, with what I know so far, yes.
Yeah.
100%.
She knows they get together, but she doesn't know like the rest of it. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think even, and so then Butterflies in the Book says, I think it would have been interesting if at some point Luke had Jess work with Jackson, and then maybe he could have gotten to know Suki and she could have gotten to know him. That way there could have been more than 2 people defending him or being on Jess's side. And also, given what we learn about him, which I think I've actually told you, he ends up working at, like, Walmart. And so it's like he does like to do things. He likes to work. So I think, yes, giving him something active to do by, like, farming with Jackson would have been a great idea.
Yeah.
That does not happen, but yeah. Ooh, on a positive note, loving the new Doctor Who. I
really want to watch it.
I want to watch Jinx's episode. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. So we have made some noise about, because Will wants to get back into it, because we didn't finish Peter Capaldi and we didn't watch any Jodie Whittaker, not for any reasons, we just fell off the Doctor Who train. I for one love that there was a female doctor, and I think she's fantastic.
Well, and I love Shooty.
Yeah, oh my god, he's so hot, and apparently he smells incredible, and he refuses to say what cologne he wears, and I love that for him. So yeah, we are,
that and he talks to his co-star, they talk to each other in Kourtney Kardashian voice.
Oh my god, that was so funny. So funny. So yeah,
Not the Kourtney Kardashian voice.
We have not watched it yet, but it's on the radar. I don't know if we'll cover it, but it's on the radar to at least watch.
Well, I have never seen a single episode of Doctor Who except for the Van Gogh one that you showed me.
I didn't show you the whole episode.
Okay, so
but
that
just
one
the
part.
clip. Yeah.
We got to show you Hush.
You would like. Well, it's a little.
Or
spooky.
not Hush.
Is it the angels?
Yeah, the Weeping Angels. Blink.
Don't blink.
Hush is Buffy.
Don't blink, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Hush is
I was
Buffy.
gonna be like, there's another episode of television called Hush.
And that's a Jinx was amazing.
But this is the first season that I've been like, I want to watch it.
But Jinx, she's like and this, I mean, I believe it the case, but I'm just asking, she's like a good actress on the show? Like, I'm asking?
I'm sure, yes, but yeah, I'd imagine.
I believe it, I just wanted to hear someone say it.
Oh, and Gratian, yes, I'm aware that I will love the episode with Jonathan Groff because he gets gay bones with Shooty. So, but it's like Dickensian.
Oh, there's only like one episode with him?
It's a lot of one-offs, yeah.
Oh,
So like
okay.
Millie, the blonde, she'll be in all the episodes, but then each episode is like an adventure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
Carlos Brown's busy.
the Don't Blink one is Carey Mulligan.
Okay, let's see. What are your thoughts on the whole Carmi and Sydney relationship? Because if it does cross over to romantic, I'm fine with it if it's done well. But if they stay friends, I'm fine with that too. I am...
No.
Okay. I want to say a couple of things. The first of which is I am pro shipping. If you want to ship it, I am happy for you. Keep that mess away from me.
Yeah.
They are platonic soulmates. And I will go
They
to...
are
I will
partners.
go to my fucking grave.
Yeah.
Is this Gilmore Girls?
No,
the
it's the bear.
Oh.
If they kiss on the mouth, I might.
Oh, is this AO?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
might
even I am like...
break the TV. It might be like those men when their team does not win the Stanley Cup. I might have a fit. I don't think it's correct.
No, they are partners, and just you don't have to be romantic to be a life partner. Or
Also,
a partner in
I
life.
just feel like he'd be mean to her. He can't be good for her.
They're both.
He needs way more work on himself. She needs some work, but not as much.
If I know anything about cooks, about
Yeah.
chefs.
He needs more work than your average chef, too.
No, it's more fascinating to see how they expand each other through their passions.
Sure.
How they encourage each other, both in good and bad ways.
Yeah, but he's not taking anything from her right now. He is stonewalling any outside help.
Right.
So it's like, no.
Well, it's going to break because.
Well, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, but so I think that he will learn the lesson. Let's hope, or like some kind of lesson, or she'll leave and then go work her best life at the other restaurant, whatever. But I think that looking at how friendship and business partnerships can bring you to your best self, it doesn't always have to be romantic.
Yeah, I fully agree. I completely agree. Again, you do you.
I want to see her with Marcus. That for me, I want to see them follow through on that. Like, I don't necessarily need anyone to be together because I like them
Sure.
as a group, as a business group. But if there was a ship that I shipped, it would be her with Marcus.
Sure. That's the other thing I was gonna say is for me, this is actually one of the rare TV shows where like I don't really want there to be anything romantic. I would love that this was just like a family style ensemble.
Yeah.
I prefer that so much.
Yeah.
Like I think there's not enough shows that like understand that romantic love is not the final resting place of your spirit, like the end all be all. It's like that's not the only thing that exists in the world, and like having a family and support system like they have at the Bear is like way better and like more valuable.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yes, of Butterflies and Books, I think all of us also wish we had more platonic soulmates in entertainment. I completely agree. Also, I will fully admit I stole that from Stranger Things. So,
what?
That's what Robin calls her and Steve.
Platonic soulmates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are completely, and I like couldn't agree more because I think, and we've talked about it a few times. What annoys me is that there's so many characters that like I think are really good friends, but like. And it's platonic for a lot of the time, but there was a romantic aspect at a certain point. And that's the part that frustrates me, where it's like, on Dawson's Creek, like, Joey and Jack become really good friends. Mm-hmm. But, like, they dated before he realizes he was gay. And I'm like, I don't like that.
No.
Like, I wish it wasn't that. I think the only one that's, like from a teen show, from when we were, like, the right age for teen shows, where they are just friends. And to my memory, there is not a hint of romantic relationship, is Chad Michael Murray and Bethany Joy Lenz on One Tree Hill. They are, like, besties from the beginning, and she gets with Nathan, like, early season 1. Mm-hmm. And so, to my knowledge, there's never anything romantic between Lucas and Haley. But that's, like, the only one I can think of, where there wasn't, at one point, a romantic, like, relationship between them. Because I can't even say, and in the first place, Xander is a terrible friend.
Yo, 100%.
But in the second place, he was in love with Buffy for like more than half the series.
I watched the episode today where he asked her to the dance, and she was like, "But you're my best friend," and he was just like, "Well, if you obviously don't feel it, then whatever." Yeah. And I should be so good at rejection right now.
So it's like, sure, they're best friends for like the show, but it's like he carries a torch for her forever.
Forever.
Well, and this is where I bring up Scott and Lydia.
Yeah.
Because other than she kisses him to make Jackson mad,
sure.
That's not.
But you're correct. That's not romantic. So
they weren't even friends at that point
exactly.
either.
That's just a jealousy gambit, which that I would say that counts because that's fine.
And where for me personally, I like there being a threat or insinuation of romance between them.
Yeah.
Especially with hold on, I'm gonna burp. Especially assuming everyone in here has either watched Teen Wolf or doesn't care. Once Allison's out of the picture, Lydia assumes the mantle of female lead.
Yeah.
And so you really, on the show, you don't get the sense that either of them is considering.
And I think I want to clarify because I think it's specific to characters who share a lot of screen time. So, like, you know, if we're going with the Teen Wolf thing, like, Kira and Stiles don't count. They don't share a lot of screen time. Like, sure, it's platonic, but it's because, like, does he even know her last name? You know? Like, and so...
He does.
I'm sure he does, but, like... But regardless, like, that's my point, where it's like, I just... And it's not... I don't even want there to be zero romance in shows.
But it's like, even in the early seasons of Teen Wolf, Lydia is a person to Scott.
Yeah.
She's not, like... He's not interested in her for her sexuality.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wouldn't even know where to begin to cheat on Allison.
I love him so much.
He's pretty great. We need more platonic friendships in teen and young adult media because Jack and Joey did not need to date. No, they didn't. I have mentioned that on, I think, a couple of our Gilmore Girls things specifically, but I think also in some of my Buffy episodes with Trevor, specifically when we're talking about Xander and also like Buffy's romantic life, because it's just very frustrating. There's so many shows because it happens on the Vampire Diaries too, because we just recently watched like 4.5 seasons of that, and it's like if
Did you guys watch it while you were working?
Yeah.
Oh.
So if Caroline is not with Matt, she's with Tyler, and if she's not with
I
Tyler,
loved Caroline
she's with Klaus.
so much.
And if she's not with Klaus, she's carrying mystical babies for Alaric, and if she's not doing that, she's getting married to Stefan. And I'm like, at no point is Caroline single for an entire season.
Yeah.
Nor is Elena. It's always Stefan or Damon, and it flops
And
back
Caroline's
and forth.
a character that could sustain
Yeah,
being like she's interesting enough that she could be single.
I agree, but there is not a single man who is introduced to her in any kind of meet cute that she does not end up fucking. And I'm just like, rah sexual power, but like Caroline don't need no man, and if she wants one, the fact that it was never Klaus is my villain origin story, and why I really don't like Julie Plec.
Creator?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I
Has
don't
she
like
done other things?
all of the Vampire Diaries shows, the Vampire Diaries, the originals, and Legacies. I'm just not a fan of how she approaches deaths, I guess, because it's very arbitrary which ones stick and which ones don't. Because lots of people died and came back, but then when you're dead, you're dead. And I was just always sort of like, I guess. This doesn't make any fucking sense to me, but whatever. It is a Bechdel test fail, kind of. Although they do... Well, no, they really are only ever talking about boys to each other. On the girls on the Vampire Diaries. Yeah, but Gran is like a non-entity after season 2, so...
That's a shame.
Also, we deserve... Yeah, because it's what's-her-face. You like her. Oh my god, what the fuck is her name?
But we're also only talking about
Jasmine Guy.
in service of
Do I know who that is?
Do you not?
help the voice.
I thought you liked Jasmine Guy. That's a terrible picture.
Yeah,
That's like...
I was like, I don't know who that is.
That's from Dead Like Me.
I don't think I know
Jasmine
who that
Guy?
is.
No? Oh, I thought you liked her a lot. My bad. I like her a lot.
She.
Is she on the Cosby Show?
Maybe? What? Wait. What's unless you're related to Bonnie? Oh, you stay dead if you're related to Bonnie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, and then there's also... I know you don't like it when I say this in public. Julie Plec is pretty racist.
Yeah.
You phrase things so...
She was on a different world.
It's not that I don't like when you say that in public. I caution you against ascribing that to people.
No, she
It's
actively
been-
did not
Okay.
hire
Yeah.
hair and makeup people. that
Okay.
knew how to do
Yes,
hair
if
and
it's
makeup
been
for black
yes,
women.
if
So-
it is
Cat Graham looks rough, and it's not her
you
fault.
can literally see her wig stacked on top of her natural hair in like the first 2 seasons.
it's my issue is that racism is it's serious and I take it very seriously and I don't like when people throw it around when it's not
No, that bitch is
earned or
She's
warranted.
pretty racist.
And so that like I'm like don't just accuse
No.
somebody of
No.
that.
It's been.
Like,
I'm not
There's
the
many
first
articles.
to say
Okay.
it. I'm not the first to say it. So Vampire Diaries had a lot of issues now, having rewatched recently, from the treatment of Bonnie, the writing of Elena, and not committing to character deaths. Okay,
That's why I quit.
I'm gonna say a couple things. The first of which is that I think the issue is that they didn't consistently commit to character deaths. If they had done it, if it had had any consistency, I would be more okay with it. But it's like only some people are able to come back, and only because of like XYZ thing. I don't love that, even in my supernatural shit. Regarding the writing of Elena, I think the character of Elena and Nina Dobrev's performance specifically get a little too much shit.
I think she's great and I wish she did more.
Okay, Nina. Well, she got in a really bad motorcycle accident.
Did she?
She's hard laid up right now.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, she's like fine, but she like very broke her leg.
She's so good in Final Girls.
Yes.
This
So
is good.
the thing for me with Elena is because I remember Nina Dobrev getting like so much shit for like a really long time for like not being good because of that show.
What, is she bad or is...
Elena is bad. Because the thing that's amazing is you get to a point where Nina Dobrev is playing Elena, pretending to be Catherine, pretending to be Elena. And then she gets also to play Tatia, who is like the third doppelganger way back that like Elijah was in love with. And like that shit is 3D chess.
Yeah.
You know who loved that show? Mike.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So like that's where I think Nina Dobrev is actually far more talented than people give her credit for, because Elena is kind of boring.
Yeah.
But when she's playing Catherine and she's playing Tatia and she's
I
getting,
remember
like,
liking
possessed
Catherine
by whatever, and I do like it when she becomes a vampire. I don't like it when she turns off her humanity. I really like it when Caroline does. There's just a lot. There's a lot of
How far?
stuff.
Did I make it through 3 seasons of that?
They were looking for the cure, I think, when you quit that season 4.
That was one where it's not so much that I quit; it's that I stopped.
Yeah.
Quit implies like motivation.
I don't like
yeah.
Yeah.
When I like quit or whatever, it was like when the CW did one of their like mid-season breaks or whatever, and then I forgot when it came back on, and then just like didn't pick it back
So
up.
many shows.
So don't go on a mid-season break, and I'll remember.
Rachel.
I'm busy.
Rachel's been like, well, there goes.
Yeah, I'm busy.
There goes all my motivation to keep watching this.
Yeah. But also too, I wasn't like super heartbroken about it because there were no stakes.
Yeah.
And it's like we're just gonna keep killing people for no reason.
Yeah. So I actually never. I know how it ends. I know how the Vampire Diaries ends, but I never did finish it. I think I watched until the second to last season, and then I watched.
This is satisfying.
I love it so much. I am so happy right now.
I watched every single episode of the originals. And I was very disappointed by the ending. And then I fell off of Legacies as well.
I didn't watch Legacies.
11?
I started the originals, but I can't even remember how far.
You had me watch, I watched the first season of Legacies.
Did you?
Yeah, we were talking about covering it when we were just starting, and then it never happened.
Because I wrote, like, recaps for Kat.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, I did a couple shots, so I'm a little bit feeling it, but I love you guys.
Sean's here now.
Hi,
Oh, did he miss Reality
Sean's
TV Corner?
Yeah, we did a little bit of reality TV. I'm happy to get back into it if you have any specific questions.
I fully indoctrinated her now.
Yeah, so I have now. I've watched 2 seasons of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and that doesn't include the several seasons I watched of Orange County when it first started. But then I watched 2 seasons, the most recent 2 seasons of Beverly Hills. Mm-hmm. I've watched all 11 seasons of Vanderpump Rules, some of them twice. And then I watched all except for the first 2 seasons of Summer House, and we are almost done catching up on Southern Charm. I don't think I can do any more than that.
I won't. No.
That is so much.
Maybe. Okay. The only other one I would be semi-interested in is Winter House. And that's far fewer seasons.
That's like
right?
2 seasons.
I would maybe do Winter House. I gotta see the origin of the Austin and Ciara nonsense.
Yeah, you really do. You really, really do.
He just looks like a potato, and I, don't know how he's getting... She's a Victoria's Secret model.
Yeah, and he's the Honda Civic of white men.
What's his last name?
Kroll. Kroll. But he's like 6'5", so that's
what it is.
I think he's cute. Based on that picture, I think that guy's cute.
What is her last name? Is that how she spells it?
No, CIA.
CIA. Miller?
Yes.
Okay, but for real?
She is.
He fumbled this. He fumbled this hard. You want to know who else fumbled this?
West.
Am I to assume you don't
fumbled her.
Okay, the first guy you showed me is cuter than that guy.
Austin said that was like actually a really aggressively good picture of Austin too.
West his personality is stellar, but
until it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Sean says Winter House isn't good.
Isn't good?
Yeah, I don't think I can.
If you wanted to play with any of
Oh, you were out for Dublin Pride? Fun.
What?
Hey!
Jealous.
So fun. My cousin's in the UK right now.
Jealous of that too.
I
She
want
went
to go to
Wrexham.
Dublin Pride.
Yeah.
Entertainment Lover agrees with you. How many times does Jeremy have to die before it loses the emotional impact?
Right. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
I just remembered Jeremy. Well, I just remembered arms is what I just remembered.
Jeremy has a lot of arms.
More than
okay, Sean is excited for New Orange County. Is that coming back soon?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's the one that Tamara's wearing Katie's silver dress. That's like the third time I've seen that.
So much drama happening on this season of Atlanta. The Housewives are actually like my least favorite of all of the.
That's a take.
The things, yeah.
Well,
Vanderpump was so good for so long.
Yeah.
And then this most recent season was bad. And then Sean also says Winter House isn't good.
No, it is just watching them just get drunk in the wintertime.
Yeah.
But also, it's like crossover. Like how...
Yeah, the crossover of it.
How, like, you guys couldn't believe that I didn't watch Angel because I was missing some of the, like...
Yeah.
The thing. There is some stuff that
you need
to see.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's, like... And, but I don't know. I don't think I'll make you watch the most recent Winter House because I hated that. Although, if you want to see Danielle be thirsty AF and having...
I am so glad she's not coming back.
Me too. And she acts... I mean, she was healing and we're sad for her, but she... Woof.
Yeah.
Woof.
How do we feel about Drag Race All-Stars this season? I feel like as it's non-elimination and there's not so many stakes, the drama feels a little forced and I'm losing interest.
It is lackluster.
It's mediocre.
And I'm bummed because I really enjoyed
beautiful gowns.
Some
of them are.
I really enjoyed...
Plastique has some beautiful gowns.
Yeah. So we did... This is Sean.
No, that was Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I forgot what I was saying, literally.
Well, I mean, that was like almost 4 hours ago.
I was gonna say we talked about it a little bit at the top, but I enjoyed the non-elimination format on season 7, and by this I mean no shade to the queens specifically, but I think the queens on season 7 commanded more gravitas.
I think it's because they were all winners.
Yeah.
And
this crop, it is there is something lackluster. Yeah,
I think we talked about it a couple weeks ago, like on our coverage, which we're doing on the Patreon. We're just putting reactions straight up to the Patreon. The last regular competition season really did it for us, and so we'll see going forward. But I think we did talk about that it's like they blew their wad with the all winners, all stars, like not early because it was season 8, but it's just like, where do you go from there? You know?
Well, I'm also not I'm not resonating with a lot of the themes, like a lot of the runway themes, and I don't know if it's production stuff, but because we talked about this with the Atomic Blonde runway, where it's like I didn't understand the theme. Because it's like Atomic Blonde, we both went like a retro. Like we both thought it was going to be more what Nina.
Jetsons.
Yeah. And then when I realized it was like, well, that's what it was. It was post-apocalyptic.
Because everybody was all like shredded.
It was like
road.
It was like Mad Max Road Warrior stuff.
Oh, I mean, I would have done Fallout, but like in the sector that she was at, where it was
the
50s
bunker.
stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what Nina did. It was like a
and they are
with like a mushroom cloud.
They are working overtime trying to create drama, and there's a part of me where I'm like, well, if the drama's not there, then don't try and manufacture it.
Yeah.
Lean into the friendship or lean into.
Also, it's like, yeah, totally. It's like I don't necessarily need there to be any friction, because also while one person is going to win $200,000 for their charity, are you telling me that RuPaul and like WoW Presents is not going to give $10K to every single charity? Like it's not, you know what I mean? It's not even.
Well, also, why can't we just have a season of friendship?
Well, they did on the All Winners All Stars. It was like
very
not,
much that.
Yeah, it was not.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. I don't want to constantly watch people screaming and like being nasty to each other, despite the fact that I watch reality television. But like, I don't know, watching with like Summer House, how the women came together and it was about supporting her. Like, I'm completely here for that.
But no, I feel like every individual element is there, especially when I'm looking at it in a vacuum. But something about the whole of it, it's just not. there's not a spark. There's not like a synergy.
Yeah, it's just fine.
And even because like that whole like meeting in the ladies' room, like again, the queens were able to deliver some good performances, but they really expected us to just watch that interaction over and over and over again.
It was half-baked.
With slightly different references.
It was half-baked at best.
For an all-star, I don't know. There's something about it that it's like it's
and
the
just... because the whatever the Rusick one was this time, where it was like I thought we were doing another like write your own verse like musical challenge, and it was just like make an outfit inspired by this one of my songs. And I was like, okay, I
don't know.
Sometimes shows need to take a hiatus and then come back.
That's what a lot of people are saying is that All Stars used to be more of an event. Like it would happen. Like we would obviously get a season of Drag Race every year, but All Stars was more like it was like the Olympics or something, where it was like every 4 years we would get.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because again, I'm very sensitive and I'm very weary to take it out on the queens. Because I think that so many of them and all of them are doing what is asked of them and are doing a good job, but there is a ingredient missing.
Yeah,
there's
agreed.
Something that is not.
Okay, so me wonders if we would like a favorite of theirs, an Aussie production on Tubi for free right now called Satisfaction, about a high-end brothel in the 90s.
Ooh.
Lots of Australian accents with a focus on the sex workers. Not no.
How many Kylie songs are in it?
What was that one called Harlots on Hulu?
Yeah. I
watched about half of the first season of that.
What was the Aussie one called?
Satisfaction.
Yeah,
and I actually watched a lot of...
I'm interested. I'll go that far.
There was a Billie Piper show called Secret Diary of a
Call Girl.
I liked that
Brittany
a lot
watched
as
that
well.
too.
I think we watched it together because it was on when we were living in the house.
together.
Yeah. Do the girls really have beef with Angeria? Mark says, I don't understand why they have beef with Angeria. I feel like I'm either missing something or they are not showing us something. Okay, so, like, we have not been watching Untucked. I haven't been watching Untucked. Have you? No. Okay, so if there's beef, we have not been watching Untucked, if that helps.
So you're only getting half the story.
We are only getting half the story. I don't think any of us have watched Elite. I have seen
I've watched Trixie and Katya watch Elite.
Was that the one? Yeah. And then Brittany, I quite enjoyed Under the Bridge. I will say I mostly liked it because of the performances. I think the story kind of got lost a little, and I know it's true. But I looked some of the stuff up, and I don't really like how they what?
Sorry, you reminded me. Finish her.
Okay, I don't really like how they characterized what even was his name. Ashtray.
Something Grotowski.
Yeah, I have to look it up because his name's Javon Walton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Warren. I don't really like how they characterized him because my issue was I read the actual like stuff about the actual what actually happened as well, and they humanized him so much and made Riley Keough's character connect with him so much, and then he got the harshest sentence of everybody. And I find that it's accurate, I guess, but, and it did self-fulfill what she was saying, because he didn't have a family or anything, so I get it, but I didn't love that, and I didn't love that they ended it where they ended it, because, with that section of her trial, I forget her name too, it really went in one ear and out the other, apparently. But I loved Lily Gladstone, I love Riley Keough, I loved Archie Punjabi, so all of that was like thumbs way up. And Javon Walton, he's fantastic. I love that he is actually good.
Yeah, me too.
Because I was worried that he was good as Ashtray because he was just quiet all the time. Yeah. But I like that he's actually good.
Can't deliver a line, just face.
Yeah, but I was very glad to see that he was actually quite good. Let's see. Okay, me says, I remember in the Satisfaction show, there are several scenes where people say, I can't do that, I'm a sex worker, don't you respect me? Because, it's legal in Australia. Okay.
Dude, did I know that?
That is good to know, because I started following a girl on TikTok.
FS?
Yes! The blonde?
Yeah.
She's like thick too. She's
Yeah.
so hot. And she just like recently started doing full service sex work and to like basically she's saving up money to buy a house, I think. And she was like, I don't want to do it forever, but like this is what I'm doing. And she fucking spills tea on these men. She's like, he smells bad or like he's so ugly, but like he gives me tips and stuff. And I'm like, this slaps. I love everything about this.
He was really tired. He got really tired after the first time, but he had me for like 2 or 3 more hours.
Yeah.
And so she was like, he fell asleep for a little bit and then wanted to cuddle. And so the whole time I was like, please just keep sleeping.
Yeah, right?
I'll like do it again if you want me to, but like please just keep sleeping. And so he slept for most of it and then like got a quickie in before the end. But she was like, I was perfectly happy with it.
Love it.
She makes so much fucking money.
So much money.
Oh my god, it's like it makes it so hard to like not consider it.
Right?
I literally could never. But like,
I mean, maybe if we move to Australia where it's legal.
I know, but I don't know. I got on the Ashley Madison site for 5 minutes, and within 5 minutes, I created a profile and deleted it. Because I was like, I can't take money from these men.
Fair enough.
They were so ugly. Sad.
Let's see. Sharp objects, Gone Girl, or Dark Places.
What about it?
Okay, I assume which is our preference. Okay, for book, Dark Places. For adaptation,
Sharp objects.
Sharp objects.
Yeah.
Although Gone Girl is a fantastic.
It's so good.
Fantastic.
That was one of my really fun and like favorite book experiences because
Gone Girl.
I remember where I was when I read the twist.
I was listening to it audiobook in the car on the way from Maryland to Florida.
I was in the parking lot of a Harris Teeter.
Yeah.
On my lunch break.
That's what I would say. Also, at one point, Entertainment Lover asked what we think about the future of the X-Men in the MCU.
Intrigued.
They're gonna have to do at this point.
I was gonna say I would love to be optimistic.
Yeah.
But I need to see evidence of a course correct before I'm gonna have faith.
I love this long break we're taking right now.
So good.
That's great.
And we mentioned it earlier. I'll go ahead and mention it again. Apparently, Marvel is going to Comic-Con this year, and I'm excited about that. If they, I hope they don't rush it.
Yeah.
I hope they let the X-Men be like
organically.
Or like unfold over 5, 7, 10 years.
Yeah.
Like I don't just want an X-Men movie one and done.
Sure.
Like, because I heard rumors, and I love this. I think it would be fantastic, but I don't believe that they would do it. I heard rumors that they were talking to Keke Palmer for Rogue.
Ooh.
And I think she would be. I think she'd be great.
Yeah, that could be fun.
But I don't know if they're head shy now about like
Keke Palmer,
race swapping, gender swapping, like gender bending, all that stuff.
If I could roll my eyes harder, I would do it.
Yeah. But it's like I feel like Keke Palmer, A, could be Rogue, and B, could lead a ongoing series.
Yeah, for sure. I just like also I would love to let Hugh Jackman rest.
Yeah.
I think we can
miles to go before he sleeps.
Put that one to bed. We can get a new because now we're opening the multiverse. Although apparently I thought we already did that 5 years ago. So that is I guess the idea with this Deadpool and Wolverine is that we are like jumping to a different universe where they're different, so we can like do it again. Whatever. Ooh, who's a character in True Blood? I know my answer already. That you think the show loses the grasp on over the years the show went main or supporting? Tara.
Yeah.
100% Tara. That talk about a character assassination, which we were talking about earlier. It's horrific. And Rutina Wesley does not deserve that because she's actually fantastic. And I think I've mentioned every time we've done this because we end up talking about True Blood, but apparently Queen Sugar is amazing and she is good in it as well. I kind of always wanted to watch it and I never got around to it. We feel bad about Wicked being split into 2 parts. We think it's really stupid. Okay,
let me clarify. The only reason, again, why I feel bad about it is because I don't have faith in the current film industry.
Sure.
Creatively, I think that there's a case that could be made for it, especially as a piece of live theater, which is traditionally told in 2 acts with an intermission.
That half is fucking boring.
Yeah.
I think a true creator could find a way to tell the story in a way. But again, I don't trust Hollywood right now or their motivations, and I don't have faith that they'll figure out that they'll be able to justify.
Yeah.
Again, it reeks of money grab.
Mm-hmm.
So that was Mark that asked, and they said they did that with It, which didn't work as the second part was just not as good. I think it was.
I liked that. I would actually use that as an example of one of the times that I thought it did work.
Yeah, well, because the book is so huge too.
Uh-huh.
However, that being said, I
think the first one is better, but that's not the same.
I just also don't. I don't have any affinity for Wicked, so
I've seen that bitch 3 times.
I'm just like not very excited in general.
Well, and I mean the source material is there within Oz because that's spoiler alert for my future, but like after Mythos, I'm working on an Oz adaptation. And so it's like I'm relatively familiar with the material.
Yeah. Yeah, I love looking at Hugh Jackman, but I want him to be able to just like get fat now. Like I feel like this is crushing his little musical theater soul, having to like get this ripped every 4 years to make a fucking Wolverine movie. I just want him to be an old man. Apparently Queen Sugar is a great watch, so that is good to know. We have not seen Maxine yet. I think we are going to wait for digital. I asked my husband if he wanted to see the new Quiet Place movie in the theater, and he says he has no interest in watching anything in the theater coming up for like a minute. So we are most likely going to be watching most things at home.
I'm willing to watch Maxine on camera. That's what I'm
You can do that. I'm going to watch it with Will. Yes, we did though react to the trailer, so that is out. But it did kind of get it did sort of get buried because we also reacted to the Joker, and that backfired hard.
How did I do this wrong?
What'd you do?
Something wrong. I know how.
I have also never watched the #1 Ladies Detective Agency, but I've heard of it. And
is that Lucy Lawless?
Maybe she's in it. I do think it looks fun. No. That was like, you have to spell out the letters. I know Jill Scott is in it, and Anika Noni Rose.
The singer?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I always did think it looked cute, though. No, Lucy Lawless. Yeah.
I was thinking of something else then.
Did you fix it?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. I had this one over, so it was pushing this out further than it should be.
Sure.
Bum, 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 bum.
It's looking so good.
Look at how majestic this one's.
It is very cool. Is that always going to be wobbly?
Maybe.
Maybe something will attach. Oh, no, I guess there's nothing else to attach on the top. Weird. Yeah, it's Jill Scott. Very modern day Murder, She Wrote.
Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, I mean, I don't think we've got a good shot at any of these people playing Wolverine, but I'll humor you. Taron Egerton, Kit Harington, Scott Eastwood, or Daniel Radcliffe?
Radcliffe. I was literally about to say they've been saying Radcliffe.
Radcliffe for sure. Scott Eastwood is not as tall as his dad, but he's too tall.
And he's too pretty.
Yeah.
Because that's actually the thing is Hugh Jackman. It depends on like where you're going, but like Hugh Jackman was too pretty to be like Wolverine's supposed to be a little bit road hard.
Yeah. So like height wise, Taron Egerton, Kit Harington, and Daniel Radcliffe are
Egerton
great,
I think would be good.
But I like Daniel Radcliffe's never gonna do it.
Why would you say that? Why do you say that?
I don't think he wants another franchise.
I think Wolverine's weird enough that he would consider it. I've seen him talk about it, and
Maybe.
he does not act like it's a
burden.
Well, he's not like never. He's like, I've heard that too. That'd be wild. Kit Harington, I don't think he's
too soft.
Yeah. And
don't even come at me with Jon Snow because that bitch is a pussy.
I was about to say, I don't know that I believe that he's a good enough actor.
I could go either way.
I said believe. I didn't say he wasn't capable of it. I just don't know that I'm sold. Radcliffe.
Yeah. He did just win a Tony. Maybe he's ready to do another movie.
I don't know. God.
Because he lost his shit when he was doing Miracle Workers and had to work himself up.
That was so good. He had to go feral. Yeah. I think.
Well, weirdly, before Hugh Jackman was cast, that people had Danny DeVito on their fan casts and stuff.
Oh my.
Nah, not that.
Not this.
Do you know who else could be actually good? Who is great and never got much play? Is Alden Ehrenreich. It's all the time. It always does that. Because he's short.
Yeah.
And he's got dark hair. Do you watch any other? Oh, I thought we were getting dragged by Sean. I thought it said, "Do you watch any other movies or TV?" And I was just like, "Okay, bitch." Any other movie or TV reactors? So you watch a handful.
Yeah. So Brad Evans is one of my favorites. I'm watching him watch.
Skarsgård's too tall. He cannot be Wolverine. Sorry, me. I'm sorry.
I'm watching him watch Game of Thrones right now. I like.
We do watch Trixie and Katya.
Yeah, but they're not reactors. But we do watch a lot.
Sort of. No, we like to watch.
They're corporate.
Well,
that's different.
It's hilarious.
It's been a minute, but I used to watch a lot of Zavid and Zadie and Nick Says Boo. Alana, I like to watch Alana. I like oh shit, what's the four guys? There's 4 dude looking dudes. One of them, oh shit. Real Reviews maybe?
Oh, I don't know. You like Kill Count.
I love Kill Count. I love David or James and Chelsea.
This one always leaks on me. Oh, sorry. Okay.
I have to look it up. It's 4 dudes that look like they would be not they're more thoughtful than they look like they would be.
Something they're suggesting Raggedy Pack or Blind Wave.
Don't know them.
I will say
I'm picturing so many people, but I don't know the names.
This is for me and for the X-Men thing. I love Alexander Skarsgård. He just is too tall. Hugh Jackman's too tall for Wolverine is a short king. Yeah, he's just too tall. But he's great. I love him. I want him to be in so many things.
Where's my? Can I look at who I subscribe to? Subscriptions. There we go.
This is not a movie or TV review thing, but we started watching for a while. We were watching that food one that was so funny. What were they called? The guys that were doing the food competitions amongst each other.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I mean, I remember that, but I don't.
So fun.
Yeah, Brad Evans is one I watch the most. I watch H.T. Hayes. He does music.
He's all over TikTok too.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people I watch are on TikTok.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of animation, adult animation. I like Johnny Two Cellos and Blooms. We love Jenny Nicholson. Real Rejects. Bad Medicine. That's what they're called. All I could remember was Appleton Oak. That's what one of his handles is. But they're fun. They look like they would be. That's them.
Oh, okay. Sure.
They look like film bros.
There's a European series called Thor.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I can't unfortunately find that. Everything that comes up is the God of Thunder. So I don't know. Zane Phillips for live action Hercules. Okay. Do we think they stretched out Xander being in love with Buffy for too long? Because I think they did. Like, imagine if we had developed Xander's home life instead. So much lost potential. Yes,
Yeah,
about Xander's home life. 100%. Because we get a lot. The most development we get of Xander's home life is in Restless and then in Hell's Bells. And, like, that's too far between. And then also too late.
Yeah.
So I agree. I do agree that we spent too long. Because I believe he is, like, canonically in love with Buffy. Even when he's with Anya.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have recommendations on reactors?
Oh, does anybody have a recommendation on a good reactor? Will's asking. Let's see.
Brad Evans is my favorite because he's very cute,
He is
but
cute.
he's also he's so sincere.
Yeah.
Like he just I don't love when I can tell that a reactor is reacting for the reaction.
Yeah.
And he does a lot of that. Like he reacts for the reaction, but it comes off as very endearing. And he's just the right combination of qualities. Like he's just smart enough, he's just funny enough, he's just naive enough.
Yeah.
That you really go on a journey with
Yeah.
him.
So I remember,
I've been with him since because I started when he was only music.
Yeah.
So I've been with him since he was like 15 or 20,000, and
Wow.
he's well into.
I showed you that one British guy who like came here and got obsessed with Disney World, and he was like he just bought a bunch of like plushies
Yes,
and
yes,
shit.
yes.
Okay, so he's like a big deal now. He's like on red carpets doing interviews. He's like he's a very big deal now. He just recently started watching Bridgerton and like reacted on TikTok to the first episode. It was fucking hysterical. Mm-hmm. So funny. His name is Max Belegdi, I think. Yeah. And he's so cute too. Mm-hmm. The way that he like goes into, because he'll go into the Disney store like in London, and he's just like this asshole like picking up the plushies, and he's like, I can't get another thing, and it's so funny. Anya does deserve better, Gratian. You are correct.
Anya is such a good character. She's so good that we're watching season 4 of Teen Wolf, so there's a lot of Malia.
Yeah.
And Malia's
an evolution of Anya.
DNA runs deep.
Yeah. So we've got a couple suggestions. Serenity says, I can't pronounce that. And the normies.
Spell it.
Yaboroishi? Well, I don't know. Serenity, you're into a lot of anime, and we're not. Is that like an anime-related one? I'm not sure. That was not even anything.
I just laughed at you.
And then Alonda Park, Real Time.
Yeah, Alonda Park. Yeah.
Internet Mom.
I said those. I don't know Internet Mom, but I like Alonda in
Horror
Real Time.
Bandwagon, Nile No Chill.
Okay.
Yeah. I wish I had a suggestion, but I only watch you and Real Rejects. Thank you, Brittany.
That's high praise.
Yeah. Illustrious company. Ooh, Sean's never watched Teen Wolf. You better get on it.
You should.
It's so good. I was going to say it's on Hulu, but I don't believe you get Hulu in Europe.
Don't they?
I don't think so. They don't get it in Canada. You guys don't have Hulu, right? I've suggested things to people that I know in Europe before on Hulu, and they're like, we don't get that. A lot of animated other stuff too, like K-dramas, The Boys, Barry, Snowfall, which are okay, cool.
I have to say, Sean, about Teen Wolf. If you do watch it, you have to give it a shot. You have to because it's a grower. It's also very silly, but I promise you, and Rachel can vouch for me, it grows into its silliness, and that becomes what you enjoy about it.
Yep. And then when it's taken away, you're like, why? How did
You're missing out, though. I forgot how hot Derek was in season 4.
I know, but what I have to deal with to get it,
It's
it's not worth it. I'll just look at him on the internet.
Sean says, I think I'd love it if I watched Buffy and Charmed. That's correct.
Yes.
There's a lot of shared DNA.
It's just so silly, and it's also very gay. Like, it's got a very gay male gaze.
Yeah. They do not have Hulu, but then also Entertainment Lover said it's also on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
So, yeah. Oh, it's on Netflix for you guys. Okay, that works out. Yeah, I mean, I recommend it. Oh, you get Hulu in the UK, but it's called Star, and it's part of the Disney Plus subscription.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I meant when I was like, I don't believe that.
Okay, so then, yeah, you could probably watch on Amazon or Disney Plus or something. I don't know. I think the licensing shit is
it's
convoluted and stupid.
It's going to destroy the industry. It's in the process of doing that as we speak.
I agree. I love it. I'm having fun.
We always do.
Doing season 4.
Oh, doing season 4.
Yeah.
It is.
No, I am.
Well, that's why
I'm currently waning. I'm very tired.
That's what I said earlier when I was like, I'm enjoying how we're doing season 4. I just hope the audience also enjoys it.
I kind of don't care.
You made that clear.
Yep. They'll get what they get, and they'll get it when I give it to them. Not you guys watching. You guys are all
you guys
great.
are the exception.
I did that.
Good for you.
It was so fun. Give me a break. Oh my god, the lava's like spilling into the inside.
That's it's a forge. That's like a fork.
That's right. Yeah. It's very exciting.
There's going to be a skeleton in a cage, and they torture him by dunking him in the lava.
Right. Are you going to put the cunty witch king on the front steps there?
No, I'm going to keep him in the...
Or not the mouth.
The mouth of Sauron. He's in his study.
In his office, yeah. I need a new show to watch because I'm watching nothing at the moment, which is very weird because I always have a show on the go. Do you want something long or do you want something...
Who?
Sean. Yeah. Ooh, Gratian is also disappointed that Dandy disappeared. Yes, us as well.
That was weirdly, I think, Rachel's breaking point.
Oh,
There was just something where she was like, what's even the point? It's just so unnecessary. Like, he just should be there.
Especially when he was like, duh.
It's Beacon Hills, babe. Sean said, I think it's Teen Wolf next for me. Let's go. Do it.
If I could have made money off of recruiting people
to watch Teen Wolf,
I'm telling you, like, probably he would be like 16 or 17. Like, the amount of people that I've gotten to watch that show.
Okay. I know we talked about being excited / anxious about Wicked, but what other films are you looking forward to watching that come out this year? Not many. Maxine.
Yeah, not many.
Keep going.
I was going to say, Maxine, I am intrigued by Deadpool and Wolverine.
Sure. I'll see it, for sure.
I'm... Wicked. Wicked's opening up against Moana 2, and I
don't give a shit about that either.
I will watch it, but when I found out that it was going to be a Disney Plus thing that they just decided to repackage and claim it was meant to be a sequel, I'm not
a fan.
I'll give it a shot, but
I'm not even keeping track of what movies are coming out.
No, and I'm just so burned.
I'm just mad. Like, nothing is really good. Although, so we watched Hitman a couple of weeks ago, the Glenn Powell movie.
She mentioned it. Did you like it?
Yeah, it was cute. It wasn't like amazing, but it was cute, and we watched it at home on Netflix. Yeah, and I like Richard Linklater, and also we have a personal connection to the movie because our friend Kat is Richard Linklater's personal assistant, so she worked on it. So I was like pumped for that. I mean, Glenn Powell was like literally amazing in the movie. He was so funny, and Retta is in it as well, and she's got some good one-liners.
There's a movie called Tuesday that I really want to see. It's the Julia Louis-Dreyfus one, and Death is a Parrot, and it looks weird and also very sad, and I can't wait.
Yeah. There's also a new Robert Eggers movie coming out. Nosferatu.
Yeah. I'm excited.
It looks so scary.
I haven't watched the trailer.
I did, yeah. And then there's an A24 movie called with the one with Hugh Grant.
Oh, Heretic.
Heretic. That looks pretty good as well. With Sophie Thatcher, a young Natalie from Yellow Jackets.
Hollywood needs to prove themselves.
Yep.
Hollywood needs to prove that they deserve our attention.
Literally, A24 is the only one that I'm really looking
Neon
at.
is pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Neon is
but
pretty
I
good.
mean, indie all the way.
Yeah, there's just like I'm just sort of I'm bored, I'm burned. I prefer rewatching old shows I've already watched, but letting you guys watch it.
She was watching Superstore earlier.
Oh my God.
There's no reality where that show is phenomenal.
I think it's phenomenal.
You
But
know who loves it? Lisa Grinder.
It's
That is actually sort of odd.
I can't.
Yeah, sort of excited for Fear Street 4. I forgot until you said something.
We're getting a Fear Street?
Yeah.
When?
I can't remember if it's this summer or not.
Why did that break you so hard?
Did she learn nothing from it?
That's the thing. I don't know because I don't think so. But I feel like it's got to be ringing something in there. Just because, like,
I don't think
the
it
fact
is.
that she watched Schitt's Creek, I'm like, this doesn't how, and she loved it, and I'm like, how did you? I don't get it.
It's the brainworms. I truly.
Yeah, I think it's not gonna come out probably till next year. They like just unveiled it in May.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're not gonna get that. I was like, in a week or two.
No.
'Cause
I wish.
remember when we got 3 Fear Street movies?
That was a fantastic summer. But yeah, I mean, in theory, yes, I'm excited for another Fear Street. I think 2023 was a better year for films. I give you that.
It was.
We should watch Femme from last year. It's a gay British film about a black drag queen who is out for revenge on her white assaulter. Okay.
Sounds like I May Destroy You.
Sure,
kind
yeah.
of. That show was so good.
I
It was
also
so heavy, but...
I have heard of Long Legs. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to handle that. It's more thriller than horror, according to Brittany. Let's see. Oh, Sean says I normally have Dairy Girls on in the background if you're doing stuff around the house. Amazing.
She loves Dairy Girls.
Love Dairy Girls.
I want to give it another go. We put it on one time, just like on a whim, and I didn't feel negatively about it.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with accents, and
I put the subtitles on for you.
Yeah, I want to give it another go.
I love it. It is. I think it's 3 perfect seasons of TV.
I love her doing the "I burn for you, Colin."
Oh, I loved it. I think, and I also I watch it by myself, which I don't watch a lot of things by myself. So that like helped, and I remember it was on my year end, for the third and final season.
You big cried.
And I big cried because of the like Chelsea Clinton callback. Oh my God.
I
amazing.
think that one's on our Patreon. Or no,
I
if
think
it was
it's on the
year end,
channel,
then
yeah.
it would have been on the channel.
Sean says, "Do it's so funny." Are you from the north? I think we asked, but I don't remember. What is Glamorous its own show? I don't know. I don't think we've watched it. If it's its own show. Jesus.
Sean, find me a husband, please.
You've made that
know,
request before.
Still,
Dublin.
please.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I would like an Irishman.
I love watching Nicola do the Derry accent in interviews because she just goes, and she always, the only thing she ever does is the Nadine Carey, or Nadine Coyle. Like, I can't do it, but because it was like it was for Girls Aloud, and they were like auditioning, and she lied about her age. She said she was 16 when she was supposed to be 18. And she like admitted it on the thing while she was introducing herself, and that's what Nicola always goes for to like get back into the like cadence of it. The dude from Dairy Girls recently had a leak, like a sexy photos leak. I don't think I want to see that. He's just such a little boy.
Speaking of the vocal cue for Nicola, I watched a TikTok of Jinx because she's playing Audrey on Broadway. And so she has a thing that she's made for the Audrey character to help her get into the vocal cues for it. And it's something really, really silly. I don't remember. It was weird. I remember that, but it's just interesting. Because, like, I still can't do that New York accent that I did for Brighton Beach unless I say the lines.
I love that. I keep getting clips of the Jonathan Groff and Danny Radcliffe and Lindsay from Merrily We Roll Along. They did the like lie detector interview. I keep getting it, and they ask Danny Radcliffe if he thinks he can do like a passable New York accent, and he literally says, "You have to give me something to say." And so they do, but it just reminds me of when they did it to the whole Harry Potter cast, and it was like Olive Garden. I love it. It's like like watching a dog walk on their hind legs.
If you guys want something low stakes to watch, we just watched Trixie Motel.
Oh my god, so cute.
Season 2 was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it was only 4 episodes.
Ooh, if there's one Disney live action remake that you could go back and redo in your vision, what would it be? What would you do with that remake from directing, casting, etc.? Well, we'd all recast Belle.
Yeah, I was going to say between Beauty and the Beast.
And that is no shade to Emma Watson. I think she's like
miscast.
She's great, but she's not right for it.
Beauty and the Beast, I did not think is very
get
good.
rid. So if, from directing, casting, etc., get rid of Rob Marshall.
Little Mermaid.
Yeah, and that as well.
He didn't do Beauty and the Beast. Bill Condon did Beauty and the Beast.
Get rid of Bill Condon.
And again, I love Halle Bailey, and I would keep her as Ariel, but I would give her a movie that deserved her and not helmed by Rob Marshall, because I think he's a hack. I think The Little Mermaid should have been high fantasy.
I really want the Sofia Coppola Little Mermaid.
Oh yeah.
Also, if we're changing anything besides Rob Marshall from the Little Mermaid, then I also want Harry Styles as Eric, like was rumored for a little while.
Because again, Halle, I love Halle, and I'll go to the grave defending her. There are no fewer than 4 effigies of her in this room as Ariel. But that I don't like Rob Marshall, and that's why. What I thought the question was going to be is there a Disney live action remake you think could work or that you're excited for? And the answer to both would be Hercules, but they would have to actually pull it off.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is they could so easily pull it off if they just let someone do something.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, just not suck the life out of it. It seems so easy.
Yeah, I would also take away Aladdin from Guy Ritchie, because he had no business doing that. And also, I would love if there was a Sleeping Beauty movie.
Well, it's called Maleficent too.
No, I mean, even still, no. I want there to be Sleeping Beauty movie. Those movies are about Maleficent.
Yeah. I can't think of the name of it, but there's a movie with Angela Lansbury. It's like a medieval where she's wearing like old-timey pink and blue.
Yeah, where she's such a fucking babe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that would be really cool if they did like a live action Sleeping Beauty, but kept it with the 50s aesthetic.
Ooh,
but
okay,
but still live action and still fantasy.
Yeah.
And that's sort of it. Like I want something. Give me anything, something other than
let the artist.
Yeah.
It's what we opened this talking about.
Yeah.
And then I do like Serenity. I do like Maleficent. It's just simply not a Sleeping Beauty movie, and I would love.
Well, we also,
movie.
as
but
mentioned,
again,
we think
fantasy.
The second one was weirdly better.
Yeah.
Like.
And then, and then Gratian says the costumes for The Little Mermaid, they are abysmal. And also, where is the shimmery purple dress when she's coming out of the water? Fucking accept. An entire generation was built on that dress, and you're telling me you couldn't do it?
No, they chose not to, because it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the source material.
Yeah.
Like,
we love Ever After, Sean, by the way. That's Ever After is like maybe one of the better adaptations.
Again, I remember the moment when I saw it.
Yeah.
Because I think Halle is amazing, and they had great chemistry. I wish that they let the movie be about them. Like, I wish that they leaned into the romance, because it was there.
I would also then recast Melissa McCarthy.
Well, again,
Natural drag queen.
Yeah, of course. But it's like I think she did a great job, and I think she was very inevitable. She had to. Like that's the only way the movie was going to exist.
Yeah.
But I do agree. And I think she did a good job, because she's fucking good. I'm glad that we brought this up because I wanted to say, but I was reading it was on Threads actually. I was reading a tweet.
I hate it.
But it was a person who was in Hollywood and was like working as like a waiter or something, and they had to escort Melissa McCarthy, and the girl literally was like, "I'm so sorry, but I have to do this. I'm a huge fan. Do you have any advice for a struggling actor?" And Melissa said, "Do everything."
Yeah.
She said, "Good, bad, funny, drama, whatever." She goes, "If it's bad, don't do it."
Yeah.
She said, "But do everything because you never know."
Yeah,
She said, "You
what it's
never
gonna
know
be.
what's going to work. You never know who is going to do what. Do everything." And
Yeah.
I thought, that's actually
Such good
really good advice, and it explains so much of her career.
Because if she had not played a character who's so outside of what we have come to find her wheelhouse as Suki St. James, she never would have hit the way she has now.
And the thing is, it's
that
like,
show got her everything.
but even like her bad movies, it's
Yeah.
sort of like I've, at least for me, I've never left a bad Melissa McCarthy movie and not been like, well, it was fun.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna laugh,
You're
even
gonna
if it's
laugh,
like
yeah.
I think she's a living legend, and I think she is such a talent. And there was something about knowing that that's her perspective, that that's what she goes into this stuff.
Yeah.
Where I was like, mad respect, and that's actually for a waiter or like a bell
Hostess.
yeah, escorting you to the bathroom. That's such good advice.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a huge Melissa fan.
Okay, so I mean that dress, so Serenity asked about the dress. That's purple, right? That she comes
Blue.
Which
It's made of
in the
water.
animation?
It's blue.
Yeah.
In the animation, it's like periwinkle.
It's like
It's
like a
between-
sterling rose kind of.
It's periwinkle.
for
It's
me.
between blue and silver and
Okay.
purple.
Is
It's
it
like
made-
all
Why
three.
would you go get the pillow?
Yes,
Is it
it's the
made
pillow.
of the water?
It's like sparkly,
Yeah,
like
she
like
comes
the
out of
yeah,
the water.
Oh, I
Yeah.
mean
with the cow neck.
yeah.
Yeah. It's blue, silver, and purple. It's all three. All three.
I will end you.
Not before that pillow's purple.
It is not
It will not read on camera. This
No,
is not
you're
gonna
right.
work.
You're right. It won't. Never mind.
Yeah, because she knows it's purple, and she knows they're all gonna say it's purple.
I swear to fucking God.
Okay, what are our opinions about Hollywood CEOs hiring really interesting and creative directors being micromanaged and being thrown under the bus like Nia DaCosta for The Marbles? It sucks. We hate it. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's horrible. I don't think it's right. I think it's really stupid. And then they get people like we were talking about, like Rob Marshall, to direct something that needs somebody that has any ounce of creativity.
Well, they're also trying to have it both ways.
Yeah.
They're trying to hide, like, it's specifically the Nia DaCosta or the Chloe Zhao. It's like they're trying to get credit for the fact that they're female and the fact that they're
women of color.
yeah, and that they're coming up on the indie, but also they still want total control of all the money that they're gonna make, and so
Which,
they're trying
no.
to have it both ways, and somebody has to win somewhere.
Yeah.
Like somebody. It is astonishing to me that we are a full year out from Barbenheimer and nobody has actually understood
Yeah.
what the moral of that
Because
was.
I literally saw an article the other day that was like the Wicked and Moana are coming out on
The same
oh,
weekend.
it's another Barbenheimer. Watch
No.
out, Barbenheimer! Like it's not at all Barbenheimer. First of all, the audiences for those two movies
Are
are
the same.
a circle. The Venn diagram is a circle. And it just doesn't. Also, I don't think as many people give a shit about either one of those movies as they did about Barbie or Oppenheimer.
But also the counter programming part of it is so low down on what actually, like the fact that they were opposite
yeah,
is so low down on what was actually driving the frenzy. Is what it was that it just happened to be Hollywood was releasing two movies that people were intrigued by,
Yeah.
that were helmed by auteurs, that were allowed to realize their vision.
it's
And-
very frustrating.
I know I say this all the time. I know that I'm not the smartest person ever. But there are moments where the people of this earth make me feel like I am a goddamn rocket scientist.
Well, it's the hubris that I have where I will defend this about myself till my dying day. I think if you gave me control of Warner Brothers for like a year, I would turn that ship around. I could fix it.
I bet I could do it.
I could do it.
I agree with you.
I feel like you don't. I feel like now you're mocking me.
No, I agree with you.
Okay. I think I could. I think I could do it.
We need a safe word? I agree with you.
Watermelon. No, I just think I think I could do a better job than David Zaslav, for sure. And Ted Sarandos. Isn't he Netflix?
I don't fucking know.
I could do it better.
I refuse to learn any of their fucking names.
Well, I feel like I have to, so I know who to hate.
I mean, I hate Bob Netflix. That's who I hate.
No, I feel like I like Bob Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I was going to say, we can wind down.
Yeah.
So long.
Yeah. Don't understand why these companies and corporations are hiring these amazing directors for the Disney or Marvel movies, and then they aren't letting them do their jobs. I totally agree.
Again, because they want it both ways.
Yeah, I totally
And
agree.
then they can have someone to blame.
All the studios complaining about losing money in streaming, they need to go back to physical media, especially for their shows, before they disappear like the MTV archives. 100% for real for that.
But also...
yeah, Barbenheimer was also lightning in a bottle, right time, right films. Also 100%.
But also... I don't think it's as simple as just bringing back physical media because they buried it. You can't kill something and then say, gee, in hindsight, I shouldn't have killed that thing. Yeah. It's dead. And physical media...
Well, it could be brought back.
It can. And I know that for a fact because record sales...
Yeah.
Like...
Continue to spike, yeah.
And have been higher than CD sales for years.
Yeah.
So if a medium has value... An audience will pay for it.
100%.
Well, and anytime you go on the A24 site, stuff is sold out.
Yeah.
Like, across
So
the board.
it's people want it.
But that's also it's also very bespoke. They need to give us a reason to buy it. They need to give us something.
Yeah.
And they took for granted that, again, because they thought they could print money.
You're gonna like your birthday present that I got you. It's not. Gonna
That's
come
enough.
It's not gonna come till September, but you're gonna like it.
That's enough.
Okay.
Okay, Sean says that this has nothing to do with the conversation, but with their mom, they went to the Countess Luann's cabaret show in Dublin a few weeks ago, and it was amazing.
My God,
That's the
incredible.
sentence.
Do we think if episode 22 of season 5 of Buffy was the series finale as intended, do you think you would have been satisfied with that conclusion for the series? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. The Gift.
Oh.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a fantastic finale when Buffy dies.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fantastic series finale. I so love season 6 and 7, but that's absolutely a serviceable and actually like really, really good full circle moment for the show. I would have been very satisfied. Sony needs to throw their superhero universe in the garbage. No, what Sony needs to do is... Babe, what's the Sony lady's name?
Amy Pascal.
Amy Pascal needs to be let go, and then they need to give Spider-Man back to the MCU so that we can have all that and we don't keep having fucking Madam Web bullshit. What?
Remembering the end.
I cannot. Okay, yeah, Sean, you missed our Pretty Little Liars coverage. We have not watched it yet, but we did discuss where we are gonna maybe place it in our summer workload, so we're gonna get there. And then I think we are winding down, so if anybody has any last questions, I think we're gonna call this in about 10 minutes.
Closing time.
Yeah. But I think we've mentioned it a couple times, we do want to let you guys know that we are planning to do this more often this summer. Hopefully once a month.
We're going to do it again in July.
We're going to do it again in July. As it stands, if we're looking for like about a month out from each other, the next one will be on the 27th of July, hopefully, if we have our way. So let's see. At the time, I thought season 5 was the end. In hindsight, no, because season 6 is my favorite. It gives me once more feeling. Yeah, I mean, I love season 6. My favorites are always tied between season 7 and season 2. But yeah. Oh, our favorite wing sauce tonight. Where did I put the list? I liked quite a lot of them. I think we all were like relatively positive through number 7, except you guys did not like the barbacoa one because it was smoky. It was so smoky. Yeah.
I hated that one.
I kind of liked
the one
all
with
of
the
them.
dragon fruit. I weirdly liked.
No, it was passion fruit.
Passion fruit.
Yeah, so number 3, the Piscaya spicy sweet passion fruit. That one was pretty good.
I liked the lemongrass one.
Oh yeah, that one was good.
Yes, the ginger goat tropic star was also quite good. So this also that we got this.
I can't believe we did the whole thing.
Yeah, I bought this in December. We just have we lost a lot of time doing other stuff. So this is not the like current right now season lineup. It's the previous season lineup. What is it? Does it say? No. Thought it might say what season. So yeah, so they're different now. Like the one that Lupita Nyong'o had where she cried. It's not on this list unless it's the bomb. But I don't know. But regardless, this is not up to date. But that's what I would say. I could maybe post this, take a picture and post this if you guys wanted to look at it. Okay. Ooh, Gratian, no, not excited for Craven. Do we want a Pretty Little Liars reunion with the OG cast? Probably not.
Some.
Maybe I would love to see Troy and Belisario in anything else. What are movies that you wished had sequels and movies you think didn't need a sequel?
So many.
That's one of those.
Well, I don't think Moana needs a sequel. I also didn't think Inside Out needed a sequel. I haven't seen it, the new one.
I know
but...
all the therapists are losing their absolute shit over the second one about how it's such a great example of emotional awareness.
Yeah, Inside Out. That strikes me as one that could.
I'm sure it's fine.
I was gonna say
I would love to see cinema therapy too. That cinema therapy is a good reactors. We love watching cinema therapy.
That's a good example of a question. That's a good question that I don't know how to answer on the fly.
Yeah.
I would need time. So then let's do that. If you guys want to give us questions for next time.
Oh yes, yeah.
Give them to us. How would we
you
do that?
You can comment them on the community tab. You can
do the community tab.
DM us on Instagram. That's kind of it. We don't use a lot of social media anymore because Twitter is garbage. So maybe we'll put up a post. I'll put up a post on the community tab, and when you see that, just go ahead and if you have any questions, just put them there, and that way we'll have it ready for next time, and that way we can think about it a little bit too. Ooh, okay. What is a Lego set based on a TV show or movie you would love to see made?
Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers for sure. I was gonna say so many sitcom apartment, like the New Girl Loft. I would love the New Girl Loft.
I do like those, but I do think that they have diminishing returns.
Sure.
Because there's only so many studio sets that you can have. No, Bob's Burgers. Yeah. I think would be.
But I kind of would want the whole street. I'd want Jimmy Pesto's too.
And the wharf.
No, I would want what I would really want, and I'm gonna say this with my whole chest because it's my favorite joke that they never point a flashlight out. So when you're looking at Jimmy Pesto's, on one side is the bank, and on the other side is a store, and it is a florist, and it is called the Petal File, and that is the fucking funniest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. It's so funny. So I would want the whole Ocean Avenue, the little whole thing.
We'd have to have Dirty Trash King Mouth, whatever his name is.
Little King Trash Mouth. I'm sure he's there, and I'm sure there's a glass of wine for him as well.
I need that immediately.
Little King Trash Mouth. I'm trying to think because Lego does a pretty good job. So the hard rumor is that we are getting Minas Tirith next year.
So that was what I was gonna say too. Is Minas Tirith is we have to complete the Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
I love castles and fantasy stuff, and that's without properly answering your question. I would like a few more whimsical things because Lego has. It's a genderless toy, but they have catered more towards boys than they have girls. And then again, when it's girls, they create the Lego Friends line, so it's a separate. It's segregated.
Some prettier stuff would be nice.
I would like some more
fancies.
Wisteria Lane.
No, oh God, amazing! Imagine the little wisteria flowers. Name a charmed love interest who should come back. I really liked. Well, old Charmed or new Charmed, because I didn't fuck a lot with the new Charmed, but on old Charmed, I really liked Lachlan Monroe's character. He was Prue's boyfriend for a while at the beginning, and also John Cho, because he is a ghost in the third episode ever, and he and Piper kind of really fall in love, but he's hard dead from the beginning of the episode. And that always bummed me out because they had such good chemistry in one episode.
So much of that show has fallen out of my head.
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
And Dan from season 2 is pretty good, but by that point she's already in love with Leo, and so you know that Dan is just like the Bill Pullman of the situation, so it doesn't work out. Do I have a favorite Bob's Burgers episode or song? My favorite episode is the season 13 finale called Amelia, because
That's your favorite?
every time I watch it, it makes me cry.
Okay.
And it makes me think about my mom.
Yeah.
Who is dead. I love it. And I love the song in that, but it's not like a Bob's Burger song. Probably, I really like the song from the Thanksgiving episode. Not the one you're thinking. The one where Tina makes up the play about the quirky turkey. I love that whole thing.
So the Thanksgiving episode 1 is my favorite episode.
Past the cranberry sauce.
No, yes, but
Yeah.
but that episode is my favorite episode. My
Yeah.
favorite song is Oil Spill.
Yeah.
Oil Spill is very good as well.
And I do like the whole what's the elephant's name?
Topsy.
Topsy.
Yeah.
The whole Topsy the elephant.
There's also I
Electric
very like the episodes that are where it's all a musical. There's not a ton of them, but there's like a handful every season. So there's the one where Bob gets glued to the toilet and he and Louise sing to each other is very good as well. I like that one. Yeah, but Amelia, that's the season 13
I
finale
love the one
is
where
my
they're on
favorite.
the boat where Gene falls in love with the manatee puppet.
Yeah, Mutiny on the Windbreaker.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the names of them too. It's all I watch. John Cho did have the best chemistry. Thank you for that. Ooh, Rachel, what was your favorite episode of Teen Wolf now that you've ended your series? Well, she didn't finish the series, but she quit. She ended the series.
My
yeah.
series.
Yeah.
I finished my series.
She was like, but it was great.
Oh my god.
Most of 3B for me.
Yeah, probably most of 3B.
Actually, I could probably answer this better than she can. So weirdly, season 2 was her favorite because it was the perfect balance between the crazy but also being good.
Yeah.
You
3A?
told me. No, 2.
Oh, 2, season 2.
Yeah.
She got that's
As zany as anything.
the one you reacted the strongest to is 3B, the Halloween one with Doug Jones, where he.
The bugs.
That's not a favorite though.
That's what I mean. That's why I said it's the one she reacted, because that's the one where you literally were just rocking back and forth, going, "I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay."
So many bugs.
And it was when Kira.
Why would you do that to me? I'm gonna go to bed soon, and now all I'm gonna think about is this fucking bug.
Kira was in the library, and the camera pans to Doug Jones.
Yeah.
And you just were like, like you just shut down, like you went into safe mode.
Okay, last one, and then I think we're gonna call it for the night. Entertainment Lover says, "Who would you have cast for Belle in Beauty and the Beast?"
Gugu and Badara. No, I literally had. I mean, I'm actually not kidding about that. I think that she would have been a far more She played Plumette. If you don't know by name. I literally just said this the other day. I think I was talking to Zach, but I was like, you know who should have been Belle, and now I cannot remember who it was.
In Charmed, which sister would I kill off to return Prue? I don't know. They're just like all kind of terrible in real life now.
I mean, Alyssa Milano's.
Maybe, yeah,
She is
maybe,
the worst.
maybe Phoebe. Maybe Phoebe.
She's the reason why she left.
Yeah, that's true. Alyssa Milano is the reason why
Yeah,
Shannon
so-
Doherty left. So sure, yeah, Phoebe. Kill Phoebe, bring Prue back. I do love Prue. In retrospect, I like Prue a lot more than I used to.
I have Lily Collins on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah,
and
Paige
that's-
is fine. She was there less time. I'm fine with Paige. You know who? Can we get a twofer and kill Christy and Billy and get Prue back, because they fucking blew at the end of that show. I hated that. One of them's Kaylee Cuoco.
Oh.
She's not good.
Did she have her baby yet?
God, probably. Right?
I don't know. Sometimes there are people that are so quick with their pregnancies, and then there are other people I feel like are pregnant forever.
It looks like not yet. Well, it says children 1. So, yeah. Oh, yes. She's posted pictures with Tom Pelphrey and the baby. Yeah.
I don't remember. I literally just recently had
a Belle idea.
Yeah, I was like, you know who fucking should have been Belle? And I can't think of it.
Yeah, someone who would have worn a corset
and who could sing, and that was Disney's fault. Disney hung Emma out to dry.
She's like serviceable, but not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough to carry a movie.
It's the director.
Yeah.
The movie was poorly directed. The production was bad. The costumes were ugly. Like,
except for her dress at the end.
And they were poorly made. Like the opening scene when the prince is having the ball, when the enchantress comes, those costumes are poorly constructed.
Yeah.
They're wrinkly and they're ill-fitting and it's not good.
Yeah.
And
still haven't watched it. We'll never watch it.
And Ewan McGregor, literally after watching a screening, had to say, "Why did nobody tell me I couldn't do a French accent?"
Yeah. He is so Scottish. Nobody should have let him try.
His wife or girlfriend at the time was French, so he was like,
his wife.
His wife was French, so he's like,
estranged wife.
I've got this. And after watching the movie, he was like, "Oh, I'm not good.
Yeah.
Why did no one tell me?" And it just like, and the thing is, it's not abysmal, but
it's just so mediocre when it should be excellent.
And especially when you consider the legacy. Beauty and the Beast is a crown jewel.
That's why I won't watch it, because that's one of my favorite ones. So I'm good. I'll just
fine.
watch the
Have you guys, has anyone seen The French?
With Leah Seydoux and
With
Vincent
Leah Seydoux and
Cassel?
Vincent Castle?
We can't open up that can of worms right now.
But, I mean, you liked it.
Yeah, it was really good.
And also, the dresses are good.
Beautiful gowns.
Multiple. So,
all right.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna call
That's
it a night.
for us. But yeah, as of right now, we are shooting for the 27th of July. If anything changes, we will let you know, and we will have something over on the community page to let you know and keep you posted. And you can submit some questions ahead of time. Perhaps the ones that require a little more thought, you can submit ahead of time, and that way we'll have them already. But yeah, super fun as always, and we will be back probably around the same time of day as well for
Send
this.
us good vibes for our bellies.
I feel great.
I'm glad for you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.